Chapter 291. Little Jing Kong looked at Marquis Xianping as if he was looking at an idiot. Little chick. Marquis Xianping realized that he shouldn't have added that word after his name. Otherwise, with this little thing's comprehension ability, he wouldn't know what he would say. Whatever he was afraid of, it would come true. The little thing really opened its mouth. Marquis Xianping had never been so panicked before. He shook his body and said, "Shut up. Swallow the last word back." Little Jing Kong shut his mouth. "Okay. The world of adults is so hard to understand. Not only did he give me such a bad name, he can't even differentiate between chickens and monkeys." Marquis Xianping heaved a sigh of relief. Little Jing Kong put his little hands behind his back and tilted his head. 8. He still said the last word. Marquis Xianping? Marquis Xianping shed blood but not tears. He was never afraid of war, but this little baldy's lethality was greater than thousands of soldiers and horses. Marquis Xianping never knew when he would step into a pit. It was too scary. Marquis Xianping, who had always made others speechless, finally had a day when he was being made speechless. Indeed, he had to pay for what he did. Little Jing Kong sighed. "Sigh, my family does have 7 chicks, but you can't be the 8th one." Marquis Xianping. Was he thinking too much? Marquis Xianping grew up in a group of ruffians, so he knew more dirty words than normal words. It was inevitable that he would think the wrong way. But on second thought, saying that he was going to be a chicken didn't seem to be a good thing. It wasn't much better than that poor thing. He was a first-grade martial marquis, how could he be a chicken? Marquis Xianping felt that he couldn't talk to this little brat anymore. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "If I say that I'm your brother-in-law's biological father, would you believe me?" Little Jing Kong frowned and looked at him strangely. After a while he nodded seriously. "No wonder." "No wonder what?" Marquis Xianping asked. Little Jing Kong rubbed his chin and said with a sudden realization, "No wonder my brother-in-law always gets the last place." He had wronged his brother-in-law. It was not that his brother-in-law was not hard-working enough. It was because his father was not smart. His father did not even know if he was a monkey or a chicken. Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping's heart received 10,000 critical hits. He could no longer remember what he came here for. He didn't even recognize his son. He clutched his chest and called Changjing, help me back. Changjing, can't you walk by yourself?" "Marquis Xianping, why would I call you if I could walk? Come on, come here. Why don't you be angered by this little brat?" Changjing didn't want to leave because he saw the marbles on the ground. He wanted to stay and play marbles. However, he could not disobey Marquis Xianping's orders. He resentfully left with Marquis Xianping. Not long after they left, Gu Jiao arrived home. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up when he saw Gu Jiao walking into the courtyard. He ran over and hugged Gu Jiao's leg. "Jiao Jiao, you're finally back. I missed you so much." He let go of his hand and went behind Gu Jiao. He grabbed Gu Jiao's small basket and said, "Give me the basket. I'll carry it." Gu Jiao took down the small basket and took out the small medicine box. She put the small basket, which was not very heavy, on his back. It was a small basket for Gu Jiao, but it was a big one for little Jing Kong. The basket on his back was almost as tall as he was. He half carried and half dragged it as he made his way into the house. Xiao Lulang was studying arithmetic in the study. Ever since he got little Jing Kong's book that seemed to be the national book of the Yen Kingdom, he would study the contents of the book carefully whenever he was free. Since the book was written in a completely different language, it was still difficult to understand even though there were some annotations. However, the strange characters used to represent numbers aroused his strong interest. The things called formulas that were listed out by those characters and symbols also made him feel amazed. Since the numbering technique was lost, the Zhao kingdom still used the method of cutting the circle to calculate the ancestral rate. However, even if a circle was cut into tens of thousands of sides, it might not be able to calculate beyond 7 digits. The formulas recorded in this book were much simpler, but he had not understood them yet. Xiao Lulang was immersed in the sea of questions until he heard a loud thud. Only then did he raise his head to look out the window. He saw little Jing Kong carrying a small basket on his back as he walked in. Behind little Jing Kong, Gu Jiao was wearing an ice blue dress. She was elegant and graceful like a swallow, which made people's eyes light up. At this moment, Gu Jiao seemed to have sensed something and looked toward the window of the west room. Their eyes met. Gu Jiao slightly curved her lips. Like a budding begonia, it bloomed in the night wind, under the starry sky, and in the softest heart. Xiao Yulong's heart beat faster. His eyelashes fluttered, and he looked away and continued to study hard. Gu Jiao did not seem to want to pretend that nothing happened. She came to the window, put one arm on the windowsill, and looked at him with the other hand supporting her chin. "What are you doing?" The night wind blew gently from behind her, swaying the faint fragrance of her body and covering the ink on the table. Xiao Yulong's heart suddenly felt warm. He did not look at Gu Jiao but looked steadily at the book on the table. "Reading," he said calmly. "Oh." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and suddenly leaned into the window. The sudden approach made Xiao Yulong's body stiffen, and his body seemed to be unable to move. She was very close to him, so close that it was as if their cheeks were about to touch. Xiao Yulong's mind suddenly flashed with the image of her being drunk and grabbing him for a kiss. She looked like a seductive kitten. His throat was dry. "You." Just when Xiao Lulang thought that she was going to do something to him, she just reached out and took a piece of paper beside him. After taking the paper, she stood back to her original position. The breath on his cheeks and the tip of his nose dissipated. Xiao Lulang felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He did not know what he was feeling lost about. Gu Jiao took out a charcoal pencil and scribbled a few words on the paper. Then she curved her lips and left a note. She turned around and went back to her east room. Xiao Yulong's face was hot for a long time before it faded. After he calmed down, he saw the note on the windowsill from the corner of his eyes. He picked it up and looked at it. He saw a few large words written on the paper with a charcoal pencil. "Book taken down." Xiao Lulang remembered the meaningful look in her eyes when she left the note. His face that had just returned to normal once again became hot. During dinner, Yao Shi and Gu Yen both had good eyesight. They could see that Xiao Lulang was pretending to be calm. Only Gu Xiaoshen stared at Xiao Lulang in a daze for a while and asked, "Brother-in-law, why is your face red?" She really touched a sore spot. Xiao Lulang said with a straight face, "It's hot." Gu Xiaoshen nodded, "It's quite hot." Yao Shi pursed her lips and snickered. Gu Xiaoshen still wanted to ask something, but Gu Yen stuffed a drumstick into his mouth. "Eat your food." Oh, Gu Xiaoshen's mouth suddenly became busy. He forgot what he wanted to ask. After dinner, little Jing Kong had no choice but to confess the great feat of shaving half of his head under the strong pressure of his bad brother-in-law. The first one to be shaved was Chu Yu. Xiao Lulang added. Little Jing Kong did not know that Chu Yu's surname was Qin and that he was a prince. Gu Jiao knew about it. Gu Jiao, oh, he even dares to shave a prince? Xiao Lulang. What's with your expression? Why do you look like you're admiring him? Someone must have contributed a lot to raising this child to be so bold. Gu Jiao received Xiao Yulong's death stare. She blinked and silently swallowed the words, "My child is amazing, bold, careful, and capable of doing things." She said to little Jing Kong sternly, "Don't bring a razor to the Imperial College in the future. We can't shave people's heads for free." Xiao Lulang, little Jing Kong's shaving caused a huge uproar in the Imperial College, but it was the same in the Imperial Palace. When Qin Chuyu walked out of the Imperial College with a round little Luden, the eunuch who came to pick him up was stunned on the spot. Qin Chuyu did not realize that he had done something shocking. He sat on the carriage back to the Imperial Palace and waited expectantly for himself to wake up and become smarter. Actually, with Qin Chuyu's ability, he could not enter the gifted class. It was the crown princess who got him in through the back door. This caused Qin Chuyu to be in a very awkward situation. He was the worst in the class and always ranked last in the exams. The teacher knew his identity. Although he did not dare to speak ill of him, he was 8 years old and was a mature little boy. He also wanted to save face. His desire to become smarter was stronger than anyone else's. Therefore he decisively took the first place to shave his head. He went to Empress Zhao's cunning palace with a bald head. Mother. Empress Zhao was choosing the new materials. Hearing this, she turned her head with a smile and fainted. Then the emperor was alerted. After a while, the entire harem knew about Qin Chuyu's shave. Noble consort Zhuang sent someone to ask if the 7th prince was going to become a monk. The emperor was furious and asked Qin Chuyu, "Who did it? Shaving a prince's head? Did he want to die?" Qin Chuyu thought it was a good thing because he was about to become smarter, so he did not hide anything. It was Jing Kong. Oh. The emperor was stunned. Jing Kong. Qin Chuyu said, "Father, you've seen him before. Have you forgotten? The little miracle-working doctor's younger brother?" The emperor's anger instantly disappeared. Why did he shave your head?" Qin Chuyu said, "I asked him to shave it. I also want to be as smart as him." Then Qin Chuyu told the emperor the whole story. His tone was extremely proud. He was going to become smart soon. The emperor clenched his fists and the corners of his mouth twitched. This stupid boy. Did the books go to the cow's stomachs? Was this how smart he was? In the end, Qin Chuyu was very honored to eat his father's bamboo shoots fried with meat. It hurt so much. Sup. The emperor punished Qin Chuyu behind closed doors. Moreover, the emperor punished him not because he shaved his head, but because the emperor did a spot check on his homework and he did not memorize it. The officials and parents of the shaved children waited for the emperor's statement. In the end, the emperor did not say anything, so they gave up the idea of asking for an explanation. Strictly speaking, that little guy could not be blamed. It did not seem like he did it on purpose. Moreover, even if he did it on purpose, a group of 6 or 7 years old people were fooled by a 4-year-old. Did they have the face to find trouble with him? Wasn't it because they were stupid? From the initial shock, anger, and humiliation, everyone gradually calmed down. Then they realized one thing, that was, their child's head was shaved really clean. There was not even an extra strand of hair. This was professional. My youngest son is almost a month old. I want to find someone to shave his fetal hair. My nephew is 2 years old. He also wants to shave his head, but he can't find a suitable master. The previous one didn't shave his head clean. The master I found is the same. He even shaved his head. Everyone sent the child to the entrance of the Imperial College. They looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. However, it was better to just think about it. How could they really invite a child to their home to shave someone's head? I don't think it's appropriate. I think so too. Then, let's go? Let's go. Damn it, let's go. If you have the ability, don't wait here for that kid. Early the next morning, little Jing Kong valiantly went to school at the Imperial College. As a result, he received a wave of hot and greedy gazes. He didn't understand what was going on. Xiao Lulang let little Jing Kong go in first. Everyone rushed forward and surrounded Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang thought that they were here to ask him for an explanation and was mentally prepared to be criticized by thousands of people. However, he didn't expect that the first thing they said was, "Is it convenient for your younger brother to shave his head at my house?" Xiao Lulang? Of course Xiao Lulang didn't agree. What a joke. This kid owned 3 big houses in the capital. Just the rent in Pushui Alley alone was 30 taels a month. If he went out to develop a hair-shaving business, would he, as his brother-in-law, still have a financial status in the family? Therefore, little Jing Kong didn't know that his hair-shaving business was ruthlessly killed by his bad brother-in-law. Chapter 292. The weather in the capital at the end of May was as hot as summer. Xiao Lulang had been in Hanlin Academy for 20 days. He was one of the editors of Hanlin Academy, but because he was a newcomer he still focused on learning. In the morning there would be special attendants or lecturers to teach them. The class would last for 2 hours and the rest of the time they would study by themselves. If they encountered something they didn't understand, they could ask the attendants or lecturers in private. They could also ask the Hanlin Academy scholars or the 5 classic scholars. The highest official in Hanlin Academy was the Hanlin Academy scholar, a 5th-rank official. He was in charge of all matters of Hanlin Academy. He was busy with official business and generally didn't have time to answer questions for new officials. Under the Hanlin Academy, there were 2 reading attendants and 2 lecturer attendants. They were all level 6. They were mainly responsible for lecturing. They were not only limited to training Hanlin Academy officials and scholars. If they had enough experience, they had the opportunity to enter the palace and lecture for the emperor and crown prince. Xiao Lulang was one of the editors of Hanlin Academy, a 6th-rank official. The 2nd-place Prince En and the 3rd-place Ning Ziyuan were editors of Hanlin Academy, a 7th-rank official. Under the 3 of them there were 9 5-classic scholars, a 8th-rank official. It was worth mentioning that among all the officials of Hanlin Academy, only the 5 classic scholars were hereditary. Therefore, even if their official ranks weren't high, they had a very strong literary background and had an outstanding status in Hanlin Academy. In addition, there were 2 8th-rank officials, 2 9th-rank attendants, 6 9th-rank attendants, and the 1st-rank official Kong Mu. The responsibilities of Hanlin Academy in each dynasty were different. The current Hanlin Academy head was in charge of writing imperial edicts, history, literature, and other things. He would also write notes about the emperor's daily life. After Xiao Lulang and the others studied for a while, they gradually began to come into contact with some basic literature matters. Today, a writer surnamed Yang called Xiao Lulang over. He was the most senior writer. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be promoted after the year-end examination. Now, all the writers of Hanlin Academy were under his control. He asked Xiao Lulang to write an inscription, saying that His Majesty had plans to rebuild the imperial mausoleum. Half an hour later, Xiao Lulang handed the inscriptions he had written to Yang Xiu. After Yang Xiuzhu read it, he frowned in dissatisfaction. You're the new top scorer and you're only at this level? Look at what you've written. If we show this kind of inscription to His Majesty will definitely be angered. Xiao Lulang paused and asked, then may I ask which words will infuriate His Majesty? Yang Xiu had a look of disbelief on his face. Can't you tell? Do you still need me to teach you? How did you become the top scholar? Xiao Lulang pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He went back and rewrote it. In the end, Yang Xiuzhuo was still not satisfied. Xiao Lulang wrote 17 or 18 inscriptions in the morning, but they were all rejected by Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu said angrily, why can't you even write a decent inscription? I think you don't need to eat lunch. Stay here and continue writing for me. Write until I'm satisfied. After saying this, Yang Xiu left Xiao Lulang and coldly went to the Hanlin Academy's restaurant. Xiao Lulang took the inscription back to his office and continued to grind, pick up the brush and write the inscription. The weather was stuffy and his office was like a steamer. A thin layer of sweat seeped out of his body and soaked his clothes. Suddenly, a head with an official's hat poked in. He pinched his nose and looked around. After making sure that no one was outside, he quietly hugged the food box and slipped into the office. A dark shadow pressed down on his paper. Xiao Lulang paused his writing and looked up at him. Why are you here? Ning Ziyuan put the food box on the table and said, I brought you food. I just ran into Feng Lin and Lin Xingye at the restaurant. They asked me why you didn't come to eat and I said you already ate. As he spoke, he opened the lid of the food box. It wasn't a good dish. His family was poor and the price of food in Beijing was high. His meager salary wasn't enough for him to spend every month. He brought Xiao Lulang a bowl of yangchun noodles, sprinkled a few green onions and a plate of marinated bean sprouts. It was just that. Xiao Yulang's office was too close to the bedroom. The weather was cold and fashionable and now that it was hot, the smell was a bit strong. He hurried to close the door and windows. The smell was finally better but the room was more like a steamer. Hurry up and eat. Ning Ziyuan urged Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang didn't argue. He took out a bowl and chopsticks and ate the yangchun noodles and marinated bean sprouts. The taste of the yangchun noodles was bland, and the marinated bean sprouts were salty, but he wasn't picky and ate very thoroughly. In such a short time, Ning Ziyuan was already sweating. He really didn't know how Xiao Lulang survived every day. Seeing that Xiao Lulang had finished eating, Ning Ziyuan hurriedly endured the exhaustion of heatstroke and walked over to open the door and windows. A gentle breeze blew over, relieving the heat, but also ecstasy. Xiao Lulang put away the bowls and chopsticks. Ning Ziyuan looked at the dense stack of inscriptions on his desk, hesitated, and asked, Yang Xiuzhu embarrassed you again? It wasn't the first time. The last few times, it was more subtle, only asking him to rewrite 3 to 5 chapters. Today he didn't even allow Xiao Lulang to eat lunch. Ning Ziyuan casually picked up a few inscriptions and looked at them, speechless. His writing is much better than mine. He even praised me this morning. I think you shouldn't write a new one. Just take a random one and submit it. I bet he didn't even read the ones you wrote before. However, it was undeniable that Xiao Yulang's inscriptions were indeed better than the one before, but his first one was already amazing enough. How did this guy do it? Didn't anyone see you coming? Xiao Lulang asked. Ning Ziyuan smiled and said, they're all eating. No one noticed me. Don't stay too long. Go back early, Xiao Lulang said as he took out a silver coin from his money pouch. This is for the meal. Ning Ziyuan waved his hand. I don't want your money. I can still afford a bowl of yangchun noodles. Xiao Lulang thought about it and didn't insist. Okay, thanks. Ning Ziyuan sat there for a while. It was really stuffy and smelly. It was really hard for Xiao Lulang to stay in such a difficult place every day and be constantly bullied. If it were him, he would have broken down and resigned long ago. Forget it. He wanted to persuade Xiao Lulang to give in to Royal Princeton. In fact, it wasn't that Royal Princeton was messing with him. Royal Princeton had just arrived and couldn't order these people around. Ning Ziyuan guessed that it was Grand Tutor Zhuang's instructions. He wanted to make Xiao Lulang suffer a little. However, if Royal Princeton was willing to mediate between them, he could more or less protect Xiao Lulang. After all, the 3 of them were the top 3 in this year's competition. They were the emperor's disciples and had a special relationship as fellow disciples. However, he also understood that Xiao Lulang wasn't the kind of person who would pretend to comply but secretly oppose. You should go back, Xiao Lulang said. It's too hot here. I'm leaving. Ning Ziyuan saw that he didn't want to talk about this topic. He sighed, took the food box and carefully left. In the afternoon, Xiao Lulang gave the new inscription he wrote to Yang Xiuzhua. Yang Xiuzhua naturally had a lot of picky comments. If it weren't for the rules, he might have thrown this stack of inscriptions at Xiao Lulang's head. You can't do anything right. He sat back in his chair angrily and glared at Xiao Lulang. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and rewrite it. Xiao Lulang turned and left. Hey, what's with your attitude? Yang Xiuzhua gritted his teeth and was about to explode when Royal Prince suddenly walked in. He looked at Xiao Lulang, who was walking in, and then looked at Yang Xiuzhua, who was fuming. He said gently with a hint of guilt, "Did I come at a bad time? How could it be?" Yang Xiuzhua's expression changed in a second. He stood up with a grin and came in front of Royal Prince, and Royal Prince dodged his bow and said politely, "There's no Royal Prince in here. There's only Zhuang Yuheng." Yang Xiuzhua, you're too polite. Yes. Yang Xiuzhua laughed and scratched his head. He asked, Yuheng is looking for me? Is there something you need from me? Royal Prince said, I met Scholar Han on the way here. He said that there's a batch of history books in the library of Mount Yueluo that needs editing. He asked Yang Xiuzhua to bring a few people over. It's best if you can finish it by today. The library of Mount Yueluo was donated by a hermit. There were many history books from different dynasties inside. However, some of them needed editing. Yang Xiuzhua quickly said, Okay, I'll bring people over immediately. Editor Zhuang. I can go. Royal Prince nodded. Yang Xiuzhua smiled brightly. Royal Prince looked at Xiao Lulang, who had already walked out, and said, Bring Xiao Lulang with you. I remember that he's very good at history. Yang Xiuzhua flattered. He can't be compared to you. However, since Royal Prince said so, Yang Xiuzhua temporarily gave up on torturing Xiao Lulang to write the inscription on the tombstone. Instead, he brought Xiao Lulang and Royal Prince into Mount Yueluo outside the capital. Ning Ziyuan didn't go. He was called to do odd jobs by the reading officer in the afternoon. Chapter 293. Yueluo Mountain wasn't too far from the capital. After exiting the South City Gate, it was 10 miles southeast. The library pavilion had 2 courtyards. There were only 2 study rooms where the books were kept, the east and west rooms. The owner of this house probably didn't like to study very much. The books were placed messily without any classification. There were bamboo books and paper books. The order of the books was all out of order. Many of them were eaten by termites. However, these ancient books were very important to the study of history. What they needed to do was to organize them according to different dynasties and eras. The missing pages or damaged pages would be filled in as much as possible. The ones that couldn't be filled in would be marked properly. Later, they would ask the Hanlin Academy's 5 classic scholars and scholars for advice. There were 4 editors and 2 editors in the library pavilion. Yang Xiuzhu thought there were enough people. After all, there were only 2 study rooms. However, when he entered the room, he was completely dumbfounded. Was this really a study room? Was this really a storage room? The bookshelves and cabinets were all over the place. Books were scattered all over the floor. The previous servants had probably tidied them up and put them in baskets. However, they didn't know how to read and put them in a mess. Yang Xiuzhu was in a terrible fix. He hated that he didn't bring more people over. Royal Prince also had a headache. The Hanlin Academy scholar reminded him that the task might be a bit heavy. However, he didn't expect it to be this heavy. He held his forehead and sighed, Official Yang, let's move all the books out first and tidy up the room. Yes. Yuheng is right. Yang Xiuzhu didn't forget to curry favor with him. He quickly agreed with a smile on his face. He turned to Xiao Lulang. His smile instantly turned cold. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and move the books. Xiao Lulang and an editor surnamed Tsin went to the west room. The west room wasn't facing well. It was sunny in the afternoon and the weather was hot. It was like a steamer. The cooler east room was naturally given to Yang Xiuzhu and Royal Prince, and Yang Xiuzhu wouldn't let Royal Prince tire himself out. He mainly ordered another editor to work. Commandery Prince wanted to move the baskets. Yang Xiuzhu stopped him and said with a smile, Let them do this. Yuheng, you go outside and dry the books. Drying books was relatively easy. They only needed to put the books one by one on the bench under the porch, on the stone table in the courtyard, or on the ground. Royal Prince did not purposely pretend to be a sensible junior. Everyone was born different. He was born superior to others and he had paid a huge price for this. People who weren't born as noble as him wouldn't have to leave their homes and become a hostage in an enemy country at the age of 8. Therefore there was nothing to decline. Royal Prince N naturally accepted Yang Xiuju's arrangement. Yang Xiu was mainly in charge of directing at the scene and occasionally helped Royal Prince N to dry his books. Xiao Yulong's legs were inconvenient, so his movements were slower. Editor Tsin, who was assigned to the same room as him, was a scholar from 3 years ago. When the library closed this year, he entered the Hanlin Academy as an editor. He was also a newcomer, but he was a few months earlier than Xiao Lulang, Royal Prince N, and Ning Ziyuan. Of course, he knew that Xiao Lulang was the new top scholar. However, this top scholar seemed to have offended the second place. Even the third-place scholar, Ning Ziyuan, had a better life than him. Editor Tsin curled his lips in annoyance. How unlucky, why am I assigned to the same room as you? Xiao Lulang didn't say anything. He silently picked up the books on the ground and put them into the baskets. They worked for the whole afternoon. Even Royal Prince N, who was only responsible for drying the books, felt his back ache. However, they had only finished half of the work. They had moved the books out, but they hadn't put them in the baskets yet. You two clean the room first. Yang Xiuju ordered Xiao Lulang and editors, you clean the east room, you clean the west room. Editor Tsin didn't dare to disobey. Between the two rooms he chose the east room, which was relatively cooler. Xiao Lulang didn't fight with him. Editor Tsin didn't feel grateful. Instead, he sneered at Xiao Lulang, if I wasn't assigned to the same room as you, I wouldn't be so unlucky. These words were a bit too much. Xiao Lulang was a 6th-rank editor. His official position was higher than his. Today, whether Xiao Lulang came or not, he would have to do the dirtiest and most tiring work. After all, they were both 7th-rank editors. They couldn't let the noble Royal Prince N do it. Why would Royal Prince N care about a 7th-rank minor official? It wasn't because the Zhuang family had grandparents and grandchildren. All the descendants of the Zhuang family had to take the imperial exam and enter the government. They couldn't be officials. Royal Prince N wouldn't waste his talent like this. Editor Tsin didn't have the guts to complain about Royal Prince N, so he vented his anger on Xiao Lulang, who was always being bullied. Xiao Lulang was too lazy to pay attention to him. He took a broom and went to clean the west room. The west room was bigger and messier than the east room. He first straightened the bookcases and shelves. His body was much stronger than it was a year ago. If he was still the little sickly boy who fainted by the roadside from hunger, he wouldn't be able to move these shelves. The young man's body faintly emitted a vigorous masculine strength. His sleeves were gently rolled up. The muscles on his forearms were firm and the lines were distinct. Sweat dripped down his delicate chin. Royal Prince N was resting outside. He inadvertently glanced at the window of the west room. Even though he was a man, he was almost dazzled at that moment. Xiao Lulang finished cleaning the west room. He was surprised to find that this room actually had an attic. The ladder was behind the last row of bookshelves. He rubbed the ladder and looked around. There were also books in the attic. However, probably because it was too hidden, no one had touched it. Other than being covered in dust, it wasn't too messy. Xiao Lulang decided to move the books in first. He would clean up the attic later. Move the books in. It's going to rain. Xiao Lulang went out and said to the others. Royal Prince N looked at the gloomy sky and frowned. Why didn't he notice it earlier? He even spread the books out so much. It was troublesome to put them away. Then hurry up and clean up, he said. However, Xiao Lulang finished cleaning the west room. Editor Tsin's east room was only half cleaned. How did you do it? You still haven't cleaned such a small room. Yang Xiu scolded Editor Tsin. After scolding, he said to Xiao Lulang, go help him clean it up. They originally had 2 coachmen. However, the roof was leaking and the coachmen went to fix the roof. They couldn't free themselves now. Xiao Lulang went to the east room. Editor Tsin glared at him indignantly. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You deliberately made me look bad in front of official Yang. What did this have to do with Xiao Lulang? Xiao Lulang worked quickly because he wasn't like most scholars who only studied. Other than the heavy work that Gu Jiao didn't allow him to do, he did everything else. Was this also his fault? Xiao Lulang said indifferently, use your time to throw a tantrum on sweeping. The east room has already been cleaned. You. Editor Tsin choked. After the east room was cleaned, they moved the books in. Just as they finished moving the last basket, it started to drizzle. At this time the roof was also repaired. They let out a sigh of relief. Next they had to organize the books. At this point Yang Xiu didn't bully anyone. He, Royal Prince N, and another editor organized the books in the east room. Xiao Lulang, Editor Tsin, and another editor organized the books in the west room. The rain gradually became heavier. The summer heat was washed away and the temperature dropped. The west room wasn't as hot as it used to be. They buried their heads in their work and were all very serious. Xiao Lulang was a newcomer, so the task he was given wasn't heavy. After he finished organizing the 2 rows of bookshelves in front of him, he remembered the attic above. He took a rag and an oil lamp and climbed up the ladder to the attic. The books in the attic didn't look messy, but when he looked carefully they were all in the wrong category. He hung up the oil lamp and cleaned up the dust. Then he organized the books one by one. There were no pens or paper in the attic. When he encountered a damaged book, he first put it aside and repaired it later. He was so engrossed in his work that he didn't notice that it was getting late. When he was alerted by a pain in his back, he decided to go down for a walk. Only then did he realize that the room was already dark. It was drizzling outside. He carried the oil lamp and walked in the silent room. "Is anyone here?" he asked. What answered him was the sound of the rain. Xiao Lulang carried the oil lamp and walked around the courtyard. In the end, he made sure that everyone had left and the front door was locked. Xiao Lulang went to the back door. As expected, the back door was also locked. Although there was no gold or silver in here, they were worried that thieves would come in and destroy the ancient books in the study. Therefore, when they left, they would lock it from the outside. On the way here, Xiao Lulang had observed the terrain. This house was at the foot of Mount Yueluo. The nearest house was a tea shed about a mile away. The tea shed only did business during the day. At night they returned to the village. "It seems that I can't go back tonight." Xiao Lulang looked at the pattering rain. Something flashed through his mind. He frowned, sighed, and turned to step into the corridor. The house had been empty for a long time, so naturally there was nothing to eat. Fortunately, Ning Ziyuan gave him a bowl of yangchun noodles at noon, so he wasn't hungry yet. He was almost out of the oil lamp. He went to the east room and got the oil lamp there. Since he had nothing to do, Xiao Lulang began to organize the books. Because of the heavy workload, they had only organized less than a third of the books. They hadn't even begun to repair the damaged ancient books. Xiao Lulang had been at the Hanlin Academy for less than a month. His good historiography was actually thanks to Elder Feng. Elder Feng had left him many history books in the collection. Emperor Huizong rode his horse to the North Yen Pass. He wanted to cross the Yen River. Xiao Lulang had been lucky enough to read this part in Elder Feng's book. It was about the second emperor of the previous dynasty, Emperor Wen Huizong, who had personally led the army. The weather was bad that day, so it was not suitable to cross the river. Wen Huizong didn't listen to advice and insisted on going. Fortunately, a fisherwoman risked her life to stop him. In the latter half of the night, the rain poured down, the Yen River swelled, and the whirlpool didn't stop. Wen Huizong sighed with emotion that he and the 3 armies had escaped disaster. After returning, Wen Huizong disregarded the opposition of the court and resolutely made the fisherwoman his concubine. It was supposed to be a beautiful story, but the fisherwoman's ending was not so lucky. There were 3,000 beauties in the harem, but only the new ones smiled, not the old ones cried. The fisherwoman had not seen the emperor since the 3rd year she entered the palace. She grew old in the depths of the palace, and before she died, she left behind a piece of Ode to the North Yen Pass, to express her loneliness and bitterness. What was missing was the Ode to the North Yen Pass. Xiao Lulang picked up his brush and added the Ode to the North Yen Pass. The next day, a servant who was guarding the house came to the house. He was guarding the house for the original owner and only came once every 3 to 5 days. It had rained last night and he was worried that the roof would leak again, so he came to take a look. He first went to the east study. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered, he would see a person lying on the desk? He was so frightened that he fell to the ground. A ghost. It was no wonder that he thought the other party was a ghost. The door was locked, so who else could come in except for ghosts? Xiao Lulang was awakened by his shout, and the head that was pressed against his arm slowly lifted. It was a face that was perfect and impeccable even though there were marks on it. The servant was stunned. How was this a ghost? He was clearly an immortal. Furthermore, the room was so clean. What else could it be but an immortal spell? Although the people from the imperial court might come to clean it up, he had only been here yesterday morning. How could those delicate officials have cleaned it up? Xiao Lulang finished tidying up the books in the west room last night. Seeing that it was still dark, he tidied up the books in the east room as well. He only went to sleep when it was almost dawn. What time is it? Xiao Lulang sat up straight, tidied his clothes and asked calmly. The servant said in a daze, "Chin, 7:45. Xiao Lulang frowned. It's already so late. Hanlin Academy was on duty at 7 a.m. Xiao Lulang looked at him. Is there a carriage nearby? The servant said, Yes, there's one in the tea shed. Immortal? Young master, do you need a carriage? Xiao Lulang opened his pouch, took out a silver pellet and handed it to him. Please help me hire a carriage. Okay. The servant stepped forward, took the silver pellet with both hands, and went out to hire a carriage for Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang stood up and planned to go to the backyard to get some water to wash up. When the servant turned around, he happened to see Xiao Lulang coming out of the east room with a cane. He was stunned. Ah! Xiao Lulang took the carriage back to the capital. He wasn't the only one in the carriage. There were 2 other peddlers going to the capital. They had hired the carriage first, so he had to send them off first. The place they were going to was not far from Hanlin Academy, so Xiao Lulang went directly to Hanlin Academy. As soon as he entered Hanlin Academy, Ning Ziyuan hurried over. Lulang, where did you go? You came to Hanlin Academy so late. Don't you know that you'll get a demerit for being late? Yang Xiuan was so angry just now. He's gone out now. Xiao Lulang said, I didn't do it on purpose. They didn't call me when they came back last night? Wait, did you say Yang Xiuan was angry? Ning Ziyuan said, yes, he said, what's wrong with you? Do you think you're so great just because you're the new top scorer? Oh, why didn't they call you when they came back? Xiao Lulang was about to answer when Editor Tsin came out of the office with a few books in his arms. When he saw Xiao Lulang, he stopped in his tracks. Then his eyes flashed and he lowered his eyes guiltily, pretending not to see Xiao Lulang as he walked past. Ning Ziyuan wasn't familiar with Editor Tsin, and he didn't know about the discord between him and Xiao Lulang, so he didn't notice Editor Tsin's strange behavior. However, he noticed Xiao Lulang's gaze on Editor Tsin. Lulang, what's wrong with you? Ning Ziyuan asked. Nothing. Xiao Lulang looked away and said to Ning Ziyuan, you can go back to work. There were too many people here and Xiao Lulang was ostracized, so Ning Ziyuan didn't dare to get too close to him. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today. Everyone had their own rules of survival. Xiao Lulang would rather break than be gay, but Ning Ziyuan could be gay, but he would keep his bottom line in his heart. After Ning Ziyuan left, Xiao Lulang returned to his office. Editor Tsin quietly opened the door to his office, stuck his head out and looked at Xiao Lulang's office. There were so many people yesterday, so Xiao Lulang shouldn't have suspected him for no reason. However, once a person did something wrong, they would easily feel guilty. He always felt that Xiao Lulang would rush over and question him in the next second. In fact, Yang Xiuzhua had asked Xiao Lulang last night. At that time, everyone was so tired that they couldn't even move their fingers. Yang Xiuzhua, Commandery Prince and Lu Xiuzhua got into the carriage in front. Xiao Lulang and Wang Xiuzhua were in the same carriage. Yang Xiuzhua's carriage left first. Before leaving, Yang Xiuzhua asked him to call Xiao Lulang. He agreed. He knew that Xiao Lulang was in the attic. He didn't call him. Wang Xiuzhua thought that Xiao Lulang went to Yang Xiuzhua's office, so he didn't ask. At that time he didn't think too much. He just wanted to teach Xiao Lulang a lesson. Who told him to be unlucky? However, Yang Xiuzhua was so angry this morning. He was afraid that when Yang Xiuzhua confronted Xiao Lulang, he would be exposed. Forget it. At worst, he could say that Xiao Lulang was hiding in the attic and he didn't see him. He thought that Xiao Lulang left early. In order to make this statement more convincing, he went to Wang Xiuzhua's bank and asked him, Wang Xiuzhua, do you remember that Xiao Lulang left early yesterday afternoon? Wang Xiuzhua was stunned. He's not here? I didn't notice. Since Xiuzhua said, I noticed. He left after working for a while. Wang Xiuzhua thought carefully. It seemed that after the sky darkened, he didn't see Xiao Lulang again. Until the end of the day, Xiao Lulang didn't see Yang Xiuzhua. Xiao Lulang left Hanlin Academy. Kong Mu, who was in charge of the roll call, suddenly stopped Xiao Lulang and said, your family came last night. They said they were your wife. She asked where you went. I said you went with Yang Xiuzhua to work outside the city. Xiao Lulang nodded. Many thanks. Yang Xiuzhua hadn't finished organizing the books last night. He had rushed over early in the morning after finishing his work. He and Xiao Lulang didn't go the same way, so they missed each other perfectly. However, when Yang Xiuzhua arrived at the library, he found that the mess from last night had already been cleaned up. This. Yang Xiuzhua was confused. What's going on? Who tidied it up? Or did they finish it when I took a nap in the carriage yesterday? Yang Xiuzhua picked up a few baskets of important books and brought them back to Hanlin Academy. After Scholar Han read through them, he was full of praise. Not bad. You did a good job. Several of the 5 classic scholars also browsed through the books. These books were all important documents of great value to the study of history, especially the section related to the previous dynasties when Huizong. Even the complete version couldn't be found in Hanlin Academy's library. Scholar Han picked out a few books and sent them to the cabinet. He had them look through them and see if there were any mistakes. Grand Secretary Yuan was also there. He focused on the ode to the north of Yen. This ode had been lost for hundreds of years. Many scholars had spent their entire lives trying to restore it. Even he had tried before. However, after consulting all the documents, he could only restore the first small section. He thought this ode would have 500 words at most. He didn't expect there to be over 1,000 words. How much effort did this take? Grand Secretary Yuan looked at it as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Even the movements of his hands became lighter. Scholar Han couldn't tell whether it was them who restored it or the previous owner of the library. After all, there were many traces of restoration in the library. Some of the traces were even very new. However, Grand Secretary Yuan could tell that the handwriting was made within 3 days. Scholar Han thought for a moment and said, "That must be Prince Sen. I heard from Yang Xiozhua that it was all thanks to him this time. If it weren't for him, this time wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Among the people accompanying them, Yang Xiozhua only emphasized Prince Sen. He didn't mention Xiao Lulang at all. Grand Secretary Yuan paused. "Are you talking about the grandson of Grand Secretary Zhuang? That prince who is only 18 years old?" Scholar Han nodded. "Right, that's him. Even though he is a prince, he has never considered himself a prince in Hanlin Academy. Yesterday when I went to organize these books, he also didn't complain about the hard work, not uttering a single word of complaint." Grand Secretary Yuan remained silent for a moment. He stroked his beard. "Grand Secretary Zhuang has obtained a good grandson." After pausing for a moment, he then said, "Could you leave these books here for me to admire for a few days?" Scholar Han cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Grand Secretary sir, you can look at them for as long as you want. There is no need to rush." Scholar Han brought the books here precisely for Grand Secretary Yuan to admire. If he didn't like to look at them, then he would have come for nothing. Moreover, to be able to obtain Grand Secretary Yuan's favor was such an honor. Even though Grand Secretary Yuan didn't like to play with power like Grand Secretary Zhuang, his influence in the court was definitely not something Grand Secretary Zhuang could suppress. Grand Secretary Zhuang would rather offend Marquis Xianping than offend Grand Secretary Yuan. Similarly, Marquis Xianping had insulted all of the court's civil and military officials, but he had never insulted Grand Secretary Yuan. This was an elder of 3 dynasties who stood above the vortex of power. He had assisted 3 emperors. Even Empress Dowager Zhuang would get off the sedan chair for him when she saw him. Chapter 294. This book's newest chapter isn't finished yet. Novels will be updated even faster. An old official like Grand Secretary Yuan didn't need any meaningless social interactions. It was fine even if he didn't go. After the end of the day, Grand Secretary Yuan read a few books before returning to the Yuan Manor. Old Madame Yuan was born into a scholarly family in Jiangnan. The manor was built under her supervision, so it was like a small Jiangnan garden. Grand Secretary Yuan had never taken a concubine in his life, and none of his sons took a concubine either. Only after his second daughter-in-law passed away in childbirth did his second son remarry. In the garden, a blue-clothed little Taoist nun was absent-mindedly reading a book. It wasn't some scripture, but rather a novel she found in a small study room. At her side, a purple-clothed girl was using a net made of spider silk and bamboo strips to catch butterflies. When she saw Grand Secretary Yuan walk over, the purple-clothed girl's eyes lit up. She handed the bamboo net in her hands to her accompanying maid, and then she raised her skirt, running over without any regard for her image. Grandpa, you're back." Grand Secretary Yuan felt a headache when he saw his little granddaughter run like crazy. "Don't run, be careful not to fall." "I definitely won't fall." The purple-clothed girl stopped in front of him and gave him a proper greeting. Then she intimately grabbed his arm. Grandpa, why did you come back so late today?" Grand Secretary Yuan said, "I was reading a book for a while." The purple-clothed girl clearly wasn't interested in books, so she didn't ask any further. Grand Secretary Yuan's eyes landed on the little Taoist nun on the stone bench. The little Taoist nun seemed to have sensed his sizing up. She slowly put down the book and gave him a proper Taoist priest greeting. "Benefactor Yuan." Grand Secretary Yuan slowly sighed. "You still haven't returned to the secular world?" The little Taoist nun said, "I haven't." Grand Secretary Yuan looked at the novel in her hands. "If you haven't returned to the secular world, how can you read these romantic books?" The little Taoist nun was silent for a moment. Her expression didn't change as she said, "In Benefactor Yuan's eyes, these are romantic books, but in this poor's eyes, they are a world of their own." Grand Secretary Yuan, all right, stop saying strange things. The purple-clothed girl had a headache. One was her elder sister and the other was her grandfather. If they were separated, she would be able to understand what they were saying. But when the two of them were talking, she couldn't understand a single word. Grand Secretary Yuan, if you have the ability, don't eat meat at night. Immeasurable Celestial Venerable. The little nun curtsied with a pious expression. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Celestial Venerable's heart remains. Grand Secretary Yuan was speechless again. Grand Secretary Yuan was ultimately defeated, leaving with a dark face. Who would have thought that Grand Tutor Yuan, who even Grand Tutor Zhuang couldn't subdue, would be defeated by a little granddaughter? To put it bluntly, he still doted on her. This granddaughter was born with bad fortune and almost died. Old Madame Yuan found a Taoist priest to read her fortune, saying that she had to be raised in a Taoist temple under the protection of the immeasurable Tianzuan so that she could grow up safely. Grand Secretary Yuan didn't believe this at first, but old Madame Yuan insisted on sending the child to the Taoist temple. That child really did get better, but as soon as he was brought back, he fell ill again a few days later. After repeating this a few times, the child was finally able to live in the Taoist temple. It was only when she turned 16 that she was brought back. Father. Grand Secretary Yuan's eldest son saw him outside the courtyard and curtsied. "You've come back late today. Did something happen in the inner court?" "It's not official business." Grand Secretary Yuan waved his hand and walked into the courtyard. He sat down on a chair with an official's hat in the central room. A maid served him tea. He drank a mouthful of tea and then slowly said to his eldest son, "Baolin isn't young anymore. It's time to discuss marriage, right?" Yuan Pei chuckled and said, "It is time to discuss marriage. Father, do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" Grand Secretary Yuan paused. "Originally I didn't. Then he did now." Yuan Pei looked towards his father expectantly. Grand Secretary Yuan said, "That child from the Zhuang family isn't bad." "Zhuang family? That Grand Tutor Zhuang's Zhuang family? His family's young master of the right age." Yuan Pei ran through the names in his mind, and then he was shocked. "The new second-ranked royal prince? Grand Secretary Yuan nodded. Yuan Pei pondered. "That child isn't bad indeed. He had a reputation for being virtuous and he was smart and motivated. When he was 8 years old he was taken hostage in Qin country, yet he didn't cry or make a fuss. The fact that he could return alive was enough to prove his ability. This type of man was rarely seen in the world, but he was indeed worthy of their family's Baolin." Yuan Pei was confused. "Father, weren't you unwilling to form a marriage alliance with these aristocratic families?" It was Grand Secretary Yuan's principle to not get involved in the struggles of the imperial court. He was only loyal to Zhao country. Grand Secretary Yuan didn't give a complicated answer. He only said this after careful consideration. "That child is more outstanding than I imagined." The little Taoist nun still didn't know that her marriage had already been targeted by her grandfather. She was dragged out of the Yuan estate by her younger sister. The purple-clothed girl tugged at her. "Older sister, hurry up. There's a lantern festival today. There's a lot of people. If we're late, we won't be able to squeeze in." The little Taoist nun helplessly rolled her eyes. She only wanted to read the novels. Had the princess discovered the mistress that the prince consort kept outside? Has the switched child been recognized by the princess or not? Also, the princess's widow's best friend had slept with the prince consort thousands of times. When would the princess finally recognize this vixen's true colors? The novels these days were becoming more and more excessive. They were so heart-wrenching. The Lantern Festival was on Chang and Main Street. There weren't many people at the moment, but it would be hard to say in a while. All right, right here." The purple-clothed girl called for the carriage to stop. She grabbed the little Taoist nun's hand and jumped off. She was in too much of a hurry, so she didn't notice a carriage coming out of an alley to the side. The little Taoist nun did notice it, but they were too close for the purple-clothed girl to slowly hide. She pulled the purple-clothed girl back. In a bit of a hurry, she used too much strength and dragged the purple-clothed girl from one side to the other. Then the purple-clothed girl bumped into someone. She lost her balance and fell to the ground with the other person. Ah! Her elbow coincidentally landed on the softest part of the other party's abdomen. It was really painful. The other person was caught off guard. The pain made their entire face contort. The purple-clothed girl didn't feel too much pain because she was on top of the other person. However, when she came back to her senses, she discovered that the other person was actually a man. She had actually fallen together with a man in broad daylight. The color drained from her face. She raised her hand and slapped the other person. Lecher. The other person was stunned. He stared at her in disbelief. Are you kidding me? You were the one who bumped into me. You're hurting my stomach. I haven't even gotten even with you yet. The purple-clothed girl quickly got up from his body and wrapped her arms around her shoulders. She stared at him vigilantly and angrily. Forget what? Forget it if you have the guts. I am warning you. Don't think you can take advantage of me just because you touched me. If you dare tell anyone about what happened today, I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm the one who wants to kill you. The young man jumped up, his eyes filled with killing intent. The little Taoist nun stood in front of the purple-clothed girl and stared at him coldly. It was at this moment that a deep voice came from behind the young man. What are you doing? Come back. The young man glared at the purple-clothed girl, then unwillingly returned to the man's side. The man cupped his hands in salute to the little Taoist nun and the purple-clothed girl. My apologies. My younger brother offended you. The young man pointed at the purple-clothed girl. It wasn't me. It was her. Not to be outdone, the purple-clothed girl pointed back. It was you. The little Taoist nun looked at the handsome man and asked, Who are you? Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing gave it some thought and didn't try to hide it. His identity was useful in the capital. At the very least, the Gu family wasn't filled with perverts. Oh, the little Taoist nun said, I've never heard of you. She had just left the mountain, so she hadn't heard of him. She turned to the purple-clothed girl. Yuan Tong, come here. Ah, you're called Cylinder? Gu Qingfeng threw his head back and laughed. Are you a Yi brand? You're called Cylinder? Ah. Why don't you call yourself Air Tiao? Gu Changqing said sternly. Qingfeng, shut up. This time it was Yuan Tong's turn to laugh. She put her hands on her hips and looked at Gu Qingfeng mockingly. So you're a hornet? No wonder you're so annoying. Yuan Tong, Cylinder. Gu Qingfeng, Bumblebee. Cylinder. Hornet. The two of them were red in the face. Go back and tell grandfather if you make any more noise. Go back and tell grandfather if you make any more noise. The first sentence was said by Gu Changqing, and the second by the little Taoist nun. Both of them said it almost at the same time. Their words were so intimidating that Yuan Tong and Gu Qingfeng shut their mouths at the same time. Their mouths were shut, but their eyes were still open. The two of them rolled their eyes at each other. Chapter 295. This farce didn't last long because the Lantern Festival had begun. Yuan Tong didn't have the time to argue with this big wasp and dragged her sister to the festival. She's really too much. Are women nowadays so unreasonable? Gu Qingfeng touched his crushed stomach and then touched his face. Yuan Tong was a little girl who didn't know martial arts. That slap wasn't too strong, but it was to embarrass Gu Qingfeng. The real pain was in his waist. Could a man's stomach be crushed here? Would it still work in the future? I suspect it's all bruised, Gu Qingfeng muttered bitterly. Gu Changqing looked at him lightly and said, How old are you? 18? 19. What's wrong? He was the same age as Xiao Lulang, but the months were different. Now he was 18 years old and 19 years old. But Gu Changqing didn't say anything and only gave him a look. Gu Qingfeng didn't feel that he was in the wrong. He was the one who was hit, but he was slapped for no reason. Who could he reason with? Gu Changqing ignored him and turned to walk towards Jade Water Alley. Those who grew up in the capital knew the Lantern Festival like the back of their hand. In a while, Chang and Main Street would be so congested that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Gu Changqing looked at Gu Qingfeng, who was following behind him, and asked, Aren't you here to watch the Lantern Festival? Why aren't you going? Gu Changqing went to see Gu Yan and Gu Qingfeng went to watch the Lantern Festival. The two of them were going the same way, so they walked together. Gu Qingfeng snorted, I was going to watch the Lantern Festival, but that Yuan Tong is also going there. I don't want to meet her. Whoever meets her will be unlucky. Be careful with your words, Gu Changqing said sternly. Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips. Speaking of morals, Gu Qingfeng was actually not as good as his younger brother, Gu Qinglin. Gu Qinglin was spoiled by his family, but his words and actions outside were still very much like a noble young master. If Gu Qinglin was slapped by this girl today, he would probably choke until his face turned red and he wouldn't be able to say a single word. Gu Changqing didn't say anything else. If Gu Qingfeng wanted to follow, then so be it. Gu Yan's body was fine and he had already moved back from the old chancellor's place. However, for the time being he didn't go to Qinghe Academy to study, nor did he go to Nanxiang and Master Lu's place to learn skills. Gu Jiao and the others were not there. Only little Jing Kong came back from the Imperial College. He was holding his personal bucket in one hand and his personal paddle in the other. He was carefully watering the recipes in the front yard. After watering, he would put the chicks in to catch insects in the vegetable field. Little Jing Kong stopped watering when he heard the door being pushed open. He turned around and said excitedly, "Big brother, you're here." Jing Kong. Gu Changqing nodded and stepped over the threshold. Gu Qingfeng also walked in. He didn't come to Qingshui Alley many times. What left the deepest impression was that he was anesthetized and thrown on the bed and witnessed a bloody and terrible operation with his own eyes. He couldn't eat meat until now. This big brother is here too. Little Jing Kong had seen Gu Qingfeng in the medical center before. However, he didn't know his name, so he called him Big Brother. It was every doctor's professional ethics to not ask about the patient's privacy. Jiao Jiao was a doctor, but he was also a junior doctor. He had successfully saved a handsome uncle. Gu Qingfeng hummed. He looked at the little guy who shaved Gu Qingling's hair into a yin-yang hairstyle. In fact, there was still a little shadow in his heart. However, it was undeniable that the little guy was really good-looking. "I'll help you," Gu Changqing said to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said, okay. Jiao Jiao said that sometimes you don't need a person's help to accept it. It's okay to like it. You like Big Brother. The water in the small wooden bucket was almost gone. There was still half a dish to be watered, so Gu Changqing went to the backyard to get water. He passed the gifts he had brought for them to little Jing Kong along the way. Little Jing Kong held the big bag in his arms and looked at Gu Qingfeng with his head tilted. Gu Qingfeng was embarrassed by his gaze. He touched the bridge of his nose and said to him, "Then I'll help you too. Is there any other work to be done?" Little Jing Kong nodded. His eyes were shining. He pointed his finger and said, "There's a small bucket over there too." Little Jing Kong brought Gu Qingfeng to another small bucket. Then, his fair and handsome face suddenly darkened. Why was his big brother carrying water? It was his turn to carry feces. Gu Qingfeng resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said, "Why did you pick this thing?" Little Jing Kong said seriously, "To fertilize it. The better the fertilizer, the fatter the vegetables." The standard to determine if the fertilizer was good was, Gu Qingfeng didn't dare to think further. Originally he just couldn't eat meat. From now on he couldn't eat vegetables as well? What kind of hatred and resentment did he have with this house in Jade Water Alley? If it happened again he wouldn't even need to drink water anymore. He wanted to help the little monk, so he had to help him even if he had to cry. Wu Gu Qingfeng, the noble young master, finally understood what it meant to make a life worse than death. Gu Changqing went to Gu Yan's room. Gu Yan had just woken up from his sleep. He was sitting in front of the window in a daze. A tuft of hair on the top of his head stood up restlessly. Perhaps it was because of the rain last night, but the weather today wasn't hot. There was a cool breeze which was very comfortable for Gu Changqing. But it was a bit cold for Gu Yan. He sat there in thin clothes. At first glance he looked like a helpless little boy. Actually, he was just waking up from his sleep. However, in Gu Changqing's eyes, he was sad because of something. Was it because of Tang Ming? Or was it because of him? Gu Changqing wasn't sure. A layer of apprehension surged in his heart. He wanted to go over and put some clothes on him, but he was worried that he would hate him and not want to see him. "You're here." It was Yao Shi's voice. Yao Shi had just gone to the kitchen to make a plate of pastries for Gu Yan. She didn't see Gu Changqing in the front yard, who was being squeezed dry by little Jing Kong. She wasn't surprised by Gu Changqing's appearance. "I heard that something happened in the army camp a while ago. Are you okay?" Yao Shi asked. This was the first time she, as his stepmother, openly showed concern for Gu Changqing after he grew up. When she first married into the Marquis's household, she naively thought that she could raise 3 children, even if it wasn't what she wanted. But she was already married. She didn't think of running away. But the result was obvious. "I'm fine," Gu Changqing replied politely. Hearing his voice, Gu Yan finally reacted. He reflexively turned around. Gu Changqing noticed his movements from the corner of his eyes and hurriedly looked over, as if he wanted to see his expression. But Gu Yan didn't know if it was because he suddenly thought of something, but he turned his head back halfway. Gu Changqing felt a wave of disappointment. Yao Shi looked at Gu Yan and lowered her eyes to smile. She handed the plate of pastries in her hand to Gu Changqing. I suddenly remembered that I still have a set of clothes that I haven't finished making. Help me give it to Yen or... Gu Changqing was hesitating whether or not to refuse, but Yao Shi had already stuffed the plate of pastries into his hands. Gu Changqing looked at Yao Shi's back as she walked away. He suddenly felt that if he didn't have so many prejudices in the past and didn't misbelieve the rumors, Yao Shi might really have been a very gentle and understanding stepmother. It was just that his relationship with Yao Shi couldn't be repaired to its ideal state. But between him and Gu Yan, he squeezed his fingers. He didn't want to give up. He knocked on the open door. "I'm coming in." Gu Yan didn't say anything. He only moved his small body forward, silently expressing his resistance. Gu Changqing came to his side and placed a stack of delicious mung bean cakes in front of him. "It's still hot. Eat it while it's hot." Gu Yan didn't eat it. Gu Changqing turned his head and opened the wardrobe. He took out a long gown and put it on him. Gu Yan grabbed the long gown and threw it on the floor without any trace of politeness. If it was said that he had only been testing and guessing before, then Gu Changqing was almost certain that Gu Yan was angry at him. He didn't feel that he had done anything to make Gu Yan angry. If there was anything, it would be the night he was lured out of the military camp by the assassins. His slovenly appearance had offended Gu Yan. But Gu Yan wasn't such an unreasonable child. So, Gu Changqing took a deep breath. A guess that he didn't want to face and didn't want to think about flashed through his mind. "Did you?" He closed his eyes. In the end, he didn't ask those few words. If he could go back in time, he wouldn't have rejected the child who hid behind the tree and secretly watched him practice swordsmanship. He wouldn't have deliberately thrown away his handkerchief. He wouldn't have been indifferent when he needed him the most. He wouldn't have vented his father's anger on him. He wouldn't have neglected him. He wouldn't have hurt him. He wouldn't have. There were too many things that he wouldn't have done. Chapter 296. Yao Shi went to the front yard to collect chili peppers and saw Gu Qingfeng sweating in the vegetable field. Yao Shi was slightly startled and thought she had mistaken him for someone else. But she quickly dismissed the idea. It was indeed Gu Qingfeng. Strange, why is he here? And he's doing work here? Little Jing Kong said seriously, "You can't just water one place. It has to be evenly distributed. Every vegetable needs to be irrigated with fertilizer." Little Jing Kong asked him to do it? They know each other? Gu Qingfeng was about to tell little Jing Kong to do it when he turned around and saw Yao Shi. Their eyes met. The two of them were speechless. At dusk, Xiao Lulang finished his duty at Hanlin Academy. Lin Qingye and Feng Lin also finished their studies at Hanlin Academy. "Lulang." Feng Lin jumped down from the carriage and called him. After Feng Lin finished his studies at the Imperial College, he couldn't continue to live in the Imperial College's dormitory. The price of living in the capital was high and so were the houses. Fortunately, he knew Lin Qingye, the little rich man. He was now living in Lin Qingye's house and paid Lin Qingye some rent every month. The two of them went to class during the day and studied together at night. They learned a lot. Although Hanlin Academy was part of Hanlin Academy, it was different from Hanlin Academy's officials. In the past, the three of them never met. "You're so early today. Didn't those people arrange anything for you?" Feng Lin asked. The main purpose of Feng Lin and the other scholars was to study, so they didn't have much work to do. However, Xiao Lulang was going to be an official, so it was different. Moreover, Xiao Lulang was a newcomer. It was normal for him to be asked to do odd jobs. Ning Ziyuan was also often asked to do odd jobs. Except for Prince In, who had a strong background, everyone in Hanlin Academy respected him and didn't dare to order him around. "Yes, I don't have anything to do today," Xiao Lulang said. "Lulang will send you back." Lin Qingye stuck his head out of the car window and said. Although Lin Qingye had not completely recovered from his stuttering, he was still very happy that he could occasionally spit out 3 words. This was all thanks to Feng Lin. Feng Lin would practice speaking with Lin Qingye every night. This was an inspiration given to him by Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao would help Xiao Lulang practice walking every night. Even after a day, Xiao Lulang did not show any signs of recovery. But Gu Jiao never gave up. Feng Lin was deeply touched. Of course, Xiao Lulang didn't give up on letting Gu Jiao practice her calligraphy every day, which made Gu Jiao go crazy. Xiao Lulang hadn't slept the whole night and hadn't eaten dinner the night before. He didn't have much of an appetite during the day, so he was really tired now. It would be hard for him to walk back alone. He got into the carriage. In order to keep a low profile, Lin Qingye chose a small carriage, but everything inside was filled with the extravagance of a nouveau riche. Lin Qingye was already used to it. Xiao Lulang was almost dazzled. The two of them gave the most comfortable seats to Xiao Lulang. To them, Xiao Lulang was both a teacher and a friend. Without Xiao Lulang, they wouldn't be where they were today. Lulang, you don't look so good. Have you been too tired recently? After all, Feng Lin wasn't in the inner circle of the Hanlin Academy, so he wasn't particularly clear about Xiao Yulang's situation. Plus, everyone knew that they were close to Xiao Lulang, so naturally they wouldn't mention Xiao Lulang in front of them. Feng Lin only occasionally bumped into Ning Ziyuan in the restaurant and asked him a few questions. Xiao Lulang said, "Nothing. How's your study going?" At the mention of this, Feng Lin's attention was successfully diverted. He couldn't help but complain, "I naively thought that after the imperial examinations, I wouldn't have to study anymore. At least, I wouldn't have to write 8-legged essays anymore. I didn't expect that after I stopped writing 8-legged essays, so much history, arithmetic, agriculture, astronomy, the content was similar to the content of the Three Cauldrons, but there was a difference in progress and depth. After all, they were all preparatory officials of the imperial court. Naturally, the direction of their studies was different. Their goal was no longer the imperial examinations, but the path of an official and the benefits of the country and the people. It would be best if they could do practical things for the people. The current Hanlin Academy was stricter than the previous dynasty. It was said that they would go to the countryside. It was just that they didn't know when it would be the turn of the new batch. When Xiao Lulang got home, Gu Jiao had just returned from the medical center. She carried a small basket on her back and her small hands were under the basket. She walked casually, and her aura was somewhat unapproachable. Xiao Lulang inexplicably felt that her walking was a bit arrogant and naughty. He didn't know if she sensed something, but Gu Jiao calmly turned her head around. She probably didn't expect that Xiao Lulang would be behind her. There was a little annoyance that couldn't be removed from her face. Her small eyebrows were also tightly knitted together. The only thing missing was a few words written on her face. "Don't provoke me. I'm very annoyed." When Gu Jiao saw Xiao Lulang, she changed her expression in a second and put on an obedient expression. If being obedient didn't work, then being gentle would do too. Gu Jiao widened her eyes and did her best to show off her S-grade acting skills. Unfortunately, it was too late. Xiao Lulang saw everything that should have been seen. Oh, so she was like this in private? Xiao Lulang seemed to have discovered a new continent. He was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but laugh softly. His stomach that had been hungry for a day and a night, his mind that had been tired the whole night, and his tiredness that had been busy the whole day, all disappeared in the evening breeze at this moment. Gu Jiao grabbed the straps of the small basket with both hands. She lowered her head and kicked the small pebbles on the ground with the tip of her foot. "Don't laugh. You'll see a foul. Give it to me." Xiao Lulang walked over with his walking stick. He wanted to take the small basket on her back. "No need, it's not heavy," Gu Jiao said. The last time she refused to help him carry something was when they went to buy candied haws in Little Jing Kong. A familiar scene flashed through his mind. Xiao Yulang's expression changed slightly. His eyelashes trembled, and he slowly reached out to hold her small hand. His fingertips were so close that he could almost feel the heat on the back of her hand. "Lulang is back. Jiao Jiao is back too." Auntie Lu suddenly walked out of her courtyard and looked at the two of them with a smile. Xiao Lulang quickly pulled back his hand that was about to touch Gu Jiao's fingertips. He greeted Auntie Lu without changing his expression. "Auntie Lu." Gu Jiao looked at Auntie Lu with hidden bitterness. Auntie Lu felt a chill on her forehead. What's wrong with Jianyang today? She doesn't seem very happy." Auntie Lu hurriedly said to Xiao Lulang, "Lulang you, hurry up and coax your wife. Is it because you didn't come back last night that you made her unhappy?" Xiao Lulang couldn't help but smile. He tried his best to suppress the corners of his lips. It took him a lot of effort to keep a serious expression on his face. "Last night, I went with the Yamen to do my duty outside the city." He said this to Auntie Lu and also to Gu Jiao. Auntie Lu stood at the door and looked at the young couple lovingly. She had no intention of entering the house. Xiao Lulang was thin-skinned, old-fashioned, and serious. There was no chance of holding her hand. Gu Jiao walked away with a face full of hidden bitterness. The two of them entered the house. Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng were still there. It had rained last night, and the roof of Master Zhao's house had been damaged. He had originally planned to ask Gu Jiao to help fix it, but Gu Jiao had come to see him before the sun had risen. Master Zhao had come over again just now. After understanding the situation, Gu Changqing went to fix the roof for him. Master Zhao leaned against the wall of his house and chuckled, "Jiao Jiao's mother, is that your eldest son? He's quite capable." Gu Changqing's hand that was reaching for the roof tile paused. He resisted the urge to turn around. Behind him came Madame Yao's voice that was as light as a breeze and as gentle as water. That's right. Dirty linen should not be aired in public. The relationship between Madame Yao and Gu Changqing was not something that outsiders could talk about. Even though he understood that Yao Shi's yes was not truly acknowledging him, Gu Changqing still let out a sigh of relief for no reason. On the other side, Gu Qingfeng was still fertilizing the vegetable garden. He was extremely conflicted and in pain. Little Jing Kong had some free time. He sat on a stool with Little Eight in his arms to supervise the work. While supervising, he stroked Little Eight's fur. He still did not give up on his wish to turn his bad brother-in-law into Little Eight. His master had said that if he was sincere it would work. Every day before he went to bed, he prayed to Buddha. He believed that there would be a day when Buddha would turn his bad brother-in-law into Little Eight and give it to him. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with longing. Xiao Lulang, who had just crossed the threshold. Xiao Lulang was not shocked by Little Jing Kong for too long. After all, there was an even more shocking fertilizing master, Gu Qingfeng. Madame Yao asked Xiao Lulang about last night's situation. Was it tiring? Xiao Lulang avoided the topic and said, it wasn't tiring. I just tidied up the library and did some classification and document repairs. She told him to change his clothes and prepare to eat. She then said to Little Jing Kong, go call the young master over to eat. Little Jing Kong put Little Eight down and pattered away. Madame Yao went next door to call Gu Changqing. Come over to eat first, she said. She paused for a moment and seemed to realize that her invitation was not in line with her relationship with Gu Changqing. She added, you fixed the roof for Master Zhao. If you don't fix it, you'll have to Jiao do it later. It turned out that she was thanking him for doing what Gu Jiao did. Okay. Gu Changqing finished fixing the roof and replaced the last tile, then came down from the roof. Master Zhao brought some fruit and pickled vegetables over and thanked the two. The pickled vegetables were made by home, so Madame Yao accepted it. She had Master Zhao leave the fruit for Xiaobao to eat. Gu Changqing watched her handle the neighborhood relationship with ease and could not help but think, if his mother was still alive, would she be like this? HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikugo mobile reading website. zhbqg.com. Chapter 297. The next day Xiao Lulang woke up early and went to Hanlin Academy. Hanlin Academy was very lively. From time to time, congratulations and laughter could be heard from another row of office rooms. Xiao Lulang didn't know what was going on at first. When Ning Ziyuan arrived, he whispered to him that Yang Xiuzhu had been promoted. Yang Xiuzhu's promotion was no secret, but he heard that it would be at the end of the year. Do you know how he got promoted? Ning Ziyuan asked. How did you get promoted? Xiao Lulang wasn't very interested in Yang Xiuzhu's story. He was just trying to satisfy Ning Ziyuan's curiosity. Let's talk over there. Ning Ziyuan pulled Xiao Lulang to the office room that was emitting the smell of ecstasy. Master Chen was transferred to the Ministry of Revenue early this morning, Ning Ziyuan said. It wasn't rare for the 6 ministries of the imperial court to transfer people from Hanlin Academy. Moreover, Attendant Chen had been chosen by the Minister of Revenue early on and was going to be transferred to work under him. It was because he was going to be transferred that the position of Attendant Chen became vacant, allowing Yang Xiuzhu to be promoted. Master Chen was supposed to be transferred after the new year, but things just happened to be so coincidental. I heard that your library has been organized extremely well, some of the restored books even obtaining Grand Secretary Yuan's favor. Xiao Lulang organized and restored most of the books in the library, but not all of them. Yang Xiuzhu and Royal Prince had also restored some of them, so Xiao Lulang and Shi Yi hadn't guessed that the restored books would be favored by Grand Secretary Yuan. Ning Ziyuan was even more clueless. He was just lamenting that Yang Xiuzhu was too lucky. He wasn't a good person, so how did he have such a good career? Ning Ziyuan sighed. Master Han praised Yang Xiuzhu greatly. No, I should call him Attendant Yang now, a 6th rank attendant. He used to be of the same rank as you, but now he's a level above you. Xiao Lulang said carelessly, it's not like I only found out today that he's going to be promoted. Didn't it matter whether he was promoted sooner or later? Attendant Yang was born as a noble scholar, and it took him 5 years to reach the position of Lord Attendant. For a noble scholar this was considered fast. Xiao Lulang was different. He was the #1 scholar. As long as he didn't court disaster, his promotion speed would definitely be faster than the Jinshi of the same batch. Reading Attendant Yang's superiority over him was only temporary. Take a look at this. Ning Ziyuan took out an inscription tablet from his chest. Xiao Lulang asked, "Why are you carrying this thing with you?" "No, I want you to take a look at its contents." Ning Ziyuan handed the manuscript of the inscription to Xiao Lulang. "Does it look familiar?" Xiao Lulang said, "I wrote it." "What's wrong?" Ning Ziyuan clicked his tongue and said, "Attendant Yang handed it in and said that I guided him for half a day and made him rewrite it 17 times. That's all your credit. Tell me the truth, did he guide you in a single word?" Xiao Lulang took the inscription tablet and casually placed it on the table. He said casually, "It's just an inscription tablet. You're really not angry?" Ning Ziyuan didn't seem to believe him. "What's there to be angry about?" Xiao Lulang asked. "As long as you're not angry." Ning Ziyuan finally let out a sigh of relief. This kind of thing is commonplace in the bureaucracy. Before you make it big, you don't have the right to speak. You're so young, but you're able to keep your composure. You're much better than I was when I was young. But Xiao Lulang, promise me even if one day you climb over these people's heads, you won't become like them. Ning Ziyuan was 30 years old. His appearance wasn't outstanding. His face was square and his skin was dark. But at this moment, he looked at Xiao Lulang with eyes that were bright and full of passion and conviction. It almost made one's eyes burn. Xiao Lulang looked at him steadily and nodded. Ning Ziyuan showed a relieved smile. He patted Xiao Lulang on the shoulder and said with great ambition, "Don't think that I come from a humble background, have no background and have no connections. Occasionally, I dream that one day I will climb up. I don't need to climb too high. Becoming a 5th-rank Hanlin Academy scholar is my lifelong dream." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, as if he wanted to force out all the contempt he had received along the way from his bones. "I'm thinking when I have that day when I'm in charge of the Hanlin Academy, I won't appoint people blindly for money, blindly for connections, blindly for people, blindly for people, blindly for people, blindly for people, and blindly for people to make trouble for me." After the rain, the weather in the capital was pleasant. After court, the officials left the palace in succession and headed to their respective yamens. Grand Tutor Zhuang also left the throne room and chatted with a few colleagues he had good relations with. There was nothing to report to the Empress Dowager today, so he planned to leave the palace. He had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by Grand Tutor Yuan. "Grand Tutor Zhuang." Grand Tutor Zhuang turned around with a bit of surprise. "Grand Tutor Yuan?" Grand Tutor Yuan was the #1 official in the imperial cabinet, but the 2 secondary secretaries, the palace secretary, and the 3 imperial cabinet scholars were all Grand Tutor Zhuang's people. That was why it could be said that almost half of the imperial cabinet was under Grand Tutor Zhuang's control. However, the imperial cabinet still respected Grand Tutor Yuan, so his words still carried the greatest weight. However, Grand Tutor Yuan was getting on in years and wouldn't be able to remain as Grand Tutor for many more years. One day, one of the secondary secretaries would take over his position. When that time came, that would be when Grand Tutor Zhuang completely seized control of the imperial cabinet. On the surface, Grand Tutor Zhuang never clashed with Grand Tutor Yuan, but the two of them never interacted much, so it was unknown why Grand Tutor Yuan stopped him today. Grand Tutor Yuan walked forward and looked towards Grand Tutor Zhuang with an amiable expression. Grand Tutor Zhuang's complexion has become better and better recently. Grand Tutor Zhuang said politely, "It's all thanks to you." Grand Tutor Yuan laughed. "Grand Tutor Zhuang is too polite." Grand Tutor Zhuang said bluntly, "Is there something Grand Tutor Yuan needs me for?" Grand Tutor Yuan said, "It isn't anything major. Yesterday I saw some of the ancient texts Hanlin Academy sent over, they were restored quite well. There were quite a few places that not even the great scholars of the imperial court could make a decision on, but Hanlin Academy filled them all in. I heard that Prince An also participated in the editing and restoration." Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "Is that so? I didn't inquire too much about ancient Jade's matters." He really didn't inquire about it. However, there were naturally people who reported it to him. The reason why he said this was to avoid arousing suspicion in front of Grand Tutor Yuan, to express that he didn't interfere with Hanlin Academy. Grand Tutor Yuan didn't mention Northern Yen Ode on its own, because last night, after burning the midnight oil to read the remaining texts, he discovered that its level of brilliance didn't lose out to Northern Yen Ode in the slightest. At his age, burning the midnight oil to read was already something from 30 years ago, yet he couldn't stop reading last night. Even though he didn't personally see the original ancient texts, most of this history could be verified from other ancient texts. In other words, in order to restore these ancient texts, one needed a vast amount of historical knowledge as a foundation. Moreover, there weren't any mistakes in the handwriting. Even if it was Grand Tutor Yuan himself, it was hard for him to guarantee that under that type of dry state, he wouldn't make a single mistake. Grand Tutor Yuan still didn't know that Xiao Lulang burned the midnight oil lamp to restore it. If he knew, it would be even more shocking. Grand Tutor Zhuang knew Prince An's whereabouts like the back of his hand, so he naturally knew that he had visited Moon Net Mountain's library. He believed that the reason Grand Tutor Yuan said this was because the ancient texts he obtained were indeed the ones Prince An restored. He understood his own grandson's strength well, so he didn't suspect that there was a misunderstanding. He laughed and said, to be able to contribute a bit to Hanlin Academy, his years of studying weren't in vain. How is it just contributing a bit? It is a great contribution. Grand Tutor Yuan never lightly praised others. Even the young noble who reigned supreme in Radiant Capital didn't receive a single word of praise from him. Grand Tutor Zhuang, you have a good grandson. Grand Tutor Zhuang was simply overwhelmed by the favor. This old picky ghost actually knew how to praise others? He suppressed the excitement at the bottom of his heart, cupping his hands. Grand Tutor Yuan praises me too much. Grand Tutor Yuan released a laugh, asking, I heard that Grand Tutor Zhuang's grandson still hasn't discussed marriage? Grand Tutor Zhuang stared blankly. At the end of the 5th month, Hanlin Academy held an examination. Among the scholars, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye were respectively ranked 4th and 5th from the bottom, while Du Ruhan squeezed into the top 9. Grand Tutor Yuan's legitimate grandson Yuan Yu was originally ranked 1st in the scholar examination. This time he performed abnormally, falling to 5th place. The composers and editors didn't rank their results together with them. After all, the examination questions were different. Xiao Lulang was ranked 7th, Ning Ziyuan was ranked 6th, and 1st place was Prince, and Ning Ziyuan came to find Xiao Lulang, saying quietly, that's impossible. I clearly made so many mistakes in my math, you didn't get a single question wrong, how could I possibly do better than you? Math was the easiest to calculate marks in. Right was right, wrong was wrong, unlike the literary test questions which were too subjective. Moreover, even in the literary test, Ning Ziyuan was definitely inferior to Xiao Lulang. Needless to say, it was obvious that Xiao Liulang's results had been deliberately suppressed. This kind of internal examination wasn't as strict as the imperial examination. If the imperial examination examinees weren't satisfied with the results, they could go to the yamen or the examination hall to flip through the examination papers. If they still weren't satisfied after reading, they could go to the yamen to complain. If the imperial examination was over, then so be it. They didn't have a chance to defend themselves. Chapter 298. Ning Ziyuan deeply felt sorry for Xiao Lulang. This was his first time in the capital, but it wasn't his first time coming into contact with officialdom. When he was in the local area, he had been a teacher at the prefectural school and had also been a temporary registrar for the county magistrate. He had seen the darkness and strife of officialdom with his own eyes, but he had never expected that the Hanlin Academy, such a clean place, would have such unfair things. In fact, his own life wasn't very smooth, but this kind of unsmoothness was within the normal range. He had no power, no influence, and no background, so he wasn't valued. Xiao Lulang, on the other hand, was deliberately suppressed. Xiao Lulang had a good mentality and didn't break down. If it were someone else, they would have broken down long ago. Ning Ziyuan didn't say anything else. He patted his shoulder and sighed as he left. Xiao Lulang went out to wash his brush. When he came to the ink washing pool, Royal Prince An happened to also come here to wash his brush. He didn't need to do it himself. Someone else would do it for him. He was surrounded by a group of colleagues who all congratulated him. I heard that Editor Zhuang got 1st place. This is called true gold fears no fire. Yes. This time no one dares to be biased. As they spoke without scruples, they didn't forget to cast meaningful glances at Xiao Lulang. The story of how Xiao Lulang got 1st place had long been spread in the capital. It was said that he had a face that was 70 to 80% similar to the young Duke of Zhaodu, and that he had won the favor of the young Duke's father and the young Duke's senior brothers. Even his top scorer was deliberately given to him by the emperor in order to suppress the Zhuang family. And the emperor couldn't reach so far into everything. The Hanlin Academy was a place where the emperor's bloodline couldn't reach. As a matter of fact, he showed his true colors in the first Hanlin Academy exam. In fact, don't think that scholars would be more reserved than country shrews. Country shrews only had a loud voice and coarse reasoning, so they couldn't scold people's sore spots. When scholars scolded people, they could cut people's hearts open. Their lips and tongues were as sharp as knives and each knife drew blood. However, the officials of the Hanlin Academy were not as unscrupulous as the foppish sons of the Imperial College. They cherished their reputation and would not really block Xiao Lulang here to do anything to him, nor would they deliberately trip him to embarrass him. They would only use their authority to suppress him, or group together to ridicule him and isolate him. Xiao Lulang's expression didn't change much. After washing the brush, he planned to leave. That should be the case. The correct number is 27. After Royal Prince finished explaining the answer to an editor who asked him for advice on arithmetic, he called out to Xiao Lulang, "Wait a moment." Xiao Lulang stopped and looked at him indifferently. "What's the matter?" Royal Prince said, "Hanlin Academy is a place of fair competition. No matter what others say, I hope you understand that strength speaks for itself here. You know how you became the top scorer. Hanlin Academy won't give Marquis Xianping a chance to interfere. You really shouldn't have sided with Marquis Xianping. If he was a general, siding with Marquis Xianping was still acceptable. But he was a scholar. The banker was the tallest tree." Xiao Lulang didn't respond to Royal Prince An's words. He only glanced at the question in the editor's hand and said, 19. After saying that, he calmly left. Royal Prince An frowned. What 19? The editor was studying Royal Prince An's solution and didn't dare to eavesdrop on their conversation. Royal Prince An walked over and took the question to look at it again. He suddenly realized that he missed a number on the 7th step. The final result of the calculation was, Royal Prince An took the pen and paper and calculated on the paper. 19. How did he know? Had he done this question before? It couldn't be that he just listened to the editor read the question and then calculated the result in his mind. Impossible. He wasn't that smart. For this kind of huge calculation, an ordinary person would have to calculate on paper for a day. Even the Hanlin Academy scholars who were smarter than ordinary people would have to spend at least an hour. He was exceptionally smart, so he only used a quarter of an hour. But this still required him to write down the complicated and huge calculation steps on paper. And he calculated wrongly. How could Xiao Lulang calculate it correctly using only mental calculation? After his shift, Royal Prince An sat on the carriage to return home. He was surprised to find Grand Tutor Zhuang in the carriage. "Grandfather." Royal Prince An bowed. "Why are you here?" "I was passing by, so I came to see you," Grand Tutor Zhuang said in a good mood. Ever since Empress Dowager Zhuang sent Zhuang Yueshi home from the palace, Grand Tutor Zhuang hadn't shown such a happy expression for many days. Royal Prince An couldn't help but ask, "Grandfather, why are you so happy? Is there a joyous occasion?" Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at him with admiration and couldn't hide his smile. It's indeed a joyous occasion. There weren't many things that could make his grandfather happy. Royal Prince An looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang in confusion. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Grand Tutor Zhuang finally stopped keeping him in suspense and smiled at Royal Prince An. "Grand Tutor Yuan is interested in you." Grand Tutor Yuan? Royal Prince An was shocked. Grand Tutor Yuan was a prominent figure in Zhao country. He was the #1 assistant minister in the cabinet. Why would he suddenly be interested in him? It wasn't that Royal Prince An looked down on himself and felt that he didn't have the ability. It was just that his reputation had spread out long ago. If Grand Tutor Yuan wanted him, he would have done so long ago. If it was because of this imperial examination, he only got 2nd place. Above him was Xiao Lulang, the new top scholar. Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled. "When you went to Mount Yuluo to organize the library, he saw the ancient books you organized and was very satisfied with you." Royal Prince An was also very satisfied with the ancient books he organized. He had read a lot of books since he was young and never slacked on his studies in Qin country. He was also quite good at history. He didn't organize many ancient books that day, but he was confident that he organized them the best. "Grand Tutor Yuan loves to study ancient books," Grand Tutor Zhuang said. "I see." Royal Prince An was enlightened. No wonder he suddenly liked him. Then, does he plan on taking me as his disciple? It would be great if he could take Grand Tutor Yuan as his master. Although they were all considered the emperor's disciples after passing the Jinshi exam, no one would dislike having such an excellent master. In his opinion, only 4 people in the 6 countries were qualified to be his master. One was the deceased elder Feng, one was Yan country's layman Han Shan, one was Zhao country's Sir Lian Yun, and the last was Grand Tutor Yuan. Even his 4th uncle Zhuang Xianji wasn't qualified. As for Chancellor Hua, he didn't get along with Empress Dowager Zhuang. Royal Prince An naturally didn't like him that much. "Not a disciple but a grandson-in-law," Grand Tutor Zhuang said. Royal Princeton frowned. Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "He wants to betroth you to his granddaughter who grew up in the Taoist temple. That girl's talent is quite good. Grand Tutor Yuan values her, but she's a woman and can't inherit Grand Tutor Yuan's legacy. If you really marry her, you'll be no different from Grand Tutor Yuan's disciple." How was there no difference? There was a generation difference. Royal Princeton didn't say this. His marriage wasn't up to him to decide. However, if he didn't marry the girl he liked, then wouldn't it be the same no matter who he married? After Attendant Yang was promoted, he was busy teaching the scholars in Hanlin Academy and temporarily didn't have time to make things difficult for Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang finished his duty on time. He packed his things and left Hanlin Academy. As soon as he left, Editor Tsun also came out of his office. He had been hiding from Xiao Lulang for the past 2 days. Firstly, he felt guilty for scheming against Xiao Lulang. Secondly, he was observing when Xiao Lulang would confront and complain to Attendant Yang. Xiao Lulang headed west after leaving Hanlin Academy. He clearly remembered that Xiao Lulang always headed east. Could it be that he really went to complain to Attendant Yang? The west happened to be the direction of Hanlin Academy. Xiao Lulang did go to Hanlin Academy, but he didn't go to Attendant Yang. Instead, he went to find Feng Lin and Lin Xingye. Last night, he sorted out some astronomy and mathematics questions that should be suitable for their current progress. Sun Wei followed him sneakily. When he saw Xiao Lulang heading in the direction of Hanlin Academy, his heart jumped to his throat. However, he did not expect that Xiao Lulang would be stopped by someone on the way. It was a woman. The woman was dressed beautifully, her eyebrows were delicate, and her hair was full of pearl hairpins. Although she wore a veil, it was still difficult to hide her charm. Editor Tsun only took one look and felt his eyes pop out of their sockets. The woman didn't go forward. It was the young maid beside her who walked over and said something to Xiao Lulang. From Sun Wei's point of view, he could only see Xiao Yulang's back. He didn't know what Xiao Yulang's expression was and he couldn't hear their voices. Then Xiao Lulang left. The young maid and the woman slightly bowed to Xiao Lulang. Chapter 299. The next day, when Xiao Lulang arrived at the Hanlin Academy, he found that everyone was looking at him strangely. Although they weren't close to him, they wouldn't look at him with such disdain and complicated expressions. It was as if they disdained what he had done, but at the same time they couldn't believe it. There was even a hint that Xiao Lulang didn't understand. Ning Ziyuan had been called to the Hanlin Academy as an assistant teacher by Assistant Yang, so he didn't ask Xiao Lulang what was going on with these people's gazes. But Xiao Lulang soon found out, because he was called over by Scholar Han of the Hanlin Academy. Scholar Han was the highest official in the Hanlin Academy and was in charge of the entire academy. Normally, people at his level wouldn't call in a 6th-rank cultivator alone. Scholar Han looked at Xiao Lulang. Although he restrained himself, he still glanced at the crutch in Xiao Yulang's hand. Then his gaze fell on Xiao Yulang's face. It had to be said that this face really did look like the young Duke of Zhaodu who had passed away. Scholar Han came back to his senses and sighed deeply. He frowned and said, "Do you know why I called you here?" Xiao Lulang said neither humbly nor overbearingly, "I don't know." His manners and temperament weren't bad, not at all rustic. Scholar Han thought for a moment, then looked at Xiao Lulang and said, "Do you know that the court officials of the Zhao Kingdom are not allowed to wander around brothels?" Xiao Lulang said, "I know." Scholar Han looked at him seriously. "Then why did you go?" Xiao Lulang said seriously, "I have never been to brothels." Scholar Han said, "If you haven't been there, how do you know the brothel girls?" Xiao Lulang said strangely, "I don't know him." Scholar Han saw that he didn't seem to be lying, so he frowned and said, "You can leave. Do your job well and keep yourself clean. Don't degrade yourself and associate yourself with others. Don't do things that will damage the reputation of the Hanlin Academy." In Zhao country, brothels were legal, but it was not appropriate for an official to visit a brothel. Marquis Xianping was thick-skinned and did not care about his reputation. No matter how the emperor reprimanded him, he did not blush or pant. The Hanlin Academy, on the other hand, cared a lot about their reputation. He felt that people like Xiao Lulang shouldn't have the money to visit a brothel. After exhorting Xiao Lulang, he let Xiao Lulang leave. At the same time, he called an old attendant to tell him to tell the Hanlin Academy officials not to spread rumors. Xiao Lulang bumped into Ning Ziyuan, who had just returned from the Hanlin Academy. Ning Ziyuan pulled him to the back of the hallway and asked him in a low voice, "What happened? The entire Hanlin Academy is saying that you went to a brothel. I believe that you went to kill people, but I don't believe that you went to a brothel." If he wanted to go, he would have gone long ago. In order not to go to a brothel, he offended his colleagues and got himself drunk. Xiao Lulang said calmly, I haven't been there. Of course I know you haven't been there. But did you offend someone recently? I mean, someone other than Royal Prince, and Ning Ziyuan felt that Royal Prince would not use such a sinister method to frame Xiao Lulang. It was too easy for him to suppress Xiao Lulang. There was no need for him to be so despicable. Xiao Lulang shook his head. There were many people in the Hanlin Academy who disliked him, but he couldn't remember who he had offended. Ning Ziyuan said anxiously, think about it carefully. If you don't find out who this scourge is, he will secretly harm you in the future. Scholar Han may believe you once, but he may not believe you 10 times. Gossip is a fearful thing. Xiao Lulang thought about it carefully. At this moment, Xin Xiu came out of Yang Xiu's office and walked towards the corridor. Ning Ziyuan was afraid of being discovered, so he gestured at Xiao Lulang and disappeared in a flash. Xiao Lulang was used to it. He walked calmly into the corridor and inevitably bumped into Xin Xiu. Xin Xiu's eyes flashed when he saw him. If it was in the past, Xiao Lulang would definitely not pay attention to the eyes of an insignificant person, but today he inexplicably noticed it. Xin Xiu? He stopped in his tracks. Xin Xiu's official position was half a rank lower than his, but he had started earlier than him. He was a Shushi from Anka in the year of Icho. 3 years ago, he was admitted to the Hanlin Academy and became a 6th-rank Shushi. Shushi's promotion speed was slower than that of the 3 cauldrons. 2 years had passed, but he was still a 6th-rank Hanlin Academy Shushi. It was not that Shushi's official position was low. Scholars could not enter the Hanlin Academy, and those who did not enter the Hanlin Academy could not enter the cabinet. Every official who had experience in the Hanlin Academy, even if they did not enter the cabinet, would be highly regarded in other yamens. It was just that comparisons were odious. For someone like Xin Xiu who had toiled for 5 years without being promoted, what he hated the most was this kind of champion who had appeared out of nowhere. A 6th-rank Shushi. That was a huge advantage over him. Xin Xiu reigned in the jealousy in his heart and looked at Xiao Lulang coldly. Xiao Lulang, what's the matter? Look at this is his attitude toward the new champion. So what if her rank is higher than mine? She's still a soft bun who can be bullied by anyone. Xiao Lulang paid no heed to the glee that flashed across Xin Xiu's eyes, but he suddenly recalled something. Back when Xin Xiu was working in the Compendium Pavilion, he seemed to have some complaints about me. Xin Xiu harumphed. Isn't that because you implicated me? If I hadn't been assigned with you, would I have been able to do so much? Xiao Lulang nodded. So, you intentionally didn't call me and locked me up in the Compendium Pavilion for an entire night? Despite Zhang Xian saying those words so casually, Xin Xiu's heart nearly exploded. You. What nonsense are you talking about? Xin Xiu's eyes widened as he bluffed. Xiao Lulang had heard from Ning Ziyuan that Yang Xiu was furious because he was late the next morning. It was clear that Yang Xiu didn't know that he was locked up in the Compendium Pavilion. Yang Xiu would not call him when he left, but he wouldn't call him personally either. That left only Wang Xiu and Xin Xiu who were in the same room as him. Wang Xiu didn't act strangely with him these past few days, but Xin Xiu was always sneaky and evasive. Don't slander me. Xin Xiu was furious. Xiao Lulang calmly said, you were the one who spread the rumors about the brothel, right? Xin Xiu's face paled. You. Don't talk nonsense. Don't slander me. What brothel rumors? I've never heard of them. Xiao Yulang's expression didn't change as he said, Sir Han already said it was you. Xin Xiu suddenly froze. He didn't dare to look for Sir Han to confront him. Xiao Lulang saw the look in his eyes and knew the answer in his heart. He faintly looked at Xin Xiu and said, Xin Xiu, do more work and stop spreading rumors. After saying that, he ignored him and walked past him. Xin Xiu was reprimanded by a country bumpkin and felt indignant. He turned around and called out to him, I spread rumors? What rumors did I spread? Didn't you secretly meet with the girls from Immortal Music House yesterday? You guys dared to do it in public, you're simply shameless. Girls from Immortal Music House? Xiao Lulang stopped and looked at Xin Xiu strangely. What Immortal Music House? Immortal Music House was a brothel that had only emerged in the last 3 years, but it had already reached the position of the leader, even suppressing Soft Jade Pavilion. Xin Xiu panicked and secretly scolded himself for spilling the beans. Thinking about it, it didn't make sense. Why did he talk to those 2 girls, but he didn't know they were from Immortal Music House? They clearly looked like they were having an affair. How could Xin Xiu know that they only asked Xiao Lulang for directions and didn't say anything about their origins? Xiao Lulang didn't remember this matter at all, so he didn't guess that they were two passers-by. Xiao Lulang strangely looked at Xin Xiu and didn't talk nonsense with him. He turned around and returned to the office. Editor Xin carefully took out a wooden plaque that was painted with red paint. On the wooden tablet, there were 3 words written in Cinnabar: Immortal Music House. The 2 girls had carelessly dropped it and Xin Xiu had walked over to pick it up. Otherwise he wouldn't have known that they were from Immortal Music House. How could Xiao Lulang, this kind of poor boy, have a relationship with the famous Immortal Music House? This made Xin Xiu endlessly jealous. He had intended to hand over this tablet as evidence that Xiao Lulang was hanging around the brothel, but he was reluctant to do so. After hours, Xin Xiu took the tablet and went to Immortal Music House. Immortal Music House was located southeast of Qingfeng Lu and was only 100 steps away on foot. It had the reputation of an immortal palace, not only because it was decorated like an immortal palace, but also because every girl inside was as beautiful as a fairy. And its courtesan was called Chang'e of the Moon Palace. Inside the carriage, Xin Xiu changed out of his official robe and wore a navy blue brocade robe. He was about the same age as Ning Ziyuan in his early 30s. His appearance was much better than Ning Ziyuan's and he was a handsome young master. Immortal Music House was a place where ordinary people couldn't enter. Money wasn't easy to use. It wasn't that they didn't accept money, but that money wasn't enough. Editor Xin handed the token to the female guard at the door with a tentative attitude. Who knew that he really went in? The one who led the way was a girl who was as beautiful as the moon. The girl smiled sweetly and said, "So it's Sister Qinshua's distinguished guest. Please come to the room." Xin Xiu was flattered. He looked at the girl in front of him and couldn't help but smile. The rumors are true. You really are as beautiful as a fairy. The girl heard him and laughed. I'm not a girl in the house. I'm just a servant girl. Oh. Xin Xiu was shocked. A servant girl was so beautiful. How beautiful would the girls in the house be? As soon as he thought about it, he heard the little servant girl who led the way smile and greet him. Miss Lan Xen. Editor Xin raised his head when he heard this. A beautiful woman dressed in purple slowly walked down the steps. Her skirt fluttered across the wooden steps, and her figure seemed to touch a purple glow. She was elegant and outstanding, and her smile was brimming with radiance. Xin Xiu felt that his soul was about to leave his body. He held the handrail of the stairs and almost knelt on the ground because of his weak legs. How shameless. Miss Lan Xen sneered and went down the stairs. Her cold smile revealed endless charm, but it was charming and extraordinary, making people's hearts sway. The little servant girl said, "Young master, please." The little servant girl led Xin Xiu to the room. "Miss Qinshui, your guest is here. Please come in." A voice that sounded like the sound of nature came from inside. It was indescribably quiet and ethereal. Xin Xiu only heard the voice and felt his whole body go limp. He didn't know how he walked into the room. By the time he reacted, the door was already closed. It was the girl he saw yesterday. The girl was holding the token that she had lost and recovered. She raised her hand and took off the veil on her face. Xin Xiu only took one look and even stopped breathing. What did he mean by as beautiful as a fairy? This was the real Nine Palaces Moon Fairy. Despite his knowledge and experience as a Hanlin Academy editor, he couldn't find a suitable word to describe the beauty of the girl in front of him. "Who are you?" After the girl saw Xin Xiu's face clearly, her eyes turned cold and she put the veil back on her face. Xin Xiu came back to his senses and thought that she was asking about his background. He quickly bowed and said, "I'm Xin Guangjia. Greetings, Miss Qinshui." The girl asked with a smile, "Why is the token in your hands?" Xin Xiu was dazzled by her smile. His heart was beating wildly and he said with a red face, "Mrs. Token was lost. I accidentally picked it up and recognized that it was from Immortal Music House. That's why I brought it here." "Ah, you personally picked it up?" The girl smiled slightly. "Did anyone else see it?" Xin Xiu shook his head. "No." The girl lowered her head and smiled. "Why did you trouble yourself to bring it here? How embarrassing." Xin Xiu said shyly, "It's a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." The girl said with a smile, "But you saw my appearance. It's enough to mention." Xin Xiu was stunned. However, without waiting for him to react, the girl's face turned cold. "Drag him out and kill him." Xin Xiu's whole body trembled. Ant didn't come out. His mouth was covered by a black-clothed man and he was dragged out like a sack. "It's so dirty." The girl threw the token in her hand to the ground in disgust. Her personal maid hurriedly used a copper basin to fetch water. Mississippi, the girl fiercely dipped the hand that had touched the token into the water and angrily said, "I'm so angry. I'm so angry. What a mess of a stinky man. Why didn't he pick it up? Why did he let others pick it up?" Her personal maid sighed. "Yes, it's a pity that Mrs. Good intentions were wasted. You deliberately dropped a token for him, but he turned a blind eye and walked away, letting others take advantage of you." Bikugo mobile reading website, azhbqg.com. Chapter 300. Xiao Lulang didn't know anything about the token. Naturally, he didn't know that Editor Tsin would take the token to Immortal Music House. That was a veritable brothel. The Qinglu Yamen, such as the Hanlin Academy, could never step in without permission. Who would have thought that Editor Tsin would be so bold? However, for the next 2 days, Editor Tsin didn't come to Hanlin Academy for duty, nor did he send anyone to ask for leave. On the first day, everyone was puzzled, but they didn't think of the worst. They only thought that he might be sick, or that something urgent had happened at home, so he couldn't report to Hanlin Academy. The second day was the same. Editor Yang had the mentality that he used to be my subordinate, so he sent someone to Editor Tsin's home. Editor Tsin was an ordinary scholarly family in the capital. Father Tsin was a scholar who opened a private school to support the family. Mother Tsin was a concubine's daughter from an old official's family, so she had some family property. The Tsin family wasn't considered wealthy in the capital, but they had a house to live in and servants to order around. Unexpectedly, the Tsin family also planned to go to Hanlin Academy to find Editor Tsin. They thought that Editor Tsin was on duty at Hanlin Academy. This kind of situation had happened before. The busiest time in Hanlin Academy was when Editor Tsin didn't return home for 3 days. But this time it was obviously not the case. Both parties immediately reported to the authorities. The authorities solved the case very quickly, or perhaps the case itself wasn't that difficult. They found Editor Tsin's body in the corner of Immortal Music House's west gate. We've seen many cases like this. Another person who wanted to sneak into Immortal Music House was beaten to death as a thief. Immortal Music House's threshold was high. Ordinary people couldn't enter, but it couldn't stop people from having wishful thinking. Coincidentally, Immortal Music House's west gate was a place where sundries were piled up. The guards of Immortal Music House weren't to be trifled with. Coming uninvited was a thief, so they would be beaten to death. The Tsin family didn't believe it, and Hanlin Academy didn't believe it. However, Editor Tsin had indeed changed out of his Hanlin Academy uniform and was wearing a newly made navy blue brocade robe. He had also shaved his beard. It was obvious that he was going to meet someone important. Perhaps they put it on him after they killed him. The Tsin family said. Killing an official of the imperial court was different from killing an ordinary person. However, this conjecture was quickly denied because the government constables found the carriage driver that Tsin Xiu had hired that day. The coachman explained that when Tsin Weixiu got on the carriage, he was wearing Hanlin Academy's official robes. After getting off the carriage, he changed his clothes and shaved his beard. I sent him to the Cool Breeze Inn. After that, I saw him go in the direction of the Celestial Music House. With this, Tseng Xiu's path and purpose were basically determined. Moreover, with Tseng Xiu's identity, it was indeed impossible for him to openly enter the Immortal Music residence. In that case, the only way was to climb over the wall. The people of Immortal Music House didn't know that he was an official of the imperial court and only thought that he was an ordinary lecher. Naturally, they didn't hold back. This kind of matter could be brought to court. After all, they had killed someone. No matter what, Immortal Music House had to take some responsibility. However, in this way, Tseng Xiu's reputation would be completely ruined. In the end, Immortal Music House gave some consolation money and ended this matter. Paper can't wrap fire. The news of Tseng Xiu being beaten to death in a brothel still spread within the Hanlin Academy. Although no one talked about it openly, they were all discussing it in private. You guys say, why would such an upright person like Tseng Xiu suddenly go to a brothel? Could it be that he was instigated by Xiao Xiu? In our Hanlin Academy, apart from him, no one else had an affair with a brothel girl. Xiu, lower your voice. Scholar Han, you are not allowed to discuss this matter. Did I say anything wrong? The day before Tseng Xiu disappeared, I saw him talking to Xiao Xiu. I don't know what they said, they were very emotional. Just as they were discussing this, Xiao Lulang walked over from not far away. They instantly fell silent. After exchanging glances, they each scattered. However, Xiao Lulang heard everything that he should have heard. Of course, he didn't instigate Zheng Xiu. However, when a person was ostracized, even breathing was wrong. Ever since he made up his mind to marry his precious granddaughter to Royal Prince An, Grand Secretary Yuan had people gather the poetry collections that Royal Prince An had left outside over the years. He carefully looked through them. He was indeed a talented and ambitious person. Many of the poems that had been passed down to this day were written when he was a hostage in the Qin country. Although he was still young and inexperienced, he was in a foreign land, shouldering the lifeline of a country, enduring humiliation, and still having such youthful lofty sentiments. He was indeed a rare talent. Grand Secretary Yuan had people deliver the poetry collections to his granddaughter. He understood that his granddaughter was talented and arrogant. She didn't like ordinary people, but a gifted scholar like Royal Prince An should be able to enter her eyes. Grand Secretary Yuan didn't know that the little Taoist nun's face was as black as charcoal when she saw the poems on the table. Why did he want her to read poems? She only wanted to read novels, all right. Speaking of which, it had already been so long. Why hadn't the third book of Chronicles of the Cloud Court come out yet? Wasn't it supposed to be one book a month? It had already been 1 month and 3 days. Had he become arrogant? In Jadewater Alley, the old chancellor had just finished writing the last word when he put down his brush and sneezed fiercely. Achoo! He had just taken over the directorate, so his salary wasn't high. The main reason was that all his savings had been robbed by the old matriarch and he wanted to get a new carriage. In order to cope with his increasing expenses, he had no choice but to return to his old profession and write novels. He hadn't written for many years. His previous pen name had long been forgotten, so he used a new pen name, Zui Xingmeng Di. Just hearing it made one feel very emotional. His first comeback novel told the story of a sick and weak hostage of an enemy country who caused chaos in the imperial court and a love and hate relationship with the princess of the Great Xia dynasty. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he indicated at the beginning that this was a dream of the hostage. However, even so, it still made people unable to stop chasing after it. The first 2 books sold very well and he made a small profit. The third book should have been handed in a long time ago, but there had been a lot of things to do at the directorate recently, so he had delayed it. In order to express his apology, he decided to personally send the original manuscript to the study room that he was working with. Today, the little nun also went to the study room to rush the manuscript. The old chancellor couldn't help but prick up his ears to listen. Behind the bookshelf, the page boy was introducing other novels to the little nun. The little nun flipped through a few books in boredom and said, "Not good. It's not as exciting as the story of Zui Xingmeng Di." The old chancellor thought that she would say that his story had new ideas, but unexpectedly she said that it was exciting. The old chancellor cleared his throat. Seemed quite exciting. The little nun said, "The part where the princess royal divorced the prince consort was quite good. The princess of the imperial family shouldn't have suffered such grievances. The princess royal was actually just an unremarkable supporting character in the novel. The plot about her wasn't written in detail and the divorce of the prince consort was only briefly mentioned. He didn't expect her to have such a deep impression. She was a soulmate." The old chancellor coughed lightly and couldn't help but have some interest in communicating with the other party. Perhaps he might be able to find more inspiration. "This Taoist priest also likes this book?" The little nun said, "It's okay. The writing is passable." The old chancellor thought, "I'm the chancellor of the directorate, but I'm only passable in writing?" However, in order to lower the threshold of the audience, he did deliberately weaken his writing style and added a large amount of vernacular to ensure that it was easy to understand. However, in order to cater to the aesthetic of scholars, he also added a lot of original poems. Usually, this kind of part would be skipped by ordinary people and wouldn't affect the progress of the plot. The old chancellor asked again, "What do you think of the character Prince Li?" Prince Li was the main character in the book, the sickly hostage who subverted the entire Great Xia dynasty. The little nun curled her lips and casually flipped through a novel she took off from the shelf. "He's good at scheming but not at love. He's blind." The old chancellor. The little nun sighed. "He doesn't want the great general of Great Xia and wants the 6th princess. If he's not blind, then what is? He's so black-hearted and sickly. He and the mighty and cold General Fu are a match made in heaven. Doesn't he see that General Fu is infatuated with him?" The old chancellor's mouth twitched. "When did General Fu become infatuated with Prince Li? Why didn't I know?" The little nun sighed. "And the Empress of Great Xia, she's also blind. How can she like the Emperor of Great Xia when concubine Hua is so good to her?" Isn't it good to be together with Concubine Hua? Concubine Hua flirted with her so many times. The old chancellor, no, Concubine Hua didn't flirt with her. Concubine Hua and the Empress have a pure superior subordinate relationship. Now miss, no Taoist. How did you read the book? What did you see? Concubine Hua and the Empress of Great Xia are mortal enemies. They both stabbed each other in the heart. Wait, that's not the point. The point is that they are both women. General Fu and Prince Li are both men. You. Is it okay for a little girl like you to have such a strong taste? The old chancellor's heart was pierced by thousands of arrows. He felt that he could no longer look at this book in the eye. In the blink of an eye, it was June and summer had completely arrived in the capital. Last winter the capital was exceptionally cold. This year it was exceptionally hot. Because some daughters fainted in class, the girls' school even had a few days off. The news of the little nun of the Yuan family returning to the capital quickly spread in the capital. But what really made the news was the marriage between the little nun and Prince N. It was said that Grand Tutor Zhuang intended to marry the Yuan family and had already sent someone to collect the marriage invitation. After the marriage invitation, as long as the two's birth characters did not clash, the marriage could be discussed. This year, the little nun of the Yuan family was not the only daughter to be discussed. Zhuang Yueshi, Du Xiaoyun, Gu Jinyu and the other daughters were all of marriageable age. Their families had already started to deal with it. Gu Jinyu also ended her life at Ciu Zhuang and returned to the manor to wait for the marriage arranged by old Madame Gu and concubine Shu. Old Madame Gu furrowed her white eyebrows when she saw that Gu Nianji was tanned and looked haggard. How did you end up like this? Didn't you say that you were only going to stay at the manor for a few days? What have you done? How can I bring you out in this state? Gu Jinyu did not speak. She did not curry favor with old Madame Gu like before. Old Madame Gu was furious and said impatiently, "Don't go out these few days. Stay in the boudoir and recuperate." Gu Jinyu said softly, "I want to visit mother." It would have been better if she did not mention this. Now that she mentioned it, old Madame Gu was furious. That damned Yao Shi used her to deal with concubine Ling and moved out of the manor. When others asked her, she could only vaguely say that she moved back with Gu Yan. The noble ladies and daughters in the capital thought that Yao Shi and Gu Yan moved back to the manor to recuperate and did not say anything. They knew that Gu Yan's health was not good. Hearing that Gu Jinyu wanted to visit Yao Shi, old Madame Gu naturally did not allow it. "You're not allowed to go anywhere. If you still think of yourself as the daughter of the Marquis's estate, then stay in the manor obediently." "Yes," Gu Jinyu respectfully responded. But although she agreed verbally, she turned around and secretly left the manor. "Mother." She came to Jade Water Alley. After getting off the carriage, she eagerly entered the courtyard. Yao Shi was sitting in the hall playing the lottery. At this time, the children in the family had gone to school to work and had not returned yet. Gu Yan had also gone to school. Only she and Nanny Fang were idle at home. Actually, they were not idle. In the morning, Auntie Lu called her over to help her daughter embroider a wedding dress. In the afternoon, the Wan family's maidservants came to ask for guidance on needlework and cooking. The Wan family's maidservants had just left. Her days were quite fulfilling. The baby in her belly was growing day by day. She could already feel the fetal movement. Occasionally she would miss Gu Jinyu. But when she heard that she had gone to the manor outside the city to relax, she could not call her back. Hearing a familiar voice, she paused. Just as she was about to turn around, Gu Jinyu had already walked over. He planned to throw himself into her arms as usual, but he suddenly saw her slightly bulging belly. When the weather became hot, it was easy to show off one's belly if one wore less clothes. Yao Shi's body was thin, making her 5-month pregnant belly look very prominent. Gu Jinyu glared at her. "Mother, you're back?" Yao Shi smiled knowingly and took her hand. She nodded and said, "And mother is pregnant. It's been 5 months." In that case, concubine Ling was pregnant when she was still in the manor. Halfway through her words, Gu Jinyu realized that she had mentioned someone she should not have mentioned. She said guiltily, "Sorry mother. I shouldn't have mentioned that person." Concubine Ling had harmed Yao Shi for more than 10 years. Yao Shi was indeed unwilling to mention her. Yao Shi skipped this topic and patted the chair beside her. "Sit down. Let mother take a good look at you." Gu Jinyu sat down. Yao Shi raised her hand and stroked her hair. She said with heartache and shock, "You've become tanned and your hands have become thicker. Have you had a hard time in the manor these past few months?" Marquis Ding An's manor had many manors. There were quite a few outside the capital. Yao Shi did not know which one she had gone to. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and did not speak for a while, but a tear fell onto the back of Yao Shi's hand. Yao Shi immediately panicked. Jinyu, what happened to you? Gu Jinyu did not reply. Instead, she stood up and knelt in front of Yao Shi. She choked out, Mother, Jinyu was wrong. Yao Shi was completely confused by her actions. Her heart also began to panic. Get up and speak. What happened to you? Did something happen to him? Don't scare Mother. Gu Jinyu shook her head with tears in her eyes. She held onto Yao Shi's hand that was about to help her up. She sobbed and said, Mother? I've let Mother down. Yao Shi panicked. What happened to you? Second young miss is too much. Isn't it just not visiting Madam for a while? Madam is your mother. Would she mind this? Granny Fong walked out of the kitchen with a smile. In her hands was a plate of fried peanuts. She said to Yao Shi, wasn't Madam craving for this just now? It's done. A pregnant person did not have any resistance to food. Her attention was immediately drawn over. She said to Gu Jinyu, you also have a taste. Granny Fong placed the peanuts on a small stool to the side and helped Gu Jinyu up. The floor is cold. Madam understands that second young miss is being filial. There is no need to blame yourself. Is second young miss living well in the manor? I see that second young miss has grown taller. Her body is not as thin and her face is not as pale. Gu Jinyu's original thinness was all thanks to Consort Shu. He did not eat sweet food or fatty food, making him look weak and frail. Now, although he was a little darker and his skin was a little rougher, it was true that he was a little rounder. Yao Shi took a look and found that it was true. Gu Jinyu was interrupted by Granny Fong and could not continue to confess to Yao Shi. She followed Granny Fong's words and said, I miss Mother too much. I haven't come to see Mother for so long. I didn't even know that Mother was pregnant. I'm really unfilial. Yao Shi sighed, so it was because of that. You scared me to death. I thought that something had happened. I don't blame you. But why did you suddenly go to live in the manor? Are you unhappy at the Marquis' estate? No. Gu Jinyu lowered her head. Gu Jinyu lowered his eyes. That place is very close to Father's residence. I can go over and keep Father company. I see. The relationship between father and daughter was very good. Yao Shi did not suspect anything. The mother and daughter chatted for a while. Granny Fong kept them company. Later on, Yao Shi was tired and went to take an afternoon nap. Granny Fong then brought Gu Jinyu to the front yard and said to Gu Jinyu, Second young miss, no matter what you wanted to say to Madam, I hope that you will not say it again. Gu Jinyu was stunned. Granny Fong said, Madam suffers from very serious depression. It was not easy for eldest young miss to cure her. This servant does not wish for Madam to fall ill again. Furthermore, Madam is pregnant now. She cannot be provoked. I did not think it through. Gu Jinyu lowered her head sadly. I originally wanted to apologize to Mother. I did something that let elder sister down. I stole elder sister's credit and caused elder sister to be hurt. I don't want to hide it from Mother anymore. Granny Fong naturally knew about these things, but she did not expect Gu Jinyu to have the courage to admit it. Chapter 301. When Gu Jiao returned to Bishui Alley, Gu Jinyu had already left. Nanny Fong had been guarding the door. When she saw her return, she hurriedly went forward and told her about Gu Jinyu's visit. I know. Gu Jiao nodded. Nanny Fong noticed her stiffness and asked worriedly, Eldest miss, what's wrong? I'm fine. Gu Jiao said. Today she met a tough opponent at the martial arts center. Her arm was actually numb. She hadn't met such an interesting opponent for a long time. Looking at second miss's appearance today, she seems to be sincerely repentant. Nanny Fong said thoughtfully, what did she experience at the farmstead that made her change so much? Gu Jiao paused and said, she didn't go to the farmstead. She went to Ciu farmstead. Nanny Fong was surprised. Eldest miss, has seen her before? Yes, I happened to see her once. Gu Jiao told her about her visit last time. She actually went to that kind of place to suffer. Nanny Fong suddenly didn't know what to say. Nanny Fong had watched Gu Jinyu grow up. Nanny Fong could tell whether she was sincerely remorseful or putting on an act. Second miss seemed to have really changed. Then, would eldest miss forgive her? Gu Jiao didn't say anything and stepped into the house. After June, the sky turned dark late. When Xiao Lulang returned from Hanlin Academy, the sky was still bright. Little Jing Kong went for a walk with chickens. Gu Jiao was arranging rooms for people next door. Before the old lady regained her memory, in order to make it easier to rob the old chancellor of his private money, she asked the old chancellor to connect the two houses and open a door on the wall of the backyard. As soon as Xiao Luleng arrived at the backyard, he saw Gu Jiao carrying several clean mattresses over. He stopped her. "Is there a guest at home?" Gu Jiao said, "It's Gu Yan's secret guards." Not only had they arrived, but they had also brought Yu Ye from the hot spring villa. This was Gu Jiao's order. Gu Yan had lived in the farmstead for so long, but the only servant he hadn't chased out was Yu Ye. Even Nanny Fang had been chased out by him once. There were more and more things to do at home. Gu Jiao thought that it would be good to have a clever maid. Fortunately, there were many empty rooms next door. After the two families were connected, they could be considered one family. Thus, senior servant Fang had already moved in and didn't have to squeeze in the same room as Madame Yao. Xiao Luleng also helped to move some things. The two secret guards were usually nowhere to be seen. Yu Ye was at the scene the entire time. It was her first time seeing Xiao Luleng. She was so excited that her eyes almost popped out. Yeah. Was this the son-in-law? Son-in-law is so handsome. Gu Jiao tilted her head. Oh, I think so too. Yu Ye's explicit praise didn't affect Xiao Luleng, but Gu Jiao's understated words made Xiao Luleng's heart feel strange. He cleared his throat and said calmly, "I'll go see if the people from Jing Kong are back yet." After saying that, he turned around and left. Looking at his strange walking posture, Yu Ye quietly moved closer to Gu Jiao and asked with an indescribable expression, "But eldest miss, why does the son-in-law walk with his hands and feet in the same direction?" There was no need to learn martial arts today. When Gu Yan returned from Qinghe Academy, he saw the secret guards and Yu Ye, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "Young master, do you still remember this servant?" Yu Ye asked happily. He had almost forgotten Yu Ye's name. After a long time he frowned and said, "Bean Sprout?" Yu Ye's face darkened. All of a sudden everyone came back. After dinner, Xiao Luleng checked the children's homework as usual. He didn't bring his experience in Hanlin Academy back home. He restrained himself and tidied up his emotions. He patiently tutored little Jing Kong, who had been arguing with him the entire time, as well as Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun, who had been daydreaming all night. At night, when everyone was asleep, he took out the ancient book and continued to study the formulas. Gu Jiao gently pushed open the unlocked door. "Can I come in?" "Come in," Xiao Luleng said. Gu Jiao pushed open the door and entered with a bowl of lotus seed soup in her hand. The weather was hot, so the lotus seed soup had been chilled with well water to cool down and relieve the heat. Xiao Luleng was wearing thin pajamas. Because he had sweated a little, the pajamas stuck to his body and inadvertently outlined the contours of his body. His young body exuded a vigorous masculinity that perfectly combined with his youthful aura. Gu Jiao's eyes grew on his body. Xiao Luleng coughed softly and said, "It's so late. Why aren't you asleep?" Gu Jiao placed the lotus seed soup beside his hand. "Lotus seed soup. Xiao Luleng, have you eaten?" Gu Jiao shook her head. Xiao Luleng, then do you want to what? Eat together? Or do you want to eat first? There was only a bowl and a spoon. You eat. Xiao Luleng quickly pushed the bowl in front of her. Gu Jiao sat down in front of him and looked at him with her chin in her hands. "I don't want to eat. I made it for you." If Xiao Luleng continued to refuse, it would be inexcusable. He paused, took the bowl and tasted it gently. The bitter lotus seed heart was picked, and mint and osmanthus sugar were added. It was cool and sweet but not greasy. "Is it delicious?" Gu Jiao asked. "It's delicious," he said. Gu Jiao curved her lips. Xiao Luleng finished the bowl of lotus seed soup. Gu Jiao kept looking at him with her chin in her hands. Actually, the weather was hot and she didn't wear much. She wore a thin summer shirt over her pajamas. She didn't grow much in the past 2 months, but her figure became more exquisite. Xiao Luleng swore that he didn't mean to peek, but she was sitting in front of him. He inadvertently glanced at her. Gu Jiao's lapel was slightly open, revealing a small section of pink undergarment lace. This was supposed to be a normal attire, but in the darkness of the night, it gave off a sense of privacy and charm. "Why are you sweating?" Gu Jiao tilted her head and asked, "Is the lotus seed soup not cold enough?" It was strange that he could sweat while eating something cold. Xiao Luleng didn't know how to explain. He wasn't just sweating. His heart was beating faster. This had nothing to do with the feelings between a man and a woman. It was purely a man's instinct. In the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone, she was so gentle and quiet. Although this girl was very likely to be an irritable kitten who liked to explode, she was too deceptive at this moment. Just when Xiao Lulang didn't know how to answer, Gu Jiao suddenly stood up and leaned towards him across the table. The distance between them was shortened. Her warm breath and fragrance assailed his nostrils. The pink undergarment lace was right in front of his eyes. He quickly closed his eyes, but the blood rushed to his head in an instant. Gu Jiao gently wiped his sweat. He still didn't dare to open his eyes. Suddenly he heard Gu Jiao chuckle softly. Then the sound of clothes sliding could be heard. The clothes are done. You can open your eyes now. This. Xiao Lulang suddenly didn't know whether to open his eyes or not. Gu Jiao couldn't stop laughing. If she wasn't afraid of waking up little Jing Kong, she would have laughed out loud. Xiao Lulang didn't feel the shadow in front of him leave for a long time. He could still smell her fragrance and breath. He was a normal man. It was impossible for him to be indifferent when a woman was so close to him in the middle of the night. He took a deep breath. He wanted to tell her to go back to her room and rest. Before he could say anything, he heard her say, "Look, what's outside the window?" He turned his head, opened his eyes and looked at the moonlight outside the window. Everything was as usual. "There's nothing," he said as he turned his head. At this moment, Gu Jiao supported herself on the table and moved forward. When Xiao Lulang turned his head, he saw Gu Jiao's movement. However, it was too late for him to avoid it. "Jiao Jiao," little Jing Kong's sleepy voice suddenly sounded from inside the curtain. Gu Jiao retreated. Xiao Yulong's lips touched the air. He wanted to avoid it when he couldn't, but if he really avoided it, Gu Jiao came to the bedside and lifted the curtain. Little Jing Kong didn't wake up, but he seemed to want to pee. He covered his little butt and said, "Jiao Jiao? Let me do it." Xiao Lulang came over and carried the half-asleep little guy to the backyard to pee. Some things couldn't be continued once they were interrupted. Xiao Lulang put the little guy back on the bed. The weather was too hot. Little Jing Kong only wore a small red doo-doo and slept on the mat. Xiao Lulang closed the curtain and said to Gu Jiao, "It's getting late. Go back to your room and rest." Gu Jiao said, "Oh." She took the bowl out, washed it and went back to the east room. Xiao Yulong's mind kept flashing with images that he shouldn't have. It took him a lot of effort to calm down. He forced himself to study for an hour. He thought that he could clear his mind and reduce his desires. However, as soon as he put down the book, the thoughts that he shouldn't have had came back again. Chapter 302. What's wrong with me? Although I've been restless before, I've quickly suppressed it. This time, this feeling of not being able to control himself made Xiao Lulang feel at a loss and even a bit irritated. Could it be that after reading so many sage books, in the end he only became a beast? He shook his head and forced himself to get rid of these distracting thoughts from his mind. The effect was not satisfactory. It was as if the more he forced himself to suppress it, the more it was like boiling lava, burning his entire chest until it was boiling hot. In the end, he had no choice but to get up and go to the ancient well in the back courtyard to get a bucket of water and take a cold shower. Gu Jiao, on the other hand, was much more heartless. It was true that she teased him, and it was not false that she slept with him after teasing him. A certain person fell asleep with her head against the pillow. However, she was destined to not sleep well. She had a dream again. She dreamed of Xiao Lulang, who was an official in the Hanlin Academy. Xiao Lulang was from a humble family and had defeated Royal Prince and to become the new top scorer. Many people were jealous and envious of him. The Hanlin Academy was also Imperial Tutor Zhuang's territory. It was easy to imagine his situation there. However, gold would always shine. No matter how his colleagues tried to suppress and ostracize Xiao Lulang still had a chance to display his intelligence. However, it was not in the Hanlin Academy but in the Ministry of Justice. It turned out that there was a murder case in the Ministry of Justice. The murderer was caught by a passing Hanlin official and handed over to the Ministry of Justice. However, not long after, the murderer's family came to the Hanlin Academy and said that the Hanlin Academy had caught the wrong person. His father was not the murderer. That was a 9-year-old child. No one would believe a child's words. Only Xiao Lulang went to the Ministry of Justice. In the end, Xiao Lulang found that the child's father was not the murderer. Xiao Lulang helped the Ministry of Justice catch the real culprit and was greatly appreciated by the Minister of Justice. Now that the matter had progressed to this point, Xiao Lulang seemed to be truly successful in his career, finally seeing the light of day. But who would have thought that on his way back from the Ministry of Justice, Xiao Lulang would be hit by a young Taoist nun who fell from a building. He was knocked out and so was the little nun. In broad daylight, a man and a woman were lying on top of each other and fainted together. Those who didn't know what was going on all thought that something had happened between the two. At that time, Xiao Lulang was wearing the official uniform of the Hanlin Academy. The news quickly spread. Xiao Yulang's reputation was ruined, and his career as an official had come to an end. When Gu Jiao woke up, she sat on the bed and hugged the quilt with a toothache. Her husband was really good at going against the current. He was smart, but he was also unlucky. Being hit by someone on the street was about the same as winning the lottery in her previous life. How could something like that happen? It was actually quite easy to avoid it. She remembered that when Xiao Lulang was leaving the Ministry of Justice, he had been stopped by a Hanlin official surnamed Yang and scolded. If it weren't for that delay, Xiao Lulang could have perfectly avoided the disaster. Gu Jiao got up before the sun rose. Xiao Lulang also got up early in the past, but he never got up earlier than Gu Jiao. Today was an exception. He was fetching water from the back courtyard. First, he fetched water from the ancient well, then he carried buckets back to the kitchen and poured them into the water jar. Looking at his sweaty appearance, it wasn't hard to guess that he had been working for a long time. "Why are you so early? You didn't sleep last night, did you?" Gu Jiao asked in a strange tone. He had too much energy and needed to do some physical work to burn it off. Otherwise he would be too hot. Of course Xiao Lulang didn't say this. He said seriously, "I slept. It was a little hot, so I got up early." It was quite hot, especially since the ancient people wore a lot of clothes. Gu Jiao felt that the capital was hotter than the countryside. She slept and her pajamas were soaked in sweat. She fetched water and went back to her room to take a bath. Listening to the sound of the water, Xiao Yulang's blood was boiling in his chest. He felt that he had wasted the whole morning. Little Jing Kong didn't go to school today. He practiced martial arts in the back courtyard for a while. After breakfast he went to play with Zhao Xiaobao next door. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun were also on vacation. They slept in their room. Gu Jiao didn't tell Xiao Lulang what she saw in her dream. She went to the medical center as usual. Xiao Lulang went to the Hanlin Academy. As soon as he entered the main entrance, he saw many Hanlin officials standing in the open space in front of the hall. The atmosphere was so intense that he didn't know what they were discussing. He always had nothing to do with the crowd. He didn't plan to join them, so he went to his office. But before he took 2 steps, he saw Ning Ziyuan at the corner of the corridor waving at him. He thought about it and went over. Ning Ziyuan pulled him to the other side of the corridor and gossiped in a low voice. "Did you hear? Royal Prince An made a great contribution this morning." Xiao Lulang answered perfunctorily. He wasn't interested. "Hiss," Ning Ziyuan gasped, "he's your opponent? Aren't you curious about what he did? You're the top scholar and he's the second. Logically you should be faster than him. If he's faster, well, it's normal to be faster than you. You can't beat him in terms of family background." This was the truth. A poor student might not be able to reach the starting line of others even if he worked hard for 8 to 10 years. Some people were born at the end of their lives. But Ning Ziyuan still wanted to say, "There was a murder on Beifang Street. It was reported in the middle of the night. The murderer was arrested this morning." "Royal Prince An arrested him?" Xiao Lulang asked. Ning Ziyuan said, "That's right. He was on duty. When he passed by the Ministry of Justice he met his uncle, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice told him about it. Based on the bloodstains at the scene, he led his subordinates and arrested the murderer. He can't leave the Ministry of Justice now, so he asked someone to come to Hanlin Academy and ask for leave. He said he'll come back in the afternoon. Why do you think he's so powerful? Not only was he born into a good family, he was more outstanding and hardworking than ordinary people. How could ordinary people live like this?" The entire Hanlin Academy was shocked by Royal Prince An's case. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. "You got the wrong person. My father is not the murderer. It's not him." It was a child's voice. Xiao Lulang looked in the direction of the voice. Ning Ziyuan said, "Let's go and have a look." He thought Xiao Lulang would refuse. After all, he wasn't the kind of person who liked to watch a show. Who knew that Xiao Lulang would actually follow? There was a commotion outside the door. A child dressed in cotton clothes, less than 10 years old, was thin and small and his clothes were messy. Perhaps because he had been running all the way he was sweating profusely and one of his shoes had fallen off. He tried to rush in but was stopped by Kong Mu of Hanlin Academy. His eyes were red but he held back his tears. "Your Hanlin Academy has caught the wrong person. My father is not the murderer. He didn't kill anyone. He was a child after all." When he heard that a Hanlin official had helped solve the case, he thought that his father had been arrested and brought to Hanlin Academy. He screamed at the top of his lungs, but no one present believed him. Kongmu was a little impatient. How would we know if your father is the murderer? Even if you want to make a scene, you should go to the Ministry of Justice. Hanlin Academy is not the place to hear cases. Where is the Ministry of Justice? I finally found Hanlin Academy. The child finally couldn't hold back and cried in despair. It was obvious that he couldn't walk anymore. The soles of his feet were covered in bloody blisters. The child of a murderer. Not many people really sympathized with him. Just as he was crying uncontrollably, a tall and slender figure came in front of him. I'll take you to the Ministry of Justice. His crying stopped abruptly. He raised his teary eyes and looked at the handsome face in disbelief. Really? Everyone looked at Xiao Lulang as if they were looking at an idiot. Helping the child of a murderer? Was he crazy? I'll take a leave of absence, Xiao Lulang said to Kongmu. Kongmu was probably shocked by his behavior and didn't say a word. Xiao Lulang hired a carriage and took the child to the Ministry of Justice. The child's narrative ability was quite clear. Xiao Lulang learned from him that he had abdominal pain in the middle of the night. His father went out to find a doctor for him, but he didn't return for the whole night. The next day he heard that his father had been arrested as the murderer. His mother had fainted. Xiao Lulang asked, "Is there anyone else in the family?" He shook his head. "No. Sir, my father wouldn't kill anyone. He really wouldn't. Believe me." Xiao Lulang only believed in evidence. If his father really was the murderer, then he had to understand that the imperial court didn't wrongly accuse anyone. If his father wasn't the murderer, then the imperial court would give his father justice. Xiao Lulang took him to the Ministry of Justice. Seeing that it was a Hanlin official, the guard of the Ministry of Justice was very polite. He took Xiao Lulang to the side hall. There, Royal Prince was discussing the details of this case with his uncle, Assistant Minister Qin. Because the murderer wasn't willing to confess, they had to find more evidence to punish the murderer. "Sir Qin, someone from the Hanlin Academy is here," the guard reported outside the door. Assistant Minister Qin didn't understand. Why is someone from the Hanlin Academy here? Royal Prince shook his head. I don't know. He was also very confused. Come in, Assistant Minister Qin said. Xiao Lulang walked in with the child. It's you? Royal Prince's brows furrowed as his gaze fell on the child. Who is he? He's the suspect's son. He went to the Hanlin Academy, Xiao Lulang said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Assistant Minister Qin had heard about the new top scorer. Seeing that he was leaning on a cane, he guessed the other's identity. It was this brat who stole his nephew's top scorer position? The child said, My father isn't the murderer. He didn't kill anyone. Who told you to bring him in? Hurry and take him out. Assistant Minister Qin shouted harshly. Seeing that Xiao Lulang didn't move, he said coldly, Someone come. A guard walked in and took the crying child out. Xiao Lulang looked at Royal Princeton. He didn't say a word, but Royal Princeton felt like there was a thorn in his back from his gaze. He sighed. It was already suspicious for him to appear on the street in the middle of the night. When Wu Yang found him following the bloodstains on the street, he was planning to bury the tools used to commit the crime. My father wasn't suspicious. My stomach hurts. He went out to get a doctor for me. You're the suspicious ones. You're wrongly accusing a good person. The child's stubborn roar came from the corridor outside the door. Can I go take a look? Xiao Lulang asked. Normally, the Hanlin Academy couldn't interfere with the Ministry of Justice's work. Royal Princeton was purely helping his uncle. However, since he was involved, it wasn't a big deal to let Xiao Lulang take a look. The corpse was placed in the Ministry of Justice's ice cellar. Xiao Lulang first went to take a look at the corpse, then went to see the child's father. That child's father is a butcher. Royal Princeton said to Xiao Lulang. It was as if he was telling Xiao Lulang that people who killed more often seemed to have an easier time killing people. You've got the wrong person. The murderer isn't him, Xiao Lulang said. Assistant Minister Qin was so angry that he laughed. You think it's not him just because you say so? Xiao Lulang said, The wound is on the right lower abdomen of the deceased. The back of the knife is above and the blade is below. The tip of the knife is slightly tilted to the left of the back. This is an oblique stab wound. It's not easy to stab with the right hand at this angle. The murderer used his left hand to hold the knife, so his dominant hand is most likely his left hand. Royal Princeton frowned. You're saying that he's left-handed? Xiao Lulang nodded. Royal Prince said, "That butcher?" Xiao Lulang said, "I've tried. He's not left-handed." Royal Prince An's expression became serious. Assistant Minister Qin sneered. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could the Royal Prince catch the wrong murderer?" Assistant Minister Qin wasn't like this in the past. He was too confident in Royal Prince An and felt that as long as it was sent by Royal Prince An, it couldn't be wrong. "Are there any footprints at the scene?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Yes." Royal Prince An handed the drawing that the artist drew from the scene to Xiao Lulang. "One side of the footprints is deep and the other is shallow. He should be injured. The suspect's leg is also injured." Xiao Lulang looked at the drawing and said, "This isn't an injury. He was born with a limp. The injured footprints are messy and have different depths. These footprints are very regular." Royal Prince An was speechless. He wanted to ask how he knew. His gaze swept over the suspect's leg and he instantly understood. There were no signs of fighting at the scene. It was more likely that the murderer was an acquaintance. Moreover, the murderer was a man about 5 feet tall. Assistant Minister Qin didn't believe it at first. However, even if he didn't believe it, there were others who believed it. Another assistant minister surnamed Ming brought the guards to find the murderer. According to the characteristics provided by Xiao Lulang, the murderer was arrested and brought to justice without any effort. Assistant Minister Ming's eyes were crooked from smiling. "Oh my God, this was simply a merit that fell from the sky. Who would have thought that you could catch a fake murderer?" He patted Assistant Minister Qin's shoulder and said with a smile, "The one who makes the first move doesn't necessarily have the upper hand, right?" Assistant Minister Qin's mouth was about to fly off. Assistant Minister Ming went to the Minister of Justice to ask for credit. Of course, he didn't forget to bring Xiao Lulang along. The Minister of Justice was very surprised. "How do you know all this? Hanlin Academy wouldn't teach this, right?" Xiao Lulang paused and said, "My eldest brother was a coroner. In order to support his mother and young Xiao Lulang, Brother Xiao gave up the opportunity to study and became a coroner." The Minister of Justice suddenly understood. He had heard about the background of this new top scorer. He heard that he came from a poor family. However, he didn't expect that he had a brother who was a coroner. The Minister of Justice asked, "Your brother is now," Xiao Lulang said in a low voice, "he passed away." "Ah." The Minister of Justice didn't have a good impression of Hanlin Academy officials. Perhaps it was because he didn't enter Hanlin Academy in the beginning, so he said that grapes were sour. However, he felt that Xiao Lulang was different from those Hanlin Academy officials who thought they were a cut above the rest. He accidentally chatted with Xiao Lulang until late at night. When Xiao Lulang came out of the Ministry of Justice, it was already noon. It was around the same time as Gu Jiao predicted. On the other side, the news that Royal Prince An had caught the wrong person had already spread to Hanlin Academy. Assistant Minister Yang angrily rushed to the Ministry of Justice. What was wrong with Xiao Lulang? Did he think that he was arrogant just because he was a little smart? He actually dared to undermine Royal Prince An. Did he still want to work in Hanlin Academy? Why didn't he secretly suggest a plan to Royal Prince An and slap Royal Prince An's face in public? Assistant Minister Yang was furious. The carriage was parked in a small alley near the Ministry of Justice. As soon as Assistant Minister Yang jumped off the carriage, he was put in a gunny sack by someone. It wasn't too far from the Ministry of Justice to Hanlin Academy. The reason why he hired a carriage in the morning was because the child couldn't walk. Now Xiao Lulang planned to walk back. He took a shortcut. When he walked through the secluded alley, he had a feeling that something was going to happen. He looked back but didn't see anything. Strange. He suddenly had the illusion that he had survived a disaster. In a stable near the Ministry of Justice, Assistant Minister Yang was being beaten up by a gunny sack. "Help, ow, help, ow ow ow, ow. You bullied my husband, he he he." Gu Jiao's small fists landed on his body like snowflakes. Assistant Minister Yang was beaten up to the point of doubting life. No one would believe that he had been beaten up by someone outside the Ministry of Justice's main gate. Gu Jiao was so excited from beating him up that she only remembered the important matter after a long time. She forgot that there was a little Taoist nun to save. It wouldn't be good if she fell to her death. In her dream, she didn't fall to her death because Xiao Lulang acted as a cushion for her. Now there was no human cushion. Humph. Gu Jiao kicked Assistant Minister Yang, took back her gunny sack, and ran towards the alley where the little Taoist nun fell. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. The little Taoist nun had already slipped and fallen from the third-floor window. Gu Changqing had just come out of the barracks when he saw his little sister sneaking around the Ministry of Justice. He was curious about what the little girl was doing, so he urged his horse to go over. Halfway there, a loud noise came from above. A small figure broke through the window and fell from above. Gu Changqing's eyes moved. He flew up and caught the little girl in midair, then slowly landed back on his horse. The little Taoist nun looked at him in shock. Her eyes lit up. General Talisman? Her head tilted and she fainted. Chapter 303. When the little nun opened her eyes again, she was already lying on a bed in the clinic. She froze for a moment, then remembered that she had just fallen down the stairs. She might have fallen to her death. The little nun closed her eyes. Since she was already dead, she might as well sleep. No. Suddenly, a proud young man's voice came from outside. Then a deep and magnetic voice said, "Then let's ride a horse? Do you want to ride a horse?" What kind of beautiful voice was this? And what kind of spoiling tone was this? The little nun was so engrossed in her novel that she threw off the quilt, got out of bed and opened the window. She saw a well-built man in dark light armor. His hair was as black as ink and his thick eyebrows were slanted to his temples. His facial features were deep and stern, and his temperament was cold. His eyes were filled with endless tenderness and love. This was the General Fu from the novels. She looked at the young man opposite the General Fu. He wore a light blue robe and his body was thin. His cheeks were pale and sickly, but his features were exquisite and as handsome as jade. Most importantly, his temper was especially stinky, especially black-hearted. The sickly hostage, Princely Yunting. Didn't she say they were a good match? The scene was so beautiful. The little nun looked at the two people under the tree and swallowed her saliva. Creak. The door was pushed open. Dr. Song came in with a bowl of medicine. Miss, you're awake? Shoo, don't be noisy. The little nun stared at the two people in the courtyard. Dr. Song strangely walked forward and followed her gaze. He smiled and said, "So it's the two young masters, Gu. Miss, do you want to thank them?" Chem? The little nun frowned and looked at him. Dr. Song thought she didn't hear him clearly, so he repeated his words with a pleasant expression. "Miss, do you want to thank them?" The first sentence. The little nun said. Dr. Song thought for a moment, then said with uncertainty, "So it's the two young masters, Gu? They're brothers?" "Yes." "Biological?" "Yes." The little nun lowered her head. Dr. Song's face was inexplicable. "Why are you so disappointed all of a sudden?" Dr. Song checked the little nun's pulse and let her drink the medicine. After asking Dr. Song, the little Taoist nun learned that she was saved by the heir of Marquis Dingyan Manor, Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing and the little Taoist nun had met once before, but the little Taoist nun hadn't taken a good look at him. Sister. Soon after Dr. Song went out, Yuan Tong came in a hurry. "Sister, are you all right? I just went to buy a box of osmanthus cakes." "How did you disappear?" "I'm dying of anxiety." "Fortunately, someone came to deliver a letter, saying that you came to the medical center next to the girls' school." The letter was sent by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing only recognized her after saving her. It wasn't that Gu Changqing didn't take a good look at her face last time. It was just that it would be difficult to find a second Taoist nun like her in the entire capital. The little Taoist nun sat down on a chair by the window. "I'm fine. I just tripped and fell down from upstairs." "How did you suddenly fall down from upstairs?" Yuan Tong looked at the little Taoist nun. She pinched her face, then her arms and legs to make sure she was fine. The little Taoist nun said, "The room was too stuffy. I wanted to open the window to get some fresh air, but my foot suddenly slipped and I fell out of the window." Yuan Tong indignantly said, "It must be because they didn't clean the floor properly, causing sister to slip. I'll go find that tea shop later." The little Taoist nun shook her head. "Forget it. It was my own carelessness." Yuan Tong wanted to ask her sister who brought her to the medical center, but she was suddenly interrupted by a hateful voice. "Yuan Tong." Yuan Tong clenched her fingers and coldly looked out the window. Gu Chengfeng stood outside the window with his arms crossed. "Oh, it really is you." Yuan Tong gritted her teeth. "Bumblebee?" Gu Chengfeng asked, "What are you doing here?" Yuan Tong chuckled. "Why do you care what I'm doing here?" Gu Chengfeng, "Are you sick?" Yuan Tong, "You have medicine." Dizzy. Gu Chengfeng rolled his eyes in disdain. "I'm just asking if you're sick so I can introduce you to a reliable doctor." "Chengfeng, don't be rude." Gu Changqing was startled by the quarrel. The little Taoist nun stood up and slowly bowed to Gu Changqing. Many thanks for saving my sister, Master Gu. Gu Qingfeng looked at Yuan Tong proudly. Did you see that? My big brother saved your sister. Yuan Tong's words were stuck in her throat. She glared at Gu Chengfeng, childish. The little Taoist nun was fine. After resting for a while, she paid the consultation fee and left with her sister. Gu Yen wouldn't talk to the Gu brothers, so he returned to Gu Jiao's courtyard. Gu Chengfeng habitually walked towards Gu Jiao's courtyard, but Gu Yen blocked the door. This is my sister's courtyard. Gu Chengfeng snorted. So what if you have a sister? Gu Yen, of course you do. If you have the ability, you can have a sister too. He didn't have a sister. He would never have one in this lifetime. At most he had. Forget it, that girl wasn't even the Gu family's daughter. In another room, Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao talked about the recent news. The assassin who set me up at the military camp that night should still be in the capital. Tang Ming is also investigating the whereabouts of that power. Tang Ming and Gu Changqing had a common enemy, so they temporarily abandoned their opposing positions and worked together to investigate the truth of that power. In the end, they really did find some clues. Immortal Music House. Gu Changqing said, that person is related to Immortal Music House. What's Immortal Music House? Gu Jiao had never heard of it. Gu Changqing hesitated but still said, it's a brothel. Gu Jiao was very calm. She didn't have the bashful reaction of a normal girl when hearing about a brothel. It's definitely not possible to investigate openly. It's easy to alert the enemy and make a secret investigation. Gu Changqing didn't set foot in that kind of place, but if it was necessary to solve a case, he couldn't care less. Gu Jiao understood and asked, is it hard to enter a secret investigation? Gu Changqing, do you know who's behind Immortal Music House? Gu Jiao, who? Gu Changqing, the Empress Dowager. Gu Jiao's brows wrinkled, Great Aunt? Gu Changqing nodded. Gu Jiao shook her head. Great Aunt would not harm the Tang family, nor would she assassinate Tang Ming. She would also not provoke discord between the Marquis Ding and Fu and the Marshals Fu at this time. Gu Changqing was deep in thought. That's where the problem lies. Originally, the Marquis Ding and Fu and the Marshals Fu belonged to different camps. There was no need to provoke them. Unless that person felt there was a need to provoke them. Jiao Jiao. Gu Changqing looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao also looked at him. N? Gu Changqing sternly said, although the matter of you inventing the bellows and mortar was not announced to the public, there were still people who knew it was you. You received the Emperor's appreciation and you also received the Empress Dowager's protection. Gu Jiao thought for a bit. So that person felt that the two of them would make peace because of me? This idea was simply too naive. Even if Gu Jiao did not deliberately inquire, she knew that her great-aunt and the Emperor had already fought over 100 rounds in the palace. Although Gu Changqing knew that his sister was highly regarded by the two, he did not believe that they would let go of their many years of enmity. More importantly, your relationship with the Emperor and the Empress Dowager is not known by the common people. Even in the palace there are not many people who know. Gu Jiao said, but that person knew. Gu Changqing said, that's right. Gu Jiao picked up a tea leaf. There was a traitor by Great Aunt's side. Gu Changqing analyzed, the Empress Dowager's leprosy in the past should also be related to this person. Although it was the Emperor who did it, the success must have been due to this person's help. So I was thinking that the power behind Immortal Music House was not the Empress Dowager, but it was someone that the Empress Dowager was willing to protect. Gu Jiao's gaze turned cold. It was also someone who betrayed Great Aunt. The news that Xiao Lulang solved the case for the Ministry of Justice quickly reached the Emperor's ears. The Emperor was busy dealing with Empress Dowager Zhuang these days and forgot that he had a new top scorer in the Hanlin Academy. Working for Imperial Tutor Zhuang, he must have been bullied a lot. The Emperor suddenly felt ashamed. How could he have forgotten the person he promoted? Fortunately, that child was sturdy enough and was not abused to death by Imperial Tutor Zhuang. The Emperor reached out to make it easier for a palace maid to dress him. Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei said, this servant is here. The Emperor said, is it the Hanlin Academy's turn to give a lecture to the Crown Prince today? Eunuch Wei smiled. Yes, is it still inviting Scholar Han? Your Majesty should go to the morning court first. This servant will send someone to invite him. The Emperor said, no, call Xiao Lulang over. Eunuch Wei was shocked. Your Majesty, Xiao Lulang is only a scholar. To give a lecture to the Crown Prince, it was usually the highest-ranking official of the Hanlin Academy who personally appeared. At the very least, it would be a lecturer or a reading attendant. How could they let a new scholar take the stage? Then it will be him. The emperor had made up his mind. Eunuch Wei could only brace himself. Yes. Chapter 304. The princes of the imperial palace of an appropriate age had to go to the study every day to study. The study was located in a side hall of the throne room. In the country of Zhao, only third-rank officials and above had the right to go to the throne room for morning court. Therefore, teaching the princes was the only opportunity for officials below third rank to set foot in the throne room. But they still couldn't enter from the front door. Xiao Lulang was led by Eunuch Wei to the throne room from the side. They walked through the corridor and arrived outside the study. The other princes have already finished their homework. You will be teaching the crown prince alone. Eunuch Wei reminded him. The princes and the crown prince had classes together. The teachers were all highly respected officials. The difference was that the crown prince had more work to do than the other princes. After the princes finished their classes, he still had to continue. The crown prince had classes with the teachers in the morning. In the afternoon he had classes with the emperor. He was occasionally sent out for training. The only prince who didn't need to attend classes was the eldest son, Ning Wang. When Xiao Lulang arrived outside the upper study, he coincidentally bumped into the princes coming out. The third prince, Rui Wang, had a sickly complexion. It was clear that he was having a hard time in class. The fourth prince was distinguished and elegant, light and indifferent. It looked like he knew everything. The fifth and sixth princes had serious expressions. It was unknown if the homework was too difficult or something else. Xiao Lulang bowed slightly. He didn't look sideways. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Eunuch Wei bowed to the princes. Rui Wang stopped and asked, "Eunuch Wei, who is this?" Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "Replying to your highness Rui Wang, this is Xiao Xiuzhua from the Hanlin Academy. Today he will be teaching the crown prince." "So young?" Rui Wang's eyes widened. He didn't say his rank was so low. In comparison, his rank was nothing. This teacher looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. He was already teaching the crown prince? And he looked so familiar. Rui Wang stared at Xiao Yulang's face. Xiao Lulang calmly let him look. After all, Rui Wang was not the crown prince and was not close to the young Marquis of Zhaodu for a while. He could not see that Xiao Lulang resembled him. "Third brother, are we leaving or not? Didn't you say you were going to bring me and fourth brother to your residence to play?" The sixth prince urged. Coming. Rui Wang didn't think about Xiao Lulang anymore and left in a hurry. "Xiao Xiuzhua, please." Eunuch Wei gestured. Xiao Lulang stepped inside. His younger brothers had all finished their lessons, and he was the only one who stayed behind to continue learning. The crown prince was already somewhat unhappy, and when he saw that the Hanlin official giving the lecture was actually Xiao Lulang, his entire being felt unwell. "Why are you here?" He almost stood up in shock. Xiao Lulang calmly cupped his hands and said, "This humble subject is here to lecture the crown prince on the orders of his majesty." "You are lecturing me?" What was Imperial Father thinking? Why would he send this guy to lecture him? Did he already have no place in Imperial Father's heart? What kind of knowledge could a brat who was still wet behind the ears have? The crown prince's face turned green and white. It was truly wonderful. On the other side, Gu Jiao also entered the palace. She had come to visit her great-aunt. She had the Rinshou Palace token that her great-aunt had given her, so she smoothly entered the palace. When she walked past the throne room, she didn't know that Xiao Lulang was inside. She just unconsciously glanced in the direction of the throne room. The throne room was too grand. It stood towering above 100 steps of stairs and stood loftily under the bright sky. It was grand and imposing, and the heavy aura of history assaulted the face. It was solemn and dignified, and it caused others to be unable to help but feel reverence in their hearts. The throne room was a place that every official of the Zhao country dreamed of. Only by entering the throne room could one truly be called an important official of the court. To get to Rinshou Palace, one had to pass through the imperial garden. Gu Jiao had just walked there when she was stopped by a familiar and gentle voice. "Older sister." It was Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu walked briskly towards Gu Jiao. She asked in surprise, "Older sister also entered the palace? Did you come to visit Imperial concubine Shu?" Gu Jiao looked at her coolly. Gu Jinyu was used to Gu Jiao's indifference. She smiled and didn't take it to heart. She explained, "Imperial concubine Shu is ill. Grandmother heard the news and couldn't eat or sleep well. So she had me enter the palace to visit Imperial concubine Shu on her behalf." Gu Jiao and Gu Jinyu had not interacted much, but she remembered that she used to call old Madame Gu's daughter, Gu Gu Gu. Seeming to sense the change in her attitude, Gu Jinyu lowered her head and smiled bitterly. Older sister probably doesn't know. Not only did I falsely claim credit for the bellows, I also almost stole older sister's glutinous rice mortar. I told Imperial Concubine Shu that I had an even better invention. In the end, it was exposed and caused Imperial Concubine Shu to be embarrassed in front of His Majesty. I heard that I also implicated the fifth prince. Right now, Imperial Concubine Shu probably doesn't want to see me at all. Gu Jiao had no intention of chatting with her and didn't respond. Gu Jinyu said, "Older sister is going to see Imperial Concubine Shu. Why don't you come with me?" Gu Jiao was about to say that she wasn't here to see Imperial Concubine Shu, but before she could speak, she was interrupted by a youth's stern shout. "You're that wild girl from the countryside." Gu Jinyu's expression changed slightly. She turned and bowed to a youth in embroidered robes. "Greetings to His Highness the Fifth Prince." The fifth prince was 17 this year. He was the same age as Gu Qinglin but 2 months younger. He had inherited Imperial Concubine Shu's beauty and was considered outstanding among the princes who were already very good-looking. However, his domineering and arrogant attitude did not please Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids. She only glanced at him carelessly. The fifth prince stood in front of the two and looked at her in surprise. "What's with your attitude? Why aren't you bowing when you see me?" Logically speaking, she was supposed to kneel and pay her respects. However, since they were relatives, she was allowed to do a curtsy. Gu Jinyu reminded Gu Jiao in a small voice, "Older sister." Gu Jiao was indifferent. The fifth prince's anger flared. "You're very bold." Gu Jinyu quickly stepped forward and said softly, "Fifth prince, older sister has just entered the palace and is not familiar with the palace rules. I will properly explain it to older sister later. Fifth prince, please forgive older sister this once for the sake of grandfather and eldest brother." When the old duke and Gu Changqing were mentioned, the fifth prince's expression softened. No matter how insensible he was, he understood that his maternal grandfather and eldest cousin brother were his backers. On the surface, his maternal grandfather had resigned, but he was secretly working for Imperial Father. His eldest cousin brother must have had some accomplishments in the military camp. However, the fifth prince still had no intention of letting Gu Jiao off so quickly. He said coldly to Gu Jiao, "Were you behind what happened last time?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely, completely unable to understand what he was saying. The fifth prince scoffed. "You're too much. Since you could invent those things, why didn't you tell my imperial mother in advance? You caused so many misunderstandings. Even my homework was questioned by Imperial Father. It's all your fault." What kind of tyrannical bandit logic was this? What did she know and what she didn't know? What right did she have to tell Consort Shu, who had nothing to do with her? Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at the fifth prince like he was an idiot. Gu Jinyu quickly mediated. "Fifth prince, it's not older sister's fault. Older sister already told me. I didn't tell Imperial Mother." Gu Jiao also didn't deliberately tell Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu's words were clearly pushing the blame onto himself. But the fifth prince didn't buy it. "Don't speak for her. I've always heard about her. She clearly returned to the capital, but she didn't move back to the manor and didn't come to pay respects to my imperial mother. Older sister is married. How can a married daughter move back to her maiden home? As for paying respects to imperial mother, isn't she here now?" Gu Jinyu continued to give Gu Jiao meaningful looks, indicating for Gu Jiao to give in. Gu Jiao remained indifferent. The fifth prince's hair stood on end again. See, she has no sincerity at all. She clearly doesn't care about imperial mother and me. The fifth prince had been sullen recently. First, he was grounded by the emperor. Then he was ordered to study hard. No one was allowed to help him with his homework. His teachers were also much stricter with him. He didn't have any fun at all. Today, everyone had agreed to go to Third Brother's manor, but he had to stay in the palace because he hadn't finished his punishment report from Imperial Father. He more or less wanted to vent his anger on Gu Jiao. If it was Gu Jinyu, perhaps she would let him have his way. But Gu Jiao wouldn't let him have his way. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "I'm not here to visit Imperial Concubine Shu, and I'm not here to pay respects to you." Saying this, she tilted her head slightly, indicating for the fifth prince to move aside. The fifth prince had only been a little angry at her, but now he was completely enraged. "I treat you as a relative and only ask you to pay respects to me. But you don't want face when I give it to you?" The fifth prince said coldly, Kneel. Gu Jinyu's face paled. Your Highness, move aside. Otherwise I'll punish you too. The fifth prince rarely spoke so harshly to Gu Jinyu. It could be seen that he was truly angry. Gu Jinyu didn't dare to make another sound. Gu Jiao frowned in annoyance. I'll say it one last time. Move aside. The fifth prince said angrily, You're shameless. Come slap her. Two strong eunuchs walked forward and reached out to grab Gu Jiao. But they didn't even touch Gu Jiao's clothes before they were thrown onto the grass. The fifth prince was so angry that he stomped his feet. How dare you commit a crime in the palace? He raised his hand to grab Gu Jiao. So noisy. She had such a bad temper. Coincidentally, there was a water tank with water lilies nearby. Gu Jiao grabbed the fifth prince's collar and threw him into the water tank. Ah! The fifth prince screamed. He fell into the water tank while sitting and was soaked. His hands quickly grabbed the sides of the tank and he struggled out of the water tank with a big water lily. The huge commotion shocked Empress Xiao, who was passing by. It was a sunny day today. Empress Xiao was supposed to accompany Qin Chuyu to the Imperial Garden to play, but Qin Chuyu ran away after a while. She was strolling around leisurely. Hearing the commotion, she walked over and saw the fifth prince sitting in the water tank in a sorry state. He wanted to climb out but couldn't. Although the fifth prince looked a little sorry, he was really funny. The fifth prince was very handsome, and with a pink lotus flower on his head, it really made people unable to restrain their laughter. Ahem. Empress Xiao cleared her throat and covered her mouth with a handkerchief. She ordered the servants, What are you waiting for? Go and help the fifth prince up. Yes. Eunuch Su personally led the servants and pulled the wet fifth prince out of the water tank. It was summer. Being soaked in water didn't make one feel cold, but it was ugly. The fifth prince's face looked even worse. The servants didn't dare to laugh at him. They held it in. Empress Xiao walked over slowly. She glanced around and asked, What happened? Greetings, mother. The fifth prince bowed sullenly. Gu Jinyu also bowed. Greetings, Empress. May the Empress have good fortune and peace. Empress Xiao's eyes fell on Gu Jiao, who was beside Gu Jinyu. Which palace is she from? Gu Jinyu hurriedly said, Empress, she is my elder sister. Your elder sister? Empress Xiao had never seen Gu Jiao, but she had heard of her. But sometimes people's brains short-circuited. She couldn't remember Gu Jiao's elder sister. Besides, Gu Jiao's appearance was really unsightly. Empress Xiao frowned and withdrew her gaze from Gu Jiao. What happened? Empress Xiao asked the fifth prince. The fifth prince glanced at Gu Jiao. He didn't intend to tell on her, but he couldn't stop the eunuch from gossiping. A eunuch got up from the ground and knelt down in front of Empress Xiao. Empress, this girl is so bold. She dared to attack the fifth prince in the palace. If you hadn't arrived in time, the fifth prince would have been killed by her. Empress Xiao's expression turned cold. How could she assassinate a prince in the palace? Empress. Gu Jinyu knelt down and risked his life to plead. There was just a misunderstanding between the fifth prince and my sister. She didn't want to kill the fifth prince. Your Majesty, please understand. Oh, the Imperial Garden is so lively today. Noble Consort Zhuang's faint voice came from the entrance. She was followed by Consort Yu. Consort Yu was Rui Wang's biological mother. They had always been close. This was the first time Noble Consort Zhuang came out to the garden after Princess Ning's miscarriage. She didn't expect to encounter such a wonderful thing. Noble Consort Zhuang bowed slightly to the Empress. Consort Yu bowed, Greetings, Empress. The fifth prince bowed embarrassedly, Noble Consort Zhuang, Noble Consort Yu. Noble Consort Zhuang seemed to be in a good mood today. When she spoke, she smiled slightly. What's wrong with the fifth prince? Did he go for a swim because it's too hot? Why is there a flower on his head? Flower? The fifth prince's expression changed, and he quickly raised his hand to take off the water lily on his head. Thinking that he, a prince of a country, had a flower on his head in front of so many people, he was ashamed and resentful. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Empress Xiao looked at Gu Jiao and sighed. The fifth prince had a little disagreement with this girl. I'm investigating this matter. Noble Consort Zhuang smiled and looked at Gu Jinyu and Gu Jiao beside her. So, the fifth prince was pushed into the water by her? Since such a big thing has happened, it's better to call Consort Shu here. After all, the fifth prince is her son. Empress Xiao nodded. Call Consort Shu here. Yes. Eunuch Su went to Changchun Palace to report to Consort Shu. Knowing that her son was pushed into the water, Consort Shu ignored her illness and went to the Imperial Garden under the hot sun. Empress Xiao couldn't remember who Gu Jinyu's sister was, but how could Consort Shu not? She had a red birthmark on her face and was too ugly to be seen. Who else could it be but her niece who was raised in the countryside? She held the fifth prince's hand with heartache and turned to glare at Gu Jiao fiercely. Did you push the fifth prince into the water? I think you're going against the heavens. Empress Xiao said, Consort Shu, the matter hasn't been clarified yet. Miss Gu and this eunuch each have their own story. Let's listen to what the fifth prince and this girl have to say. Consort Shu gritted her teeth and said, I only asked the empress, did she push the fifth prince into the water? The eunuch beside the fifth prince cried, Your Majesty. It's her. She hit the servants and pushed the fifth prince into the water. Consort Shu trembled with anger. She clenched her fists and said to Empress Xiao with her last trace of reason, Your Majesty, this person is my niece. Please hand her over to me. Empress Xiao asked, What are you going to do? Consort Shu looked at Gu Jiao coldly and said, She has no mother to raise her. Of course, I will discipline her on behalf of my brother and sister-in-law. Guards, take her down. As soon as she finished speaking, Eunuch Qin's voice sounded from afar. The Empress Dowager is here. Empress Xiao and the other concubines hurriedly turned around and bowed respectfully. Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix carriage came to the imperial garden like a golden phoenix flapping its wings. Her momentum instantly shocked everyone. The imperial garden was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Empress Xiao, as the head of the concubines, had to speak boldly, Mother, why are you here? If I didn't come, I wouldn't know that all of you are so good at making trouble for me. I invited a doctor from outside the palace, but he was blocked by you on the way. You wanted to kill him. What? I just came back to the palace and you want me to be well? The only thing she didn't say was that they stopped the Empress Dowager from practicing medicine and wanted to kill the Empress Dowager. Mother, please forgive us. Empress Xiao knelt down with the help of the palace maids. Since the Empress knelt, noble consort Zhuang and the others could only follow suit and kneel on the ground. Come here. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. She said this to Gu Jiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang still wanted to put on airs in front of outsiders. What she meant was to let Gu Jiao walk to the side of the phoenix carriage, and then she would continue to be a trembling empress who would bring disaster to the country. Who knew that Gu Jiao would misunderstand? She supported herself with one hand, got on the phoenix carriage, and sat very obediently next to her grandaunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang, everyone, Empress Dowager Zhuang, oh, I've spoiled her. I have to spoil her even if she collapses. Chapter 305. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Of course, Empress Dowager Zhuang's image wouldn't collapse so easily. After all, she was still very unreasonable to others. Consort Shu was about to speak up for the fifth prince when Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at her coldly. Consort Shu's face turned pale with fright. Empress Dowager Zhuang came quickly and left quickly. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix carriage was already far away. Although the fifth prince was indeed wronged, who had the courage to snatch him from Empress Dowager Zhuang? Empress Dowager is too biased. Why don't you ask what happened to the fifth prince? Consort Shu felt wronged. Empress Xiao glanced at her coldly. Consort Shu, be careful with your words. Consort Shu realized that she had misspoken and hurriedly bowed. I know I was wrong. Noble Consort Zhuang suddenly asked Consort Shu, Does your niece know medicine? Consort Shu was speechless. How did she know? She had never seen that girl. Gu Jinyu said softly, In reply to your highness the imperial consort, elder sister knows medicine. During the incident at the Ministry of Works, many critically ill patients were sent to elder sister's clinic. You still have the face to talk about the accident at the Ministry of Works. Consort Shu was furious at Gu Jinyu. Consort Shu had been favored in the palace for many years. If Gu Jinyu hadn't cheated her, she would still be His Majesty's favorite concubine. Empress Xiao and noble consort Zhuang both knew the inside story. They disdained Consort Shu's behavior, but they didn't say anything. Noble consort Zhuang said to Empress Xiao, Since the Empress Dowager summoned the doctor, she must be sick. I'll go to Rinshou Palace to see the Empress Dowager. Empress Xiao nodded slowly. Okay, I still have some things to deal with, so I won't go now. I'll pay respects to my mother later. Noble consort Zhuang smiled, bowed slightly and turned to leave. The moment she turned around, the smile on her face faded. No matter how high her status was or how much the Empress Dowager valued her, she couldn't call her mother. Empress Xiao continued to look for Qin Chuyu. After taking a few steps, an idea flashed through her mind. Eunuch Su, that girl, couldn't be the one who invented the bellows and glutinous rice mortar, right? It's her. Eunuch Su nodded. Empress Xiao broke into a cold sweat for herself. His Majesty thought highly of that girl. Fortunately, he didn't have time to punish her. But then again, how did that girl become Empress Dowager Zhuang's guest? She seemed to be very familiar with Empress Dowager Zhuang. It seemed that this was not the first day they had met. Does His Majesty know about this? On the other side, Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao returned to Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin went to the small kitchen and instructed the cook to make Gu Jiao's favorite snacks. Empress Dowager Zhuang brought her back to her bedroom and sat down on a bench. Tell me, how did you find time to visit me today? Gu Jiao sat down beside her and thought for a moment before saying, I miss Grandaunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, I don't believe it. Gu Jiao curved her lips and took out a food box from the small basket. After opening it, the aroma of crispy sesame oil and brown sugar rushed to her nose. It's still hot. Gu Jiao took out the steaming brown sugar glutinous rice cake. The brown sugar glutinous rice cake was fried black and sprinkled with freshly fried white sesame seeds. The color was attractive and the aroma was rich. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth watered. Gu Jiao put a small yellow duck bowl in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the tableware in little Jing Kong and was speechless. Why did they use such childish tableware? Are there no bowls at home? She asked with a dark face. Gu Jiao said, Today, Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lu are holding banquets at the same time. There aren't enough bowls, so they were borrowed. The cupboard was empty. Only the strange tableware in little Jing Kong was not borrowed. These tableware were all made by Gu Jiao in the way he liked. However, he had a little problem of liking the new and disliking the old. As long as Gu Jiao made new ones, he would not want the old ones. He was now obsessed with kitten bowls and did not use the small yellow duck bowl. Empress Dowager Zhuang, so you not only gave me the tableware that the little monk used, but also the tableware that he did not want? Aijia's heart is bitter. Aijia will not say it. The temptation of the brown sugar glutinous rice cake was huge. Although she disliked the small yellow duck bowl, Empress Dowager Zhuang still enjoyed the food Gu Jiao brought. She only ate 3 before Gu Jiao did not allow her to eat any more. There are 3 more. Empress Dowager Zhuang said with grievance. Those are for Eunuch Qin. Gu Jiao said. Empress Dowager Zhuang, oh, anyway, Qin Kuan's food will be mine later. Gu Jiao, I will bring them to Eunuch Qin and watch him eat. Empress Dowager Zhuang. When noble consort Zhuang arrived at Rinshou Palace, the brown sugar glutinous rice cake episode was over. Gu Jiao was taking Empress Dowager Zhuang's pulse. The two were sitting in chairs. The sun shone through the window, shining on Empress Dowager Zhuang's silver hair and on the young girl's black hair. The scene was somewhat peaceful and beautiful. Noble consort Zhuang was stunned. She thought she might be seeing things. For a moment, she actually saw a trace of kindness in her aunt's eyes. The most unkind person in the world was her aunt. The emotions in Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes had been restrained, leaving only a domineering and majestic face. What are you doing here? Noble consort Zhuang smiled. Didn't Aunt invite a doctor from the common people? I came to see Aunt. After all, she was her niece. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not bad to noble consort Zhuang. Otherwise she would not have come in so quickly. Even the Empress had to wait outside for a while when she came to pay respects. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, Aijia is fine. I just asked someone to check your pulse. I see. Then I am relieved. Noble consort Zhuang said and sat down on a stool slightly below Empress Dowager Zhuang. Gu Jiao sat next to Empress Dowager Zhuang and took her pulse. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't restrict Gu Jiao with the rules of the palace, so Gu Jiao didn't know that this bench was Empress Dowager Zhuang's special seat. Ordinary people were not qualified to sit on it. When the imperial doctors took Empress Dowager Zhuang's pulse, they all knelt on the ground. Noble consort Zhuang naturally didn't know that Gu Jiao had even slept on Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix bed. She slept horizontally, slept on her stomach, slept with drool, and slept in all kinds of ways. Gu Jiao finished taking Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand and gently put it back. I said Aijia is fine, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. She didn't really call her to Rinshou Palace to be a doctor. Gu Jiao said, you are not allowed to eat candy secretly. Empress Dowager Zhuang choked. Aijia, when did Aijia eat candy secretly? Is it Qin Kuan, that dog? Halfway through her words, she realized that noble consort Zhuang was still here. She changed the topic and said coldly, Ija doesn't eat candy. Only children eat things. Then it seems that you don't need to give this. Gu Jiao took out the candied fruit from her pocket and silently put it back. Empress Dowager Zhuang, not allowed to go back. Noble consort Zhuang, in fact, Empress Dowager Zhuang was still very arrogant. This didn't change much before or after returning to the palace, whether it was her grandaunt or Empress Dowager Zhuang. Even when she spoke to Gu Jiao, her tone wasn't very good. But when she liked someone, she couldn't hide it. When she looked at that person, there would be light in her eyes. The last time noble consort Zhuang saw her aunt like someone so much was when Princess Ning and was in the palace. Although Princess Ning and wasn't her aunt's biological daughter, she was more like her own flesh and blood. Her aunt almost doted on her. Unfortunately for a man, Princess Ning and ignored Empress Dowager Zhuang's dissuasion and married far away to the bitter cold of the northern border. Her aunt once told her that if she dared to walk out of this door, she would cut off all ties with her. His aunt had the power to overturn the imperial court. She could control the universe and play with the world in the palm of her hand. However, she could not control the marriage of her daughter. Because she cared too much, she had a weakness. When Princess Ning and threatened her with death, her aunt still lost. Noble consort Zhuang would never forget the night many years ago when Princess Ning and, wearing a bright red wedding dress, kowtowed 3 times with tears in her eyes outside the silent Rinshou Palace in the cold wind and snow. Aken is unfilial. I can't serve Imperial Mother. I can't take care of Imperial Mother for the rest of my life. Imperial Mother, please take care of yourself. Ken bye-bye. Princess Ning and got married. Her aunt fell ill. She almost lost her life. After that, his aunt cut off the last trace of humanity and turned into a demon empress who could bring calamity to the country through and through. After consort Shu brought the 5th prince back to Changchun Palace, she felt that something was wrong. She called Gu Jinyu over. Why didn't you mention that girl's medical skills before? Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said, Your Highness didn't ask. Imperial concubine Shu gasped. Consort Shu frowned and asked, When did she know the Empress Dowager? Gu Jinyu shook her head. I don't know. You don't know anything. What use are you? Consort Shu couldn't get anything out of Gu Jinyu and impatiently let her go. The more Consort Shu thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Wasn't that girl one of His Majesty's people? She had His Majesty's appreciation, so why was she so close to the Empress Dowager? Could it be that she sought refuge with the Empress Dowager? Consort Shu suddenly sneered. Very good. She was worried about how to deal with this girl. She was really giving her a pillow. Come. Your Highness. A palace maid walked over. Where is His Majesty? Consort Shu asked. In the imperial study. The palace maid replied. Consort Shu raised her eyebrows. Prepare a sedan. I want to go to the imperial study. She wanted to put righteousness before family and expose this girl to His Majesty. Chapter 306. In the study, the Crown Prince was having his last class of the day. Xiao Yulong's class was actually very good. He explained the profound and simple terms and quoted from many sources. It was not boring at all. It was more lively and easy to understand than Scholar Han's lecture. This was not to say that Scholar Han's literary foundation was not as good as Xiao Yulong's. It was just that Xiao Lulang had a few troublemakers at home who tutored them. Whenever it was a bit boring, the 3 of them would collectively go into a trance. But when the Crown Prince looked at Xiao Yulong's face, he could not help but think of the deceased Xiao Heng. He was always in a trance. Your Highness, please explain what you just said. Xiao Lulang interrupted the Crown Prince's trance for the 27th time. The Crown Prince was stunned. Huh? Xiao Lulang repeated. The Crown Prince was stunned. He was thinking about Xiao Heng just now. How could he have heard what he said? Xiao Lulang put down his book on the podium and said, If the Crown Prince does not understand, I will explain it again. The Crown Prince felt a headache coming on. It was already lunchtime, but because he was always in a trance, he did not finish the content. If it were another civil official, the class would have already ended. They did not dare to delay the Crown Prince's class. But Xiao Lulang was very stubborn and insisted on finishing the class. The Crown Prince braced himself and listened again. After listening carefully, he learned a lot. At least he could immediately repeat the explanation. Xiao Lulang tested him on the key points of today's lesson. The Crown Prince thought that he did not understand, but unexpectedly he answered all of them. He was surprised. When did he understand? Wasn't his mind on Xiao Heng during this class? Xiao Lulang said, neither too fast nor too slow. Today's class ends here. Your Highness, please write down the homework. There's still homework? The Crown Prince frowned as he looked at him. How daring. His hair wasn't even fully grown yet, and he was only here to substitute for a lesson. Did he really think that he was the Crown Prince's teacher? In any case, the Crown Prince was the legitimate son of the Emperor and the future monarch. He had the right to be proud and arrogant. He looked down on Xiao Lulang, this little cripple from a humble family. Of course, it was also possible that the complicated feelings he had for Xiao Heng were causing trouble in his heart, causing him to project part of his feelings towards Xiao Heng onto Xiao Lulang. Does he love Xiao Heng? Naturally, it was painful. He had so many brothers and sisters in the palace, but before little Qi was born, he didn't have any real siblings. They all wanted his position. On the surface they flattered him, but behind his back they envied him and cursed him. The only person he treated as a younger brother was Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng was so outstanding. Even though he was 5 years younger than him, he studied better than him, recited better poems than him, and even had better looks than him. But he thought that this was his cousin and would be his subject in the future. It was also a good thing that he was outstanding. He had never been jealous of him until he met Wen Linlang. That year he was 13 and Wen Linlang was 11. He was just a young and inexperienced boy who didn't understand the love between men and women. But inexplicably, at first glance, he felt that Wen Linlang was the crown princess he would marry in the future. His mother often called the daughters of the ministers into the palace to accompany her, but he didn't like any of them. If he had to have someone accompany him on the road to the emperor, he hoped that that person would be Wen Linlang. What's your name? Sister Linlang. The 8-year-old Xiao Heng ran over with a childish face. He tilted his little head and looked at Wen Linlang, then looked at him. Brother Crown Prince, you're here? Let me introduce you. This is Sister Linlang. Sister Linlang, this is Cousin Crown Prince. Greetings, Your Highness. She quickly knelt down and bowed. After that, she held Xiao Heng's hand and left. While walking, she wiped away the sweat on Xiao Heng's forehead. He heard her gently advise him, don't climb trees in the future. It's very dangerous. But I want to pick fruit for you to eat. Don't you like to eat it? But I prefer Heng to be well. I don't want Heng to get hurt. Oh. He returned to the palace and told his imperial concubine mother that he liked Heng's sister Linlang. However, his imperial concubine mother very seriously told him, she is Heng's fiancée. She saved Heng's life. The marriage was set a long time ago. You are the older brother. You cannot steal your younger brother's marriage. Your Highness, Your Highness. Xiao Yolang's voice interrupted the Crown Prince's thoughts. The Crown Prince was so shocked that he began to sweat. He guiltily glanced at Xiao Lulang. This was too frightening. This person was too similar to Xiao Heng. What was Father Emperor thinking? To have him give him lessons, was he not afraid that he would have nightmares? The Crown Prince calmed himself down and maintained his good self-control. Suppressing his impatience and discomfort, he said in a normal tone, I did not remember the homework just now. I will have to trouble Xiao Xiuzhua to repeat it. Coming out of the study, the Crown Prince's entire body was soaked. The palace servant waiting outside immediately went forward and handed him a handkerchief while fanning him. Fortunately, it was currently summer, so sweating was not strange. Only the Crown Prince understood that the majority of the sweat on his body was cold sweat. Xiao Lulang calmly walked out of the study. The Crown Prince glanced at his walking stick. Xiao Heng was very vain and cared a lot about how others looked at him. When he was young, he had lost 2 front teeth and he did not speak in front of others for half a year. He definitely would not allow himself to be disabled. With him, he would rather sit in a wheelchair than limp around in broad daylight. He was not Xiao Heng. He was not. On the other side, Imperial concubine Shu sat in a sedan chair and left Changchun Palace. The emperor was reading memorials in the study when he suddenly heard Eunuch Wei report, Your Majesty, Consort Shu is here. The emperor frowned. Now. It was lunchtime. The emperor glanced at Empress Xiao, who was silently waiting for him. He cleared his throat and said to Eunuch Wei, Let Consort Shu in. Yes. Eunuch Wei walked out. Empress Xiao did not say anything. She silently sat on the chair across from the emperor and sipped her tea. Qin Chu was rolling on the ground. He was practicing the toad fighting technique, which was what the 3 scumbags of the Imperial College saw in a novel. It was said that this technique was very powerful and could beat away many bad people after learning it. He was showing his skills to his father and telling him that he was someone who could protect him. The emperor did not think that his son was practicing. He only thought that his son was too fat and should lose weight. Rolling on the ground was also a form of exercise, so he did not scold him. Consort Shu thought that the emperor was the only one in the study. Unexpectedly, when she entered, the whole family of 3 was there. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Consort Shu suppressed her embarrassment and bowed to the 2. Empress Xiao smiled. The emperor said, Little Qi. Qin Qiu, who was rolling on the ground, turned his head and glanced at his father. Father? Then he saw Consort Shu. Consort Gu? He stood up and bowed to Consort Shu politely. Little Qi greets Consort Gu. Good boy, Consort Shu said with a smile. How could he roll on the ground like this? The empress had learned all the rules. How could she teach her son like this? Consort Shu, do you need something? The emperor asked. She did need something, but how could she say it in front of the empress and the 7th prince? Eunuch Su, take little Qi out, Empress Xiao said. She was going to stay here by herself. Your Highness, I'll go outside to play marbles with you, Eunuch Su said with a smile. Qin Qiu was obsessed with marbles, so he went with Eunuch Su. You can leave too, the emperor said to the maids who were fanning him and Empress Xiao in the room. Yes. The maids walked out in a line. Eunuch Wei was guarding the door. Tell me what's the matter? The emperor asked concisely. Consort Shu looked conflicted. Empress Xiao smiled. It seems that it's inconvenient for me to hear. Then I'll come to visit your majesty another day. No. Consort Shu didn't have the guts to talk to his majesty behind the empress' back. It didn't matter if she didn't expose it, but it was against the rules if she said it out in the open. Consort Shu said with a smile, I'm not hiding anything from the empress. I was just thinking about how to say it. When the empress asked me, I was enlightened and knew where to start. Speaking of which, I need the empress to testify for me. Empress Xiao picked up the teacup and gently stirred the tea with the lid. She said, Oh? What do you need me to testify for? Placing righteousness before family was a sign of loyalty in front of the emperor, but in the ears of others, it sounded like a family scandal being aired in public. Of course, Consort Shu didn't want the empress to see her as a joke, but the arrow had already been knocked. She could only bite the bullet and expose Gu Jiao. Qinxia only found out today that the girl was acquainted with the Empress Dowager. Consort Shu did not take sides in the palace. She did not curry favor with Consort Zhuang and did not rely on Empress Xiao. But there was one thing she was very careful about. That was, she could not get too close to Empress Dowager Zhuang. She said this with the intention of removing herself from the picture. Of course, she did not forget to remove Marquis Ding and Fu from the picture. Ever since that girl came to the capital, not only did she not come to pay respects to me, she also did not return to the Fu to pay respects to her grandfather and grandmother. Her older brothers in the family are like strangers to her. So her collusion with the Empress Dowager could not have been incited by Marquis Ding and Fu. Empress Xiao had actually come to talk about this matter, but she was not as impatient as Consort Shu. She first wanted to see His Majesty's attitude towards the girl. She would not do something that was strenuous and unrewarding. It was just that there were too many people in the palace. Even if she didn't say it, the matter of the Imperial Garden would reach His Majesty's ears sooner or later. At most, it would be due to the fact that she did not report it. Empress Xiao was the mother of the country. She did not need any merit to sit firmly in the position of empress. On the contrary, she could not make a mistake. Otherwise, she would implicate the crown prince. Empress Xiao did not expect that the first person to report to the emperor would be Consort Shu. That girl was Consort Shu's niece. That was true. She was not close to Consort Shu. Her invention of the bellows and glutinous rice mortar had received His Majesty's appreciation. But not only did Consort Shu not benefit from her glory, she had also been punished because of her. Today, the 5th prince had been pushed into the water by her. With the old and new grudges added together, it would be strange if Consort Shu did not want to tear that girl apart. Empress Xiao calmly drank her tea and did not make a single comment. The emperor's face sank. He looked towards Empress Xiao. Did the empress also see it? Empress Xiao put down her teacup and sighed, saying, Qinxia did see her follow the Empress Dowager to Renshou Palace. I heard that the Empress Dowager was not feeling well and invited a doctor from the common people. Once the doctor was invited, the emperor's expression relaxed. He knew the little miracle-working doctor's medical skills. The reputation of the Miracle Hall had gradually spread in the capital. It was not surprising that the Empress Dowager would invite him to the palace. Consort Shu hurriedly said, But how can a doctor from the common people sit in the Empress Dowager's phoenix carriage? Few princesses have sat in it. Empress Xiao smiled and did not speak anymore. The emperor knew Empress Dowager's character. She would never let a doctor who she had only met once or twice sit in her phoenix carriage. Consort Shu was right. Few princesses had sat in it. She was a heinous old woman. Did she bribe the little miracle-working doctor? The emperor said in a low voice, "You go back to the palace first. I still have something to deal with." Consort Shu understood that the emperor was going to verify the truth of the matter. She was not afraid of the emperor's investigation. She was afraid that the emperor would not investigate. So many pairs of eyes had seen that girl and Empress Dowager were very close. At first glance it was obvious that there was something fishy. At night, the emperor called eunuch He from the imperial household and ordered him to take people to investigate the relationship between Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang. The relationship between Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang was not difficult to investigate. No one had found it before because no one suspected them at all. Eunuch He carried a burden and pretended to be a peddler to Qingshui Alley. Then everything came to the surface. The candlelight in the imperial study swayed. The emperor's face was lit up and then dark. He clenched his fists and said, "What did you say? She saved Empress Dowager Zhuang?" "Yes, Empress Dowager Zhuang is her and Xiao Xiuzuo's grand-aunt. Xiao Xiuzuo went to the capital to take the exam. They also followed him from the countryside." But Eunuch He paused. He did not know if he should say that Empress Dowager Zhuang's behavior in Qingshui Alley seemed to be different from that in the palace. If he had not confirmed the characteristics in the portrait, he almost thought that the grand-aunt Jiao Jiao in the neighborhood was a real old lady from the countryside. After all, Empress Dowager Zhuang was a person who never suffered losses. Eunuch He continued, "I also inquired about the time when Empress Dowager Zhuang went to their house. It was not long after Empress Dowager Zhuang disappeared from Leprosy Mountain. Our people lost track of Empress Dowager Zhuang in Qingchuan Town. They are also from Qingchuan Town." The emperor fell into the chair dejectedly. His face was full of disbelief and hurt. "So, before she met me she met Empress Dowager Zhuang?" Eunuch He sighed, "I'm afraid so." The emperor said again, "Was she the one who cured Empress Dowager Zhuang's leprosy?" Eunuch He said, "I don't know. But I'm afraid so." The emperor laughed self-mockingly. His eyes were full of pain. "She can even cure venereal disease. Why can't she cure leprosy? I should have expected it. In the world, except for her who can cure Empress Dowager Zhuang's leprosy. I just don't want to guess it was her." "Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor's almost crazy expression and felt worried. The emperor's eyes turned red. His feelings for Gu Jiao were very special. It was definitely not the love between a man and a woman, but it was also not a normal doctor-patient relationship. This little girl carried too many expectations of him. He was grateful to her, appreciated her, valued her, and even cherished her. When he saw her he would be happy. But he never expected that she was actually the Empress Dowager's person. People's standpoints and perspectives were different. They had different prejudices, so they would see things from different angles. In the same way, Gu Jiao and her husband saved Empress Dowager Zhuang and took her in. In Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes, Xiao Lulang had turned to the emperor and knew that the other party was the Empress Dowager. All the redemption and shelter were just to put the Empress Dowager under house arrest. But in the emperor's eyes, it was Empress Dowager Zhuang who deliberately hid her identity and used the image of an innocent old woman to cheat Gu Jiao and her husband's sympathy and trust. She also used Xiao Lulang to go to the capital for the imperial examination as an opportunity to return to the capital. She is so despicable that she can use an imperial examination candidate. She is so shameless that she can scheme against her own savior. She is a vicious woman who will do anything. The emperor could tolerate other things, but he couldn't tolerate this. The emperor's eyes were like torches. Why did everyone around me betray me? The little magic doctor did it, and so did Ningyan. What was wrong with me? How did I lose to her? Eunuch Wei and Eunuch He didn't say anything. They understood that the emperor was thinking of Princess Ningyan again. Princess Ningyan was the daughter of concubine Jing. The emperor had been raised by concubine Jing since he was a child, so he had a close relationship with Princess Ningyan. The two grew up together. The Empress Dowager had a good relationship with concubine Jing's children in the early years. Otherwise, she wouldn't have supported concubine Jing's adopted son to the throne. But the emperor was dissatisfied with Empress Dowager Zhuang's regency after he ascended the throne, so he distanced himself from Empress Dowager Zhuang. In the end, they broke off their relationship. Between the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang, Princess Ningyan chose Empress Dowager Zhuang. It wasn't that she had framed the emperor for Empress Dowager Zhuang, but that her protection of Empress Dowager Zhuang made the emperor feel bitterly disappointed. In the end, Princess Ningyan married to the northern frontier for her sweetheart, causing Empress Dowager Zhuang to fall seriously ill and almost die. The emperor felt a faint twisted pleasure in his heart. You took Ningyan away from me back then and now she is taken away by someone else. Have you tasted the pain that I suffered back then? The emperor was so depressed that he felt like he couldn't breathe in the palace. He decided to take a walk outside the palace. He changed his clothes and went to Marquis Xuanping's estate with eunuch Wei. He wanted to have a drink with Marquis Xianping, but the marquis went to the soft jade pavilion. The emperor then secretly went to find the old marquis, but the old marquis wasn't at home either. The emperor was confused. Did these two people make an appointment to anger him today? The emperor misunderstood the old marquis. The old marquis didn't know that the emperor had left the palace and went to the martial arts center. Gu Jiao also went to the martial arts center. Gu Jiao had lost to someone a while ago. After hearing the news, the old marquis came to watch Gu Jiao fight. Gu Jiao's opponent was still a young swordsman from last time. Her opponent was about 27 or 28 years old and was at the peak of his strength. On the other hand, Gu Jiao was still young, so she was inferior to her opponent in terms of strength. Of course, the most important thing was the moves. Gu Jiao learned how to kill people in the organization, but she couldn't kill people in the martial arts center. The old marquis saw the problem after watching half a round. Best of 3, Gu Jiao lost the first round. The old marquis called Gu Jiao to the backyard. Little brother Gu, use the moves you used on him to attack me again. After saying that, the old marquis imitated the swordsman's moves on the spot. Every move was exactly the same. Gu Jiao exclaimed in her heart. Was the old man so powerful? He could learn it with just one look? Gu Jiao went to attack the old marquis, but she lost even more miserably than in the arena. The old marquis said, "Your moves are very messy. You're using fist moves and palm moves on the spot. Where did you learn from?" Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote, "No master, I fought blindly." The old marquis's mouth twitched. She could fight blindly like this. The old marquis thought for a while, then demonstrated and said, "If you want to use fist moves, you can use these moves. If you want to use palm moves," with his guidance, Gu Jiao won 2 rounds in a row after entering the arena and clinching victory in this competition. The old marquis was very satisfied. This child's talent was really too high. She was not inferior to Gu Changqing at all. Gu Jiao won the fight. She touched the small mask and looked up at the old marquis. The old marquis went downstairs and called her to the armory of the martial arts center. He said to her, "You've never used a weapon. Actually, you're at a disadvantage. I originally thought that you didn't like to use weapons." Now she knew that he didn't know how to use weapons at all. Gu Jiao thought, "I'm very good at shooting, the kind that can explode the head with one shot." The old marquis looked at the weapons in the room and said, "Pick one." Gu Jiao didn't have much interest in cold weapons. The old marquis thought that she didn't know how to pick, so he looked carefully and picked up a red tasseled spear. He said to her, "Use this." Gu Jiao nodded. "Okay." The old marquis demonstrated a set of spear moves for her. The old marquis still restrained his aura, but Gu Jiao still felt an earth-shattering power. "This is an expert, a real expert." "You try." The old marquis stopped and threw the red tasseled spear to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao caught it. In her previous life she had too little contact with cold weapons. Other than daggers there were only scalpels. Suddenly giving her a red tasseled spear, she was a little stunned. She made a mistake on the first move. If it was Gu Changqing or any of the old marquis soldiers, the old marquis would have already lashed out with his whip. But with little brother Gu, the old marquis seemed to be especially patient. He himself didn't know why. When Gu Jiao made a mistake for the 7th time, the old marquis's temper couldn't be controlled anymore. Gu Jiao looked at him cutely, her eyes full of innocence. The old marquis, forget it, forget it. She's still young. I'll teach her slowly. I'll show you one last time. Watch carefully. If you make a mistake again, I won't teach you any more. After the 18th demonstration, this is really the last time. The old marquis was about to collapse. This child was here to torture him. Why did she learn so quickly barehanded, but she couldn't even play with a red tasseled spear? Just as the old marquis was about to vomit blood, Gu Jiao finally demonstrated a complete set of spear moves. The old marquis was paralyzed on the ground, only feeling that he was about to collapse. Who was the one training who? Why did he have to take the extra step of teaching this kid martial arts? He had almost lost his life from the training. Let's stop here today. His arms and legs were about to break and his old waist was also sprained. Gu Jiao hadn't played enough. She had tasted the sweetness. But seeing that he really was about to collapse, she felt a twinge of conscience and decided not to squeeze the old man dry. She took out a small notebook and scribbled, "Then let's practice again next time?" The old Marquis's temples suddenly throbbed. Next time? There's a next time? The old Marquis's face was full of rejection. Gu Jiao thought for a while, then took out two small jade-like fingers and gently pinched his sleeves. Under the mask, the pair of watery phoenix eyes looked at him very innocently. The old Marquis gave a vague Gu Jiao shook her little head happily. The old Marquis looked at the little head shaking in front of him and inexplicably wanted to spit. Of course he restrained himself, because he felt that it was wrong to hurt his brother. This scene was seen by Gu Qingfeng, who was tailing Gu Jiao. Others might not recognize Gu Jiao, but how could he not? He was the one who introduced Gu Jiao to the martial arts center. Moreover, he had long been in cahoots with the masked Gu Jiao many times. Speaking of which, his grandfather actually liked this kind of thing? With his grandfather's bad temper, he thought that the girl would be beaten into a pile of fertilizer. Gu Qingfeng was tailing Gu Jiao because he found some information about Immortal Music House. He planned to sell the information to this girl. He also didn't want to extort her. The price of affection was 1,000 taels. But who would have thought that this girl would actually play with his grandfather for so long? Today probably wouldn't work out. Forget it, it's the same to find her another day. Gu Qingfeng returned to the Marquis's residence. Not long after, the old Marquis also returned. He was very tired. Teaching Gu Changqing wasn't so tiring because Gu Changqing could be beaten up as he pleased. That brat, he couldn't do it. In the end he suffered internal injuries. Grandfather? Gu Qingfeng suddenly walked out from the corridor. The old Marquis was startled. Seeing that it was Gu Qingfeng, his eyes turned cold. "Why are you hiding here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" After seeing the other side of his grandfather, Gu Qingfeng didn't seem to be as afraid of him as before. He smiled and said, "Grandfather didn't come back so late. I was worried about you, so I waited here for you." The old Marquis looked at Gu Qingfeng suspiciously. Gu Qingfeng immediately revealed a smile. "Grandfather, can you lend me your Nirvana Phoenix for 2 days?" The Nirvana Phoenix was the old Marquis's mount. It was even more powerful than Gu Changqing's horse. Gu Qingfeng had been eyeing it for a long time, but never had a chance to ride it. The old Marquis loved horses as much as his life. Riding a horse was like riding him. The old Marquis ignored Gu Qingfeng and strode towards the courtyard. Gu Qingfeng took out the killing move he learned from Gu Jiao. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently pinched the old Marquis's sleeve. The old Marquis turned around. He looked at the old Marquis and began to shamelessly act cute. The old Marquis gave him a big slap in the face. Gu Qingfeng was directly sent flying and crashed into a pillar. He stuck to it for a long time before slipping to the ground. Gu Qingfeng, what went wrong? Why was he always the one getting hurt? The same small action, Gu Jiao did it softly and cutely. When Gu Qingfeng did it, the old Marquis felt that he was a sissy. The old Marquis got goosebumps. Before he could react, his hand had already reached out. Gu Qingfeng couldn't take care of himself for the rest of the night from this slap. He was especially miserable and had to be carried back by the servants. After Gu Jiao came out of the martial arts center, she saw that it was already so late and decided to go straight home. She took a shortcut, so it was inevitable that it was a bit remote. When she passed by a quiet and deserted street, she suddenly heard the sound of metal clashing, followed by a familiar voice. "You dog! How dare you block my way?" It was Eunuch Wei's voice. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. She turned around and stepped on the wall to the roof, then jumped down from the roof to another street. The distance was a bit far. Gu Jiao sped up, but when she arrived at the scene, Eunuch Wei was already lying in a pool of blood. Eunuch Wei. Gu Jiao walked forward and took gauze and hemostatic powder from her arms to stop the bleeding. Eunuch Wei grabbed her wrist with his blood-stained hand. "No, don't worry about me, go and save His Majesty." Gu Jiao wrapped the gauze around the wound on his abdomen. "Wait for me." Gu Jiao followed the direction Eunuch Wei pointed and caught up with the emperor, who was being surrounded. The emperor was also injured. The last secret guard was stabbed in the heart in order to cover his escape. Seeing that a man in black was about to take his head, a red tasseled spear suddenly came with a whistling sound. It pierced the man's shoulder and nailed him to the wall. If Gu Jiao was just having fun in the martial arts club, Then at this moment she really felt the power of the red tasseled spear. Blood splashed on the emperor's face. The emperor fell to the ground and his whole person was stunned. Gu Jiao grabbed the emperor. "Let's go." When another wave of men in black arrived, the emperor was no longer in the alley. Gu Jiao first hid the emperor in a cowsheet, then turned around to look for eunuch Wei. Unfortunately she couldn't find him. The emperor was injured. If the other party wanted to investigate, they would start from the medical center. With that thought in mind, Gu Jiao brought him back to Jade Water Alley. She couldn't go to her son-in-law's house, nor could she go to Xiao Liulong's house. Little Jing Kong was already asleep. After thinking about it, there was only one room in the house that was empty. Gu Jiao helped the emperor to her great-aunt's house. "What's wrong, Jiao Jiao?" Yao Shi heard the commotion and came out. Gu Jiao put the emperor on the bed and said to Yao Shi, "Nothing, just a patient." "Do you need help?" Yao Shi asked. "Boil some water." Gu Jiao said. "Okay." Yao Shi went to the kitchen. Madam, let me do it." Yu put down the half-washed clothes and said to Yao Shi, "Go to the house and rest. I will boil the water." Yao Shi nodded and looked at the house with some worry. Gu Jiao had already closed the door. The emperor's wound was not in a good place. It was above his thigh and he almost lost his melon. Gu Jiao lit all the candles and used the night pearl that her great-aunt gave to Gu Yen. She opened the small medicine box and began to cut the melon for the emperor. No, perform the surgery. Chapter 307. The novel will be updated faster. When the emperor saw Gu Jiao holding the scissors and sharpening the knife, his expression changed. "I don't want it." He had to take it even if he didn't want it. With a click, the emperor's pants were cut open and the bloody cloth was torn off by Gu Jiao from his wound. The emperor only felt a chill between his legs and endless embarrassment rose from the bottom of his heart. The embarrassment even overshadowed the pain of the wound, making him feel ashamed and angry. The emperor was very weak due to the loss of blood and couldn't resist. He bit his lips and every strand of hair on his body silently expressed his refusal. "Gu Jiao, I can't see it." The emperor gritted his teeth. "You." Gu Jiao put down the scissors, changed into a clean pair of gloves and took out the infusion bottle and the intravenous needle from the small medicine box. The moment the emperor saw the cold gleam of the needle, the fear of being injected surged from the bottom of his heart and spread to his limbs and bones. He panicked. "I don't want to be injected." "Be good. You'll get better after the injection." Gu Jiao pinched his hand and inserted the needle into the back of his hand without pressing the pulse tube. She was getting more and more skilled. The emperor looked at the cold thing on the back of his hand and was so scared that his whole body trembled. Being cut by a knife was not as scary as being cut by it. He struggled. Gu Jiao said with a straight face, "Don't move. If you miss the needle, I'll give you a second injection." "I'm serious, I'm super fierce." The emperor suppressed the urge to struggle and turned his face away with grievance, not looking at the needle in his hand. In the past, Gu Jiao gave the emperor intramuscular injections. This was the first time she gave him an intravenous drip. In order to prevent him from moving around and missing the needle, Gu Jiao took a small wooden board that was only used for injections for little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao tied the small wooden board under the emperor's hand and fixed it with a bandage. After that, Gu Jiao took out a razor. The emperor's expression changed again. "You still want to shave my hair?" Gu Jiao said, "Just a little will do." The emperor's face turned red. "Don't touch my red-crowned crane." Gu Jiao said seriously, "It's leg hair." There were also some superficial wounds on the outside of his tibia. The wound was a little deep and needed to be sutured. Of course, the biggest wound was at the base of the leg, but there was no need to shave it. But even shaving his legs was not much better. His legs had been injured by hidden weapons, and there were more than 10 wounds of various sizes. Most of them were not deep and most of them did not even require stitches. However, they still needed to be disinfected and applied medicine. The emperor was placed in all sorts of embarrassing positions so that Gu Jiao could easily clean his wounds, disinfect his wounds, administer local anesthesia, stitch him up and apply medicine on him. It was too dark for Gu Jiao to see clearly. She said softly, "Spread your legs." The emperor was speechless. He was too ashamed to face anyone. "Ooh, this is too shameful." After Gu Jiao finished the operation on the emperor had already fainted. It was unknown whether he fainted because of excessive blood loss or because of shame. Gu Jiao tidied up the room and walked out with the medicine box. Seeing Gu Jiao come out, Xiao Luleng walked forward and stepped on the steps under the corridor. He took the medicine box from her hand and said, "Mother said that there was an injured person in the house." Xiao Luleng had already been waiting in the courtyard for a while. He had just gone to Lin Qingye's house. When he came back, he saw the bloodstains on the ground. He also saw Yao Shi anxiously walking back and forth in the courtyard. After asking, he found out that Gu Jiao had brought back an injured person. The injury seemed to be quite serious. Gu Jiao had been in there for almost an hour. Xiao Luleng had Yao Shi go to rest. He waited outside for Gu Jiao. Xiao Luleng called Yao Shi mother. Gu Jiao was her biological daughter. She could not call her that if she had a knot in her heart. Xiao Luleng was her son-in-law. If he did not call her that, Yao Shi would feel that he was an outsider. Gu Jiao had already accepted Yao Shi in her heart. Thus, when Xiao Luleng called Yao Shi mother, it was quite pleasing to her ears. It was just that she was a little embarrassed to say it. It was as if she called her that, the bond between them would not be severed. She still needed time. She had to completely walk out of the shadow of her previous life. Gu Jiao understood that Xiao Luleng was curious as to why he did not send the injured person to the medical center. Instead, he directly brought him home and lived in his great aunt's room. It had to be known that that was the Empress Dowager's room. Normal people could not live there. Gu Jiao turned around and gently pushed open the door. A pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak blinked as she looked at him. Xiao Luleng walked into the room and used the light from the oil lamp to see the other person's face clearly. His Majesty? He was astonished. He encountered an assassination? No wonder he didn't send him to the medical center. It was very dangerous to send him to the medical center in this kind of situation. The emperor had already fallen asleep and his injuries had been treated. However, it was not hard to see what kind of danger he had experienced from his pale face. Xiao Luleng closed the door for the emperor and looked at Gu Jiao. "Are you all right?" The emperor had encountered an assassination and she had coincidentally picked him up. It was hard to not worry if she had also encountered a wave of danger. Why did she use the word picked up? It was mainly because Gu Jiao liked to pick up people at home too much. She had picked up an Empress Dowager by accident. Then she had picked up a little monk by accident. Then she had picked up an old chancellor of the Imperial College by accident. Alright, the old chancellor wasn't picked up by her. It was her great-aunt who picked him up. Gu Jiao wanted to say that she was fine. However, when the words were at the tip of her tongue, she rolled her eyes and stretched out her small hand. "My hand hurts a little." "What's wrong with your hand?" Xiao Luleng subconsciously held her pair of white hands and carefully examined them from the palm to the back of the hand, from the web between the thumb and index finger to the fingertips. After he finished examining, he didn't see a trace of injury. He looked at her strangely. "Sore." Gu Jiao explained without changing her expression. "Xiao Luleng?" Xiao Luleng was about to retract his hand when he suddenly heard Gu Jiao cry out in pain. One of her hands was held by him while the other hand was raised to cover her left eye, looking very uncomfortable. Xiao Luleng wasn't so easily fooled. He asked indifferently, "What's wrong? Your eyes are sore too?" Gu Jiao rubbed her eyes. "Sand got into my eyes." Xiao Luleng didn't know if the sand really got into her eyes or if it was fake. However, he could see that she had rubbed her eyelids and cheeks red. He couldn't help but raise his hand and move her hand away. "Let me take a look." His slender jade-like fingertips gently landed on her eyes while his thumb landed on her cinnabar birthmark. The birthmark didn't have any temperature, but his fingertips were inexplicably hot. Perhaps it was because the sand really got into her eyes. Her left eye was red and there was a glimmer of moist light flickering in it. The corner of her eye was also slightly red, giving off a trace of weakness as if she had just been bullied. It was extremely seductive. Xiao Yolong's throat moved and was a little dry and hoarse. He slowly lowered his head and got close to her eyes, blowing gently. "Is there still sand?" he asked softly. Gu Jiao blinked and felt for a moment. "There's more." He lowered his head again as if he wanted to kiss her eyes. I didn't see anything. Young master, please continue." Yu Ye, who had just finished cleaning up the kitchen, came out and saw the young master and her family's young miss playing kissing in the corridor. She was so scared that she quickly covered her eyes, turned around, ran back to the kitchen and closed the door in one go. Xiao Luleng felt a wave of shame in his heart. They didn't do anything kissing, but they had to bear the name of kissing. It really was a grievance. Gu Jiao's eyes were fine. Xiao Luleng planned to send her back to her room, but he didn't know if it was because she had pulled too much when she was saving the emperor, but the pipa button on her chest had broken and her clothes had split open, revealing a white undergarment embroidered with pink lotuses. Xiao Lulang unconsciously swept his eyes over it before quickly looking away. However, that pink and tender little lotus tip was like a nail that was hammered into a certain person's mind and couldn't be removed. But it was clear that Gu Jiao didn't realize that one of her buttons had been undone. You. Xiao Lulang was about to remind her when Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yen came back from outside. Ever since they had hidden guards, the two of them had been able to practice for a longer period of time, so they didn't have to worry about encountering any danger on the road. Brother-in-law? Gu Xiaoshun saw Xiao Lulang and, before his gaze could fall on Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang moved to the side and firmly blocked Gu Jiao. He used his body to block Gu Jiao between himself and the wall. His hands were on either side of her, not leaving a single gap in his line of sight. This appearance was very much like a beast protecting its food. He turned around and said to the two of them in a deep voice, "You two enter the room first." The two who had never been treated so seriously by their brother-in-law even though they were at the bottom of the class in the exam, brother-in-law's eyes were so fierce. The two of them obediently entered the room. Gu Jiao blinked as she looked at Xiao Lulang who was right in front of her. Her husband was pushing her against the wall. Xiao Lulang cleared his throat and pulled back the hand that was protecting her. He opened his mouth but in the end he didn't remind her that her button was undone. Instead he took off his outer robe and wrapped it around her body. "Go back to the room. It's cold at night." The emperor woke up in the middle of the night. The anesthetic's effect had worn off and he felt pain all over his body. Yuya was guarding his room. When she saw that he had woken up, she quickly went to call Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said to Yuya, "You go rest. There's no need to guard the back." "Yes." Yuya returned to her room. Gu Jiao pushed open the door and entered. Yuya took very good care of the emperor. She didn't let him sweat or catch a cold. Everything was just right. "Help me up." The emperor wasn't used to speaking while lying down. Gu Jiao helped the emperor sit up and took a cushion for him to use as a backrest. The capital was hot during the day but it was still a little cold at night. The emperor's original clothes couldn't be worn. His figure was similar to one of Gu Yan's secret guards. Gu Jiao took a new set of secret guard clothes for him to change into. Gu Jiao lit up the oil lamp. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Are you hungry?" The emperor shook his head. His face was pale and haggard. "I'm fine." "Where did Eunuch Wei go?" Gu Jiao said, "He was injured. He asked me to go save him. Don't worry about him. When I went back to find him he was already gone. I hope he escaped and wasn't caught by that group of people." The emperor closed his eyes. Eunuch Wei had been with him for more than 20 years. He was no longer an ordinary servant. Speaking of which, he was careless. He had been out of the palace a few times and hadn't been attacked. He thought it wouldn't be a big deal to bring a few less secret guards. Who knew that he would give the enemy an opportunity? "Why did you save me?" the emperor suddenly asked. Gu Jiao looked at him with a strange expression. The emperor felt a stabbing pain in his heart from this gaze. He turned his face and said weakly and dully, "Isn't letting me die what you want? Or do you think, if you save me again you can trick me into trusting you again? I can tell you clearly, don't waste your time. I won't be fooled." Gu Jiao stared at him. The strange expression in her eyes gradually changed to surprise. In the end, the surprise faded and there was a trace of understanding. She didn't say anything. She didn't say a word to defend herself. She just silently stood up and put down a painkiller and a cup of warm water on the bedside table. Then she got up and left. Her movements when she opened and closed the door were very light, as if she didn't have a temper. However, that silent and lonely little figure made the emperor's heart ache. She clearly knew that it wasn't like this. He couldn't die, so she needed to trick him into trusting her. If she hadn't appeared, he would have already died under the knives of those assassins. Why did she need to trick him into trusting her? But he couldn't control the anger in his heart. Since Ningyan left, he hadn't met anyone who could enter his heart for many years. As long as he thought that the little divine doctor who should have belonged to him had joined Empress Dowager Zhuang's camp, he couldn't help but feel angry. In fact, he also understood that he couldn't blame her. After all, she met Empress Dowager Zhuang first and he was the one who met her later. But the words that came out of her mouth were so hurtful. Perhaps it was because of their closeness that her words hurt even more. This was also good. It was better to have a short pain than a long pain. Since she chose Empress Dowager Zhuang, then he and she were destined to break all ties. His life was really miserable. The people he cared about were all taken away by Empress Dowager Zhuang one by one. First Ningyan, then the little divine doctor. He didn't know who would be next. But fortunately he didn't care about anyone else. No, there was one more. This person would never betray him. He and Empress Dowager Zhuang had been enemies since the previous emperor was alive. He put Empress Dowager Zhuang into the cold palace, and Empress Dowager Zhuang exiled him beyond the Great Wall. Anyone could join Empress Dowager Zhuang's camp, but he wouldn't. Thinking of this, the emperor finally felt a little relieved. The emperor was seriously injured and couldn't return to the palace. Naturally, he didn't go to the morning court the next day. But the court wasn't chaotic at all, and there was no turmoil in the capital. The emperor wasn't surprised. After all, Empress Dowager Zhuang was there to listen to the government. She was like a stabilizing needle of the Zhao kingdom. With her, the emperor was dispensable. Thinking of this, the emperor hated Empress Dowager Zhuang even more. Little Jing Kong and others didn't know that there was a patient at home. The three of them went to school after eating. Xiao Luleng also went to the Hanlin Academy. Gu Jiao went to the medical center to get some calming medicine. Aunt Lu came to the house. She came to return the bowls. When she passed by the old lady's house, she heard some noise inside and thought the old lady came back. She was so happy that she put a basket of bowls on the stone table and walked quickly. "Aunt Hua, play the leaf card." But when she pushed the door open, it wasn't the old lady but a handsome middle-aged man. Although the emperor's appearance was not as good as Marquis Xianping, he was also a first-class handsome uncle. Aunt Lu's eyes were shining. The emperor's eyebrows twitched. You are Aunt Hua's son, right?" The emperor frowned. "You got the wrong person. He was the real emperor. How could he be the son of a common old lady?" Aunt Lu said, "Oh, I'm right. You look so much like Aunt Hua. You must be her son." Coincidentally, the old chancellor was on his way to the Imperial College and passed by the door. Aunt Lu's sharp eyes stopped him. "Uncle Hua, your son is here." "My son? I have a son?" The old chancellor was confused and walked over strangely. He pushed the door open and saw the emperor. The emperor also saw the old chancellor. They looked at each other and the sky above their heads collapsed at the same time. Gu Jiao thought of the emperor's son-in-law when she was on her way to the medical hall to get the herbs. She already knew that her granduncle was the Imperial College's chancellor. She thought that she should remind the emperor's son-in-law not to come here for the next 2 days when she went back, so as not to expose herself in front of the emperor. Gu Jiao didn't know that as soon as she left, both of them fell off the horse. Gu Jiao met Jiang Shi when she went to the medical hall. Jiang Shi came to see little Jiang Li. Jiang Shi was discharged from the hospital last month. After the old chancellor took office in the Imperial College, he used his connections to get him and little Jiang Li a real household registration in the capital. The old chancellor also found a job for Jiang Shi in the Ministry of Works, to be a formal apprentice in the Ministry of Works. After the apprenticeship, he could become an official craftsman of the imperial court. But Jiang Shi rejected it. He worked as a coolie at the dock and occasionally carried some private goods on the ship. It was risky, but the profit was better than being an apprentice. Little Jiang Li stayed in the medical hall as a little medicine boy. He did odd jobs and learned how to identify herbs. When he was not busy, he learned how to read from shopkeeper Wang. "Miss Gu." Jiang Shi greeted Gu Jiao respectfully. His life was given by Gu Jiao. The household registration was also done by Gu Jiao. More importantly, Gu Jiao took little Jiang Li in and gave him a shelter. Little Jiang Li didn't have to hide anymore. He could go out and do things without any worries. Gu Jiao nodded. "You've become tanned." Jiang Shi stayed in the hospital for so long that he was almost as white as Gu Yan, who knew that after being exposed to the sun at the dock, he immediately became tanned. Jiang Shi smiled and scratched his head. Gu Jiao asked, "Can your body take it?" Jiang Shi smiled and said, "I can take it. The medical hall is so good that I've become fat. I'm the fattest one among them." It was not easy for poor people to become fat these days. Being fat was something worth showing off. "That's good." Gu Jiao chatted with Jiang Shi for a while. She mainly asked about his physical condition and made sure that he was qualified to work at the dock. She didn't say anything else and asked him to go find little Jiang Li. Gu Jiao brought the herbs back to Jadewater Alley. She found Auntie Lu standing at the door of her house, peeking her head out. She had a sneaky, curious and slightly anxious look. Gu Jiao walked over. "Aunt Lu, what's wrong?" "What's the matter?" "Oh, it's Jiao Jiao. You scared me." Aunt Lu patted her chest. Originally they heard Feng Lin and Lin Qingye call Gu Jiao Jianyang. But the old lady kept calling her Jiao Jiao, which sounded nice, so they followed suit. Aunt Lu whispered to Gu Jiao, "Your uncle came back and quarreled with your granduncle. They quarreled so fiercely." I heard a chair fall. Aya, your granduncle usually looks like such a refined person. Why is he so fierce when he's angry? I also heard him say, kneel down. Although he's his son, he's already so old. It's quite scary to kneel down so easily. The corner of Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. Are you sure you said father, and not son, when kneeling down? Aunt Lu's heart ached for that handsome young man. After being tormented by Uncle Hua, would he be sad, helpless, and wronged? The old chancellor, who was tormented by the fury of thunder, was obediently kneeling on the ground. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The emperor was so angry that his whole body trembled. How dare you? You're acting like my imperial father. Wuxia, you're going to ascend to heaven. The old chancellor hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please calm down. Be careful of your wound. The emperor said angrily, You still care about my wound. Aren't you just trying to anger me to death? Stop being pretentious in front of me. The emperor was simply sad to death. Helpless to death. Aggrieved to death. It was still acceptable for the little divine doctor to rely on Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang's methods were brilliant, but the little divine doctor was kept in the dark by that woman from the beginning to the end. He didn't know that she was a vicious woman. But Wuxia, this old thing, had interacted with Empress Dowager Zhuang all his life. How could he not know what kind of character Empress Dowager Zhuang was? How could he not know that the biggest cancer in the Dazhao kingdom was Empress Dowager Zhuang? How could he not know that he and Empress Dowager Zhuang were irreconcilable? Your Majesty, the old chancellor wanted to explain, but he hesitated. He couldn't say that Zhuang Jins had lost her memory and mistook him for his wife. It wasn't that he couldn't convince the emperor. But he just didn't want to say that. He also didn't know why. The emperor said, Do you know what kind of crime it is to blaspheme the Empress Dowager of a kingdom? The old chancellor said, According to the law, you should be punished. The emperor said, Punished? I'll punish your 9 generations. The old chancellor suddenly calmed down. Perhaps he smelled the smell of death, so he wasn't so scared anymore. He kowtowed, knelt on the ground and said, I'm an orphan. I have no father, mother, sisters or brothers. I'm all alone. I lost my wife when I was young and had no children in my life. Among my 9 generations, there's only me. You. The emperor was so angry that he took the medicine bowl on the bedside table and threw it over. The old chancellor didn't dodge. However, the emperor was seriously injured and didn't have enough strength. The medicine bowl only fell on the ground in front of the old chancellor. The emperor was even angrier. Gu Jiao came to the door. She didn't want to stand by and watch, so she raised her hand to push the door. Suddenly, a hand with traces of age gently clasped her wrist. She turned her head and was slightly stunned. Great aunt? Who else could it be if it wasn't Empress Dowager Zhuang who dressed up as an old lady? Great aunt, why are you here? Gu Jiao asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang said majestically, Such a big thing happened, how can I not come? She couldn't say that she came out to play cards. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, You go outside and wait. I'll deal with it. Gu Jiao obediently went to sit on the stone bench in the yard. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed the door and entered. The emperor's angry scolding stopped abruptly. The old chancellor, who was originally kneeling on the ground, also straightened his body. He knelt with integrity. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at the old chancellor expressionlessly. You also go out. I have something to say to His Majesty. Yes, I will leave. The old chancellor didn't dare to look directly at Empress Dowager Zhuang's face. He lowered his eyes and bowed without looking sideways. Then he got up and went out. The emperor looked at the old lady who was dressed like a commoner in disbelief and was speechless for a moment. He had never seen Empress Dowager Zhuang like this. Even if she was going to go out in plain clothes, she didn't have to dress so shabbily, right? He almost didn't dare to recognize it. Empress Dowager Zhuang's fierce and domineering eyes swept over him. Emperor, there's that smell. Your Empress Mother is still your Empress Mother. If Empress Dowager Zhuang wanted to shine, she could shine like the sun even if she wore a sack. Wherever she stood, her fierce aura filled the whole room. I escaped from Leprosy Mountain and fainted on the side of the road. After I was rescued and woke up, I didn't remember the past. My memory was messed up and I recognized some people wrongly. Emperor, you don't have to hold on to those who don't dare to disobey me. This was the first time Empress Dowager Zhuang openly admitted that she had leprosy in front of the emperor and that she had wandered among the commoners. In fact, it was something that they both knew, but the two of them had to show off their acting skills in the palace. The emperor also thought about letting him say it, but it was Empress Dowager Zhuang who broke the window paper first. The emperor laughed at himself. In terms of courage and boldness, he really couldn't compare with his empress mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued, "Emperor, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself. If you didn't cause me to have leprosy, how could it have involved so many things later?" Another layer of window paper was pierced through. The emperor clenched his fists in shame and embarrassment. "What about Empress Mother?" he sneered. "Empress Mother didn't want to kill me?" In the palace, he wouldn't call himself emperor in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang. He would call himself son. But did she think that she was the only one who would break the window paper? The emperor sneered again and again. "Empress Mother left the palace early in the morning to confirm whether I was dead or not. Last night's assassination failed. Empress Mother, are you disappointed?" Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't rush to answer his question. Instead she asked, "My leprosy has been cured. Are you disappointed?" The emperor sneered, "Of course I'm disappointed. Extremely disappointed." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Then I'm the same." After she finished speaking, she went out expressionlessly. Sure enough, it was this poisonous woman who did it. The emperor was so angry that he punched the bedpost. Today eunuch Qin also came. He accompanied Gu Jiao in the courtyard and waited. "Eunuch Qin, sit." Gu Jiao patted the stone stool next to her and said. Eunuch Qin smiled, "Thank you, Miss Gu. This old servant won't sit." Gu Jiao didn't make things difficult for him. She paused and asked him, "Eunuch Qin, last night's assassination, was it really Grandaunt who did it?" The two people's voices weren't loud, but they weren't soft either. Gu Jiao and Eunuch Qin both heard it. Eunuch Qin held the whisk and sighed, "This old servant doesn't know everything, but it shouldn't be Empress Dowager." "What?" Gu Jiao turned to look at Eunuch Qin and motioned for him to continue. Eunuch Qin hesitated for a moment and decided to tell Gu Jiao. He sighed, "Empress Dowager once promised Princess Ningyan that no matter what, she would always keep His Majesty alive. Empress Dowager may deal with His Majesty, suppress His Majesty, put His Majesty under house arrest, or even kill His Majesty. But she will never kill His Majesty." After the old chancellor was ordered to leave by Empress Dowager Zhuang, he didn't stay here and didn't hear the conversation between Gu Jiao and Eunuch Qin. However, he also believed that last night's assassination wasn't Zhuang Jin's doing. It wasn't that he knew the agreement between Empress Dowager Zhuang and Princess Ningyan, but he understood Empress Dowager Zhuang's means. She usually didn't make a move. Once she made a move, it would be a fatal blow. If the assassination was ordered by her, then His Majesty wouldn't be alive. But that person knew His Majesty's whereabouts like the back of her hand. She must have planted a spy in the palace. The old chancellor pondered silently for a while in his courtyard. After thinking a lot, he finally decided to apologize and thank Zhuang Jin. The apology was because of his carelessness and exposed this misunderstood relationship, which made the already cold relationship between His Majesty and Zhuang Jin even worse. And the thank you was because Zhuang Jin spoke up for him. Whether His Majesty believed it or not, he didn't care. Of course he was still loyal to His Majesty. He wouldn't betray His Majesty for Zhuang Jin. But these were two different things. This didn't affect him from apologizing and thanking Zhuang Jin. What's more, she was misunderstood by her adopted son. She must be sad, right? After all, His Majesty was someone she loved. Thinking of this, the old chancellor felt that it was even more necessary to comfort Zhuang Jin. Zhuang Jin went to the Zhao residence next door. The old chancellor made a draft in his heart. How should he comfort Zhuang Jin when he saw her in a while and not make her sad? Thinking of this, he entered the Zhao residence. But who could tell him what he saw? 2 circles. Empress Dowager Zhuang crossed her legs and played a leaf card domineeringly. Where was the slightest bit of sadness and grievance on her face? She was clearly in high spirits. The old chancellor's mouth twitched fiercely. Why did he think that she would be sad? Did this woman know how to write the word, sad? Empress Dowager Zhuang threw out her cards confidently. Win. Pay up. The old chancellor, the emperor's wound was in danger of being infected at any time. He could only stay in by Shui Alley to recuperate. The emperor wanted to find Eunuch Wei, so Gu Jiao informed Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing found the unconscious Eunuch Wei in a sewer. It turned out that Eunuch Wei used his last breath to find the emperor last night. Who knew that the sewer cover overturned and he fell into it. His injury was also very serious. However, the old chancellor also lost his horse, so Gu Jiao simply placed Eunuch Wei next door. At noon, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't return to the palace and stayed at home for lunch. Little Jing Kong didn't come back for lunch today. Madame Yao and Nanny Fong went to the temple to burn incense again. Only Gu Jiao, Empress Dowager Zhuang, Gu Changqing the Emperor and the old Chancellor were at home. The Emperor only had one serious injury, and the rest were all minor injuries. He could still eat at the table. However, this made the atmosphere quite awkward. The Emperor said coldly, "Why are you all standing? Sit down, am I a tyrant? I don't even give my officials a bite to eat?" The old Chancellor braced himself and sat down. Gu Changqing also sat down. Gu Jiao brought the last bowl of corn keel soup from the kitchen and habitually began to ladle soup for everyone. After filling a bowl, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She looked up and saw that the Emperor and her grandaunt were staring at her, the bowl of soup in her hand. Gu Jiao, Chapter 308. Originally, when they were eating at home, the first bowl of soup was originally given to the son-in-law because it was usually her granduncle who cooked and it was hard for him to cook. But now, Gu Jiao inexplicably felt that if this bowl of soup was given to the son-in-law, it would probably take the son-in-law's life. The old Chancellor's heart was also trembling. He was afraid that this girl would be filial to him and give him the soup. If that happened, his position as the male head of the family wouldn't be able to be cleared. He would be chopped into minced meat and made into soup by His Majesty. Gu Jiao put down the spoon and slightly handed the soup to her grandaunt. The Emperor's eyes were like knives. Gu Jiao paused and slightly moved the soup to the Emperor's direction. Her grandaunt's eyes were like knives. Gu Changqing didn't even need to think about it. Gu Jiao silently brought the soup back to her, picked up the spoon and drank it. The two snorted and also started to eat. This meal was still made by the old Chancellor. Yu Yer's cooking skills weren't bad, but it was a bit difficult to serve the Emperor's crafty taste. The old Chancellor made 5 dishes and 1 soup, mainly taking care of Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao's taste. He didn't know what the Emperor and Gu Changqing liked to eat. Fortunately, Gu Changqing wasn't picky and the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang's taste was unexpectedly similar. Empress Dowager Zhuang liked to eat something sweet such as the sugar-skinned duck. After taking out of the pot, the crispy duck was poured with a layer of malt sugar and sprinkled with a few white sesame seeds. The skin was crisp and the meat was tender, salty and sweet but not greasy. Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao didn't eat much of this dish. It mainly went into the stomach of Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Emperor. The other dish was the brown sugar glutinous rice cake. The old Chancellor originally made 2 plates. One was sprinkled with sesame seeds, which Zhuang Jins liked to eat. The other one wasn't sprinkled with sesame seeds, which Gu Jiao liked to eat. After that, the Emperor did not touch the plate with sesame seeds. He also liked to eat dishes with sesame seeds. The Emperor had been eating alone in the palace and would only go to the harem occasionally. The last time he ate at the same table as Empress Dowager Zhuang was when Princess Ning and concubine Jing were both in the palace. At that time, he and Empress Dowager Zhuang had not yet broken off their relationship. He treated her as a loving mother and trusted her wholeheartedly. He thought that she also treated him like her own son and cared for him just like consort Jing's mother. Reality was cruel. After helping him ascend to the throne, her disguise was gradually torn apart. She became detestable and unfamiliar. She had even gone so far as to lay her hands on imperial concubine Jing in order to prevent her from becoming the Empress Dowager of a nation. He had long been adopted by consort Jing, so he was her son. Why couldn't consort Jing be the Empress Dowager? The funny thing was that consort Jing's mother was still speaking up for her even after being forced into the nunnery. She said that everything she did was for the sake of Zhao country and asked her not to hate her. She even said that she would understand the Empress Dowager's painstaking efforts one day. What painstaking efforts? One year there was a snowstorm in the capital, and consort Jing's mother almost died of illness in the nunnery. As the emperor of a nation, he actually knelt in the snow outside Rinshou Palace and begged her to bring consort Jing back. But she didn't. So he took a step back and begged her to give consort Jing the Tianshan snow lotus to prolong her life. She didn't do that either. She didn't save her. She forgot how consort Jing's mother had blocked the sword for her when the Lu family wanted to get rid of her. She also forgot how consort Jing's mother had risked her life to steal the edict and burn it when the previous emperor had left behind a will for her to be buried with him. She had no heart. She was a vicious woman who repaid kindness with ingratitude. Your Majesty. Gu Jiao called out to him. The emperor came back to his senses and looked in the direction that Gu Jiao was looking at. He saw that he had been in a daze and had unknowingly picked up a piece of brown sugar glutinous rice cake that Empress Dowager Zhuang had picked up. This was the last piece of brown sugar glutinous rice cake sprinkled with sesame seeds. The emperor was embarrassed. No matter how much he hated Empress Dowager Zhuang, he shouldn't have disregarded his status and snatched a piece of brown sugar glutinous rice cake from her. If this spread out, where would the emperor put his face? In order to show that he didn't deliberately do such a childish thing, he coughed lightly and said seriously, "I originally wanted to give it to Imperial Mother. I didn't expect Imperial Mother to pick it up herself." Everyone, it was obviously the Empress Dowager who picked it up first. If you want to smooth things over, you don't have to think that we're all blind. Empress Dowager Zhuang wouldn't be polite with him. She picked it up and ate it without a care. The world was big, but eating was the most important thing. Empress Dowager Zhuang's appetite would never be affected by anything. Seeing her so carefree, the emperor was so angry that he couldn't even eat properly. After eating, Gu Changqing helped the emperor back to his room. The emperor lay on a bed that wasn't too wide. He didn't like hard beds, but he also didn't like soft beds. This level was just right. Although the room was small and the furnishings were simple, it inexplicably gave him a sense of peace and stability. It was as if everything was placed where he wanted it. No one knew that the emperor of the Zhao kingdom had a small problem of being afraid of the dark. On the bedside table, there was an old metal box with a candle and a match in it. The candle was new and was obviously just a backup. He remembered that when he was a child, Consort Jing always left a candle and match at his bedside. He didn't expect the little miracle doctor to be so considerate. In fact, the rules in the palace were strict. Matches couldn't be placed close to the bed. But Consort Jing knew that he was afraid of the dark. Thinking of Consort Jing, the emperor's eyes became moist. He had to get rid of that vicious woman as soon as possible. Only then could he take Consort Jing back to the palace and live out the rest of her life. Gu Changqing stayed in Jade Water Alley to protect the emperor. Eunuch Wei's left arm was fractured. Gu Jiao had already put a plaster cast on it. In addition, he also needed some medicine to replenish blood and qi to help him recover. Gu Jiao decided to go to the medical center again. She ran into Gu Qingfeng as soon as she got the medicine. Gu Qingfeng was wearing a mask in broad daylight, but he was also wearing second young Master Gu's clothes. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "What's wrong? You're disfigured and can't see people?" Gu Qingfeng choked. Wasn't his face disfigured? His face was still swollen from the slap from the old man this morning. Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat and said seriously, "Don't worry about my face. I came to find you today for a serious matter." "What is it?" Gu Jiao said mildly. Gu Qingfeng looked around and whispered to Gu Jiao, "Someone wants to assassinate His Majesty." Gu Jiao said, "It's not an assassination, it's already been done." Gu Qingfeng was shocked. "What? Already done? So fast? I just heard the news yesterday." Gu Jiao asked, "Where did you hear it?" Gu Qingfeng said, "Celestial Music House." Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. "You went to Celestial Music House? Isn't that place very hard to get in?" Gu Changqing had said before that there must be a way in. Normally it would be a recommendation from an acquaintance. It was a pity that a gentleman like Gu Changqing did not know anyone who could enter Celestial Music House. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. "I quietly snuck in and was almost discovered. I accidentally heard that someone was plotting to assassinate His Majesty. However, I did not expect them to act so quickly. They were plotting in the afternoon and they acted at night. No wonder His Majesty did not go to court today. He originally wanted to go to Celestial Music House to inquire about the news. He wanted to see if there really was someone who wanted to assassinate His Majesty, and where the time and place of the assassination was. He was not the same as his elder brother. He did not have the heart of an official who was loyal to His Majesty. He also did not have the loyalty to protect the country. He was just a wastrel from the Marquis Manor, a great bandit. But no matter how idle he was, he understood that Marquis Ding and Manor and His Majesty were grasshoppers on the same rope. So, in his heart, he did not want anything to happen to His Majesty. Gu Jiao asked, "You came today to tell me this?" "I came." "No." Gu Qingfeng suddenly found that he had been led by the nose by this girl. He took back the initiative. "How did you know that His Majesty was attacked by an assassin?" "I didn't even hear the news." His Majesty being attacked by an assassin was a big matter. It was normal for the palace to block the news, but he had his own ways. He did not believe that this girl would be faster than him. Gu Jiao calmly said, "I picked up His Majesty and brought him back." Gu Qingfeng, this was also possible? Gu Qingfeng's face under the mask was exceptionally spectacular. It was a pity that Gu Jiao could not see it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Gu Jiao did not have the time to chat with him. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Thinking of the words he was about to say, he felt a trace of pride. I came to sell you a piece of information. Didn't you always want to know who was the mastermind behind the scenes that almost killed elder brother and Gu Yan? You know? Gu Jiao turned to look at him. Gu Qingfeng took out a token from his bosom. Look at what this is. What? Gu Jiao did not understand. Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and said, this is the token of Immortal Music House. Whether it was the assassin who went to the barracks that night to assassinate my elder brother or the assassin who almost killed His Majesty last night, they are all related to Immortal Music House. As long as you enter Immortal Music House, you will definitely be able to find out about the other party. Gu Jiao reached out to take the token. Gu Qingfeng was guarding against this move of hers. He hid the token behind his back and stretched out his other hand saying, 1,000 taels, no bargaining. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Gu Qingfeng took a step back and said, don't even think about snatching it from me. If you dare to use force, I will destroy the token so that you will never be able to enter Immortal Music House again. Don't think that there will be a second one. Let me tell you, I spent a lot of effort to get this one. That place is heavily guarded and is much harder to break into than the Marshal's mansion. He was serious. He had been cheated by this girl so many times. This time he must get back at her. Alright, 1,000 taels it is. Gu Jiao agreed. She agreed so easily? Could it be a scam? Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. He had been persecuted so many times that if she did not persecute him, he would feel that it was unreal. Gu Jiao said, I don't have that much money on me. Can I owe you first? Gu Qingfeng said without hesitation, no. One hand for the money and the other hand for the goods. Gu Jiao spread her hands, but I don't have it. Want to act shamelessly? Ah. Gu Qingfeng took out a pen and paper that he had already prepared. I knew you would act shamelessly. Here, write an IOU. I will go to your clinic to get it later. Gu Jiao pursed her lips and looked at him with hidden bitterness. She took the pen and paper and wrote an IOU. Sign it. Gu Qingfeng reminded. Did this girl think that he was illiterate? She did not even sign it. Whose IOU was it? Gu Jiao unwillingly took out a seal from her bosom. She opened the seal, blew on it and stamped it. Now it's done, right? Gu Qingfeng accepted the IOU with satisfaction and threw the seal to her. Gu Qingfeng knew this girl too well. Her promises could never be trusted. Don't look at how she gave him the banknotes at this moment. Who knows, she might knock him unconscious and snatch the banknotes away. See you later. Ah. Gu Qingfeng waved his arms and ran away as if he was reincarnated. Gu Qingfeng ran 2 streets in one breath. When he was sure that Gu Jiao did not chase after him, he leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. He took out the IOU that Gu Jiao gave him. Smelly girl, you've finally fallen into my hands. He was so proud of himself that he looked at the IOU over and over again. As he looked at it, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The seal was upside down. When he glanced at it, he understood the word, Gu, and no longer suspected her. But now, he held up the seal and looked at it carefully under the sunlight. He saw 4 words printed on it, Gu Changqing seal. Gu Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. After all this time he actually got an IOU from his elder brother? Why would this girl have his elder brother's seal in her hands? If he took 1,000 taels IOU to his elder brother to collect the debt, he would be beaten into fertilizer by his elder brother. Gu Qingfeng suddenly remembered Gu Jiao's resentful eyes. If it was not for that gaze, he would not be so easily fooled. He did not see her for a few days and she actually learned how to act? Who taught her? He was so angry. So angry. Gu Jiao first returned to Jade Water Lane and ordered Yu to boil medicine for Eunuch Wei. Afterwards, she changed her clothes and headed to Immortal Music Residence. Although she did not have enough evidence, her intuition told Gu Jiao that the person who tried to assassinate the emperor and the person who tried to sow discord between Marquis Ding and Fu and the marshals Fu came from the same power. The other side's ultimate goal in trying to sow discord between Marquis Ding and Fu and the marshals Fu was to drive a wedge between the emperor and her great-aunt. But unexpectedly they failed, so they simply came to assassinate the emperor. As the other side wished, the emperor determined that her great-aunt was the murderer. Truly a sly person. Gu Jiao indifferently looked at Immortal Music Residence's signboard. Killing intent flashed through her eyes. Chapter 309. As the fastest rising brothel in the capital, Immortal Music House overshadowed the former Soft Jade Pavilion. Apart from the fact that the girls inside were all fairy-like and talented, its unique business model was also enough to whet the appetite of the capital's influential officials. Gu Jiao arrived at the door. The guard at the door was a woman. The woman looked at Gu Jiao's token and didn't say anything as she let her in. It was Gu Jiao's first visit to a brothel, so it was quite refreshing. There was no extravagance, toasting, exchanging of cups, singing of orioles and dancing of swallows as he imagined. The music here was not decadent, but like the sounds of nature. Walking in the spacious lobby from time to time, girls would pass by her. Gu Jiao casually glanced at them. They really were fairies. It was as if she had entered a fairyland, just a little bit away from becoming a fairy. Suddenly, a begonia flower fell on Gu Jiao's shoulder. Gu Jiao didn't reach out to catch it, letting the flower fall to the ground. From the railing on the second floor came a soft sigh. Young master doesn't want this servant's flower, does he dislike this servant? This sentence shattered the fairyland filter in front of Gu Jiao's eyes. Finally there was a hint of a brothel. Gu Jiao raised her head. She was wearing a mask that covered her nose and face, but it didn't cover her rosy lips and delicate chin. It also didn't cover her pair of cold eyes. Oh! The girl upstairs let out a cry of surprise and couldn't help but straighten her body. Gu Jiao's figure was considered tall for a woman, and with her valiant temperament, there was no pressure for her to act as a handsome young master. The girl's cry of surprise attracted several companions. Everyone stood on the railing on the second floor and looked at Gu Jiao. "Young master, look at me." Someone waved a handkerchief at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao may not have eaten pork, but she has seen pigs walk. She has the spare time to strike up a conversation with a strange man. In Xianle House she can't be considered a very powerful person. Her target wasn't them. The few of them tried to seduce Gu Jiao for a long time, but there was no response, so they couldn't help but complain. How disappointing. Isn't it? Even our sister Lianxiang looks down on him. I wonder who he's here for? Lianxiang was the girl who threw the begonia flowers at Gu Jiao. Could it be that she's here for Sister Qinshua? Sister Qinshua can see him? Who wants to see me? A lazy and gentle voice sounded from the end of the corridor. Several girls who were chatting about Gu Jiao turned around and bowed respectfully. Sister Qinshua. The girl who was called elder sister looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. She was actually younger than a few of them, but Immortal Music House had never been ranked based on age. What are you looking at? The girl asked. She was wearing a plain white inner garment with a light yellow gauze outer garment. The color was bright, fresh, and elegant, making people's eyes light up. She was wearing a veil that was the same color as the gauze, hazy. Her outline was vaguely visible, but it wasn't clear. Even women couldn't help but be attracted to her. The girl seemed to be accustomed to this and no longer expected them to answer her. Instead, she turned her head and looked downstairs. She also let out a small cry of surprise, her eyebrows slightly raised and her eyes turned. A very clean young master has come. Bring him up. This person, I want him. After she finished speaking, she turned around and went up to the third floor. The servant girl behind her answered yes and stepped downstairs. She came to Gu Jiao and bowed to Gu Jiao. Young master, my family's miss invites you. Gu Jiao gave her a look. Not going. You. The servant girl choked. Do you know who my family's miss is? Gu Jiao gave her a small look again. Oh, who is it? The servant girl put her hands on her hips. My family's miss is Immortal Music House's courtesan. Others want to see her but can't. My family's miss wants to see you because she thinks highly of you. These words weren't exaggerated at all. Immortal Music House's courtesan only sold her skills and not her body. Every 3 days she would only receive one person for 2 hours each time. Even so, those stinky men in the capital who wanted to be her guest were still as numerous as carps crossing the river. The courtesan should be a big fish. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and nodded to the servant girl, indicating that she accepted her family's miss's invitation. The servant girl had a headache. Was it an illusion? Why did she feel that this young master's expression just now was weighing the pros and cons? No matter what, her family's miss wanted to see him. No matter how strange the master was, he had to bring her up to see him. Gu Jiao followed the servant girl to the third floor. She didn't notice how jealous the guests below looked at her. It was very difficult to enter Immortal Music House. In Immortal Music House, it wasn't the guests who chose the ladies, but the ladies who chose the guests. Those who were lucky could be chosen to go up to the second floor. Those who were unlucky could only have a lonely night tour in the main hall. Those who went up to the third floor could be counted on one hand. Of course, Gu Jiao didn't know how lucky she was, but she could faintly feel that the third floor was particularly quiet. "Miss, the young master is here." The servant girl reported from outside the door. "Come in," the woman said. The servant girl pushed open the door and smiled at Gu Jiao, saying, "Young master, please." Gu Jiao stepped into the room. The servant girl closed the door from the outside. The room's furnishings looked relatively simple, but it could also be because Gu Jiao didn't recognize antiques. Any vase in the room was an antique from the previous dynasty. The woman sat in front of the dressing table. While wiping her hands with vanishing cream, she looked at Gu Jiao through the bronze mirror. She also had a pair of eyes that could speak. She wore a veil, but Gu Jiao could still feel that she was smiling. She said, "Young master, please sit." Gu Jiao sat down on the chair. After the woman finished applying the vanishing cream, she slowly stood up and walked towards Gu Jiao. She sat down on the chair next to Gu Jiao. There was only a small table between the two of them. The woman poured a cup of tea for Gu Jiao and handed it to Gu Jiao. She smiled and said, "Is this the first time young master has come to Immortal Music House?" Gu Jiao nodded but didn't drink the tea she handed over. The woman sighed, "Is young master afraid that I will poison you, or do you think that my tea is not clean?" Without waiting for Gu Jiao's reply, the woman directly took the cup of tea and drained it in one gulp. Then, as if this matter was over, her eyes curved as she asked, "What is Sir doing here at the Immortal Music Abode?" This question was strange. What could a man do in a brothel? Was it just to cover himself with a quilt and chat? The woman put her elbow on the table, her index finger gently supporting her chin. She said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Young master is too clean. With one look, I can tell that you are not a person who would seek pleasure." Gu Jiao wrinkled her small eyebrows. Her acting skills were actually this bad? She clearly took the script of the dissolute little hedonist today. Could it be that she was only worthy of tricking that kind of idiot Gu Qingfeng? The woman's gaze fell on Gu Jiao's throat. She actually suspected her gender? Fortunately, she was already prepared and stuck an Adam's apple. When the woman saw the Adam's apple, she withdrew her gaze and continued to look at Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao's eyes didn't avoid her gaze. After all, her acting skills weren't good enough. The woman looked for a while and didn't see anything fishy, so she asked again, "Is young master here to find someone? Which sister's relative is it?" Gu Jiao thought for a while, then took out a small notebook and charcoal and scribbled, "To be honest, this prince is here to pick up girls." The woman's mouth twitched. "Pick up what?" Gu Jiao made a sound and scribbled out the last two words. He wrote in a mighty and domineering manner, "Seek pleasure." The woman chuckled. But in the next second she couldn't laugh anymore. Because Gu Jiao wrote on the paper, "Call out the most beautiful girl here." The woman's smile froze on her face. "Young master means that I'm not beautiful enough." Gu Jiao wrote, "If you want to say it like that, I can't do anything about it." The woman was so angry that she forgot to ask Gu Jiao why he didn't speak and only wrote on the paper. She was the #1 courtesan of Xianle House, the #1 beauty in the capital. How could there be a day when she was despised for her looks? She angrily said, "Young master, when did you go blind?" Gu Jiao scribbled, "I'm not blind, I just don't think you're particularly good-looking. Not as good-looking as my husband." This sentence simply drew the woman's hatred to the max. The woman was so angry that she sent a palm strike towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's figure dodged. The wind from the palm strike fell on the chair behind Gu Jiao, shattering the mahogany chair into pieces. Sure enough, she has martial arts. Gu Jiao put away the brush and small notebook and began to fight with her in the room. The woman's martial arts were so high that it was beyond Gu Jiao's expectations. Fortunately, she had received guidance from the old marquis, so there were a few moves that could restrain the opponent's moves. Gu Jiao pinned the woman's hands behind her back and pressed her on the bed. But the woman was far more cunning than what she showed. She twisted her body and slid out of Gu Jiao's body like a loach. Taking advantage of Gu Jiao's unpreparedness, she threw Gu Jiao onto the bed. Her hands clasped Gu Jiao's hands and her legs pressed down on Gu Jiao's legs, saying that this old lady isn't beautiful enough. This old lady will take off your mask and see what kind of virtue you have, daring to say that this old lady isn't beautiful. She used her right hand to clasp Gu Jiao's wrists above her head, and raised her left hand to take off Gu Jiao's mask. But Gu Jiao broke free of her shackles and kicked her to the inside of the bed. She took the initiative and pressed down on her hands and legs. Gu Jiao sat on her lap, untied her hair tie and tied her hands to the bedpost. The woman struggled and her clothes slipped, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. You. The woman was ashamed and angry. Gu Jiao took out the small notebook again and scribbled, "Who was the person who tried to assassinate the emperor last night?" The woman was startled. Gu Jiao was actually not sure if she knew, but she was the top courtesan here and her status in martial arts were so high, so it was very likely that she knew. Perhaps she was also involved. The woman chuckled, "I am a prostitute, how would I know about the current emperor's matters? Young master, did you find the wrong person? If you want to investigate a case, shouldn't you go to the yamen?" Gu Jiao wrote, "Shouldn't a normal person's first reaction be to ask if the emperor was assassinated?" Gu Qingfeng reacted this way. The woman choked on the spot. Gu Jiao wrote domineeringly, "If you don't tell me, I will take off your clothes and do you on the spot." The woman's expression changed, but then she smiled slowly, "All right, come on. If you don't mind my jade arms and body, then go ahead and do it. I was the one who took a liking to young master. It is my fortune to be able to serve young master." But, as she spoke, she glanced under Gu Jiao's clothes and laughed, "Young master doesn't seem to be interested in me." Gu Jiao thought, I didn't arm you, fake melon." The woman looked at Gu Jiao meaningfully, "Young master, your skin is so white, your appearance is so delicate, and your body is so thin. In front of such a beautiful woman like me, you are still indifferent. Young master, you can't be a male." Before she finished speaking, Gu Jiao tore her outer clothes, threw it under the bed and looked at her fiercely. At this moment, the door was suddenly knocked open and a drunk man rushed in. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jiao grabbed the long gown on the ground and covered the woman's body, covering her completely. "Oh, what's wrong with you? Why did you let someone break into Miss Qinshue's room? Miss Qinshu is receiving a guest. Can you afford to pay for ruining Miss Qinshue's mood?" It was the woman's personal maid who spoke fiercely. "Sorry, Miss Qinshu." A female guard entered the room without looking sideways and grabbed the drunkard out. Then Gu Jiao got down from the bed and didn't force the woman to answer. She turned and walked towards the door. The woman was already stunned the moment she was wrapped in Gu Jiao's clothes. When she saw Gu Jiao let her go and leave just like that, her eyes moved slightly. Don't you want to know who the murderer is? Not in this way." Gu Jiao turned and left Immortal Delight House. If it was in her previous life, she would use all means to force a confession. After all, from childhood to adulthood, this was what her godfather taught her. But in this life, it seemed that something was different. Gu Jiao looked at her hands. Suddenly, a small box fell into her palm. Gu Jiao raised her head and looked at the third floor of Immortal Delight House, but only saw a window that was closed in a fit of pique. Gu Jiao opened the small box. Inside there was a pendant of a tassel and a note. Imperial Palace, Southwest Corner. The murderer is from the Imperial Palace and lives in the Southwest Corner. And this tassel is the murderer's personal item. Chapter 310. Gu Jiao went to the medical center first and changed her clothes before returning to Jishui Alley. Her grandaunt had already returned to the palace. The emperor was injured and couldn't manage the court. As the empress dowager, she couldn't really idle around all day. After playing mahjong, they dispersed. The old chancellor also went to the Imperial College to deal with today's official business. The news of the emperor's assassination wasn't spread to the outside world, and no one was mobilized from the palace. Instead, Gu Changqing stayed by the emperor's side to protect him. Gu Changqing lived openly in Jishui Alley. Xiao Lulang and her 3 younger brothers hadn't returned yet. Gu Jiao went next door to see Eunuch Wei. His injury was more serious. He drank medicine in the afternoon and fell asleep not long after. Yu said, "Eldest miss, did I make a mistake? Why doesn't he wake up?" Gu Jiao took Eunuch Wei's pulse and said, "You did well. He's too weak and needs to rest for a few days." Hearing Gu Jiao say this, Yu was relieved. Gu Jiao went to her grandaunt's room to take the emperor's pulse. The emperor was also asleep. His wound didn't show any signs of inflammation, but it couldn't be taken lightly. Gu Changqing didn't have anything to do in the afternoon, and it wasn't good to practice swordsmanship. He was afraid that the noise would disturb the emperor's sleep. He saw corn cobs hanging on the rope and took a few to pull. In the past he saw her and Gu Yen pulling corn cobs like this. If the people in the barracks saw the cold-faced Yama, who could kill millions with a wave of his hand, sitting on a stone bench in the backyard and pulling corn cobs, their eyes would probably pop out. Gu Jiao walked over and sat down beside him. She asked about the southwest corner of the palace. Who lives in the southwest corner of the palace? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Gu Changqing's hand that was pulling out the corn on the cob paused. I just went out and found out some information. The assassin seems to be related to the southwest corner of the palace. Gu Jiao did not mention that she went to the brothel to investigate. But Gu Changqing wasn't stupid. Such a big piece of news couldn't be found outside. The only place he didn't investigate was a mortal music house. Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes and put down the corn in his hand. His face became serious. You went to a mortal music house? Gu Jiao said seriously, no, I'm a gentleman. I don't go to that kind of place. She had already changed her clothes. If she didn't admit it, she wouldn't go. Gu Changqing's gaze fell on her small throat. Your Adam's apple hasn't been removed yet. Gu Jiao. Her persona collapsed too quickly, just like a tornado. Gu Changqing was angry and helpless. Although he knew that she was powerful, Immortal Music House wasn't an ordinary dragon's pool or tiger's den. That place was heavily guarded and experts were as common as clouds. Even he didn't know the depth of the place. In the future, don't go to such a dangerous place. After Gu Changqing finished speaking, he felt that she wouldn't be obedient. He paused and said, if you want to go, bring me along. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and nodded. Gu Changqing asked again, how did you get in? I picked up a token of Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. She could even pick up a token? Gu Changqing wanted to say what kind of luck was this? But when he thought of Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Emperor, he felt that this girl really did have this kind of luck. He didn't suspect anything but said, so you found out about the assassin? And the assassin is related to the southwest corner of the Imperial Palace. Do you recognize this tassel? Gu Jiao took out the tassel that Chen Xue gave her. This was a tassel hanging from a jade pendant. The workmanship was exquisite. There were many such hand-woven tassels that could be bought on the streets and alleys. The only difference was that this tassel was colored. Gu Changqing said, normal tassels are red. The tassels of His Majesty, the Empress, and the Empress Dowager are bright yellow. It wasn't that colored tassels didn't exist, but they were relatively rare. Gu Changqing hadn't seen anyone he knew wearing this kind of tassel. Gu Jiao asked, will the imperial concubines in the harem wear colored tassels? Gu Changqing thought seriously, maybe. Colored tassels weren't taboo, but they weren't very popular. But, Gu Changqing continued, the southwest corner of the imperial palace doesn't have any imperial concubines living there. It's a place to raise bees and flowers. There's only one bee garden and one flower shed. Could it be that the meaning of the note wasn't referring to the people living in the southwest corner of the imperial palace, but the people who would appear in the southwest corner of the imperial palace? Jiao Jiao. While Gu Jiao was thinking, little Jing Kong came back from the imperial college. He jumped out of Lu Quan's carriage and ran into the courtyard. He passed by the front yard and through the hall to the backyard, and plunged into Gu Jiao's arms. His little head rubbed against her arms as much as he wanted. Recently Gu Jiao had been busy. Little Jing Kong hadn't seen her when she came home from school for a long time. Of course, little Jing Kong didn't forget to greet Gu Changqing. He called him Big Brother. Little Jing Kong's little bald head grew a little hair. He had a handsome buzz cut again. Gu Jiao touched his little head. Her hand was sweaty. The weather was so hot that he couldn't wear his clothes anymore. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to get some water for him to bathe. Gu Changqing said, let me do it. Gu Changqing was very experienced in taking care of his little brother. He took little Jing Kong back to the house and gave little Jing Kong a bath. Little Jing Kong changed his clothes. After putting on his pants, he seemed to have discovered a new world. He walked valiantly to Gu Jiao and pointed at his pants and shoes. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. I've grown taller. His pants were shorter. They used to cover his shoes, but now they were on top of his shoes. It wasn't much. It was only 2 inches. But 2 inches was still enough to make him taller. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, you've grown taller. Ah. Little Jing Kong was overjoyed. He began to announce to everyone in the courtyard that he had grown taller. He even showed off his pants that were shorter. However, everyone had gone out today and hadn't come back yet. Little Jing Kong had never looked forward to his bad brother-in-law, Brother Yin, and Brother Shaoshan as much as he did now. He wanted to show off to the whole world that he had grown taller. However, after waiting and waiting, Xiao Lulang was working overtime at the Hanlin Academy. Gu Yin and Gu Shaoshan went to Nanxiang to learn from Master Lu. Even Madame Yao, who went to the temple to offer incense, stayed overnight at the temple with old servant Feng. He was so worried. He didn't even have a place to show off. Little Jing Kong sighed and paced back and forth in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He walked like Master Zhao, who was worried that the price of rice would increase tomorrow. Ahem, a low cough came from Grandaunt's room. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up. Oh, is Grandaunt back? He ran over and pushed open the door. Great Aunt. It's not Grandaunt? When he saw the man on the bed, he tilted his head and said in surprise, Uncle Chu? Qin Chiyu's disguise was well hidden. Until now, little Jing Kong and Su Tang Tang still thought that his surname was Chu, his name was Chiyu, and his father was an official in the imperial court. The emperor had just woken up and was still in a daze. When he saw Jing Kong, he remembered that he was sleeping at little divine doctor's place. Oh, it's Jing Kong, he greeted weakly. Uncle Chu, are you sick? Little Jing Kong came to the bed and looked at him with wide eyes. Gu Jiao was a doctor, so it wasn't strange for her to have a patient in her house. The strange thing was that he was staying in Grandaunt's room. Why is Uncle Chu staying in Grandaunt's room? Little Jing Kong asked. Children didn't have as many twists and turns as adults, so they asked whatever was on their mind. Why isn't Uncle Chu staying at my place? That way he could sleep with Jiao Jiao at night. The emperor didn't expect that this room was Empress Dowager Zhuang's room. He was very surprised. This is Empress, your Grandaunt's room? Yes. Little Jing Kong nodded quickly. Then the things here. The emperor paused in the middle of his words. He was saved by little divine doctor in the middle of the night. He was almost dead and little divine doctor was busy saving him. How could he have the time to decorate a room for him? The tables, chairs, lamps, and candles here must have been set up beforehand. Thinking that everything here was arranged by Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor didn't like it at all. Little Jing Kong didn't know what the emperor was thinking. When he saw that the emperor suddenly looked depressed, little Jing Kong thought that he was uncomfortable. He went forward and patted his hand. Uncle Chu, you will be fine. Jiao Jiao's medical skills are very good. He can cure you. Don't worry. The emperor looked at the little hand on the back of his hand. He was the emperor, but he was comforted by a 4-year-old child. The emperor suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Soon he realized that he had slept. His clothes were untidy and his hair was messy. He wanted to ask someone to tidy up his appearance. However, Eunuch Wei was injured, and there were no other palace servants to serve him. He suddenly looked embarrassed. Little Jing Kong asked, Uncle Chu, what's wrong with you? Forget it, he would do it himself. The emperor reached for the hair crown on the bedside table. Little Jing Kong said, Uncle Chu, do you want to comb your hair? Let me help you. You are sick, so don't move. Do you know how to do it? The emperor asked. Of course. Little Jing Kong patted his small chest and said. He combed Little Eight's dog hair every day. Little Jing Kong went to the dressing table and took the comb. He kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. He stood behind the emperor and began to comb the emperor's hair. He combed the hair quite well. The emperor was happy and talked more. Do you know how to recite poems? Little Jing Kong said, Yes, but I don't like to recite poems. The emperor laughed. Then what do you like? Little Jing Kong said, I like to sing. Recently he had learned a few new songs from Jiao Jiao. The emperor laughed. You know how to sing? Sing a few songs. Huh? Little Jing Kong thought seriously and stopped combing the emperor's hair. He brewed his emotions for a while, then raised a small hand and began to sing. The north wind blows, the snowflakes float, the snowflakes float, the year has come, father went out to hide the 7 days of the year. The emperor shuddered. Why was it such a sad song? Did he think that he was not sad enough? Little Jing Kong was very absorbed in singing. His eyes were sad and there were tears in them. The emperor could not bear to look at him. Can't you sing something happier? Of course. Little Jing Kong changed his mood in a second. As he braided the emperor's hair, he swayed his head and sang, Other people's daughters have flowers to wear, your father, I have little money, can't buy them, tear off the 2-foot red hair rope, tie it up for my she, Hain, tie it up. The face of the emperor, whose hair was tied into a big braid, darkened. What kind of nonsense was this? The emperor felt that he could not listen to it anymore. If he did, he would be so angry that he would suffer from internal injuries. I have another song. Little Jing Kong cleared his throat and grabbed the emperor's braid. His small body shook. He used too much force. The emperor's hair was pulled, and his scalp was almost pulled off. Cough cough, I got the melody wrong. Let's do it again. Little Jing Kong gathered his thoughts for a while. He looked serious and used all his strength. Uncle Ba and little uncle, and don't show off your wealth, Dad. You didn't say anything about killing his father, and you probably came to kill your mother. A bunch of fathers died. Actually, there was no one in the last line. However, little Jing Kong felt that singing this way was not clear enough, so he added a 1. He was really a clever little brat. The emperor did not enjoy it as much as little Jing Kong. What was this little brat singing? He was talking about killing his father and mother. Was it really good to sing such a cruel song at such a young age? He had to go back and ask that old thing Wuxia what he taught the children in the Imperial College. Also, he could sing, but could he not pull his hair? Was it easy to keep such a thick head of hair at his age? Be careful not to make him bald. Xiao Lulang came back from the Imperial College first. Little Jing Kong finally stopped damaging the emperor's hairline and ears. He went to show off to his bad brother-in-law that he was tall. After showing off, he sat at the door, stretched out his legs, and placed his trouser leg in the most conspicuous position. He showed off to everyone in the family who came back. Gu Xiaoshen touched his nose and said, "Could it be that you raised your trouser leg?" Gu Xiaoshen pulled little Jing Kong's belt back to his belly button. "See, it can cover his shoes again, right?" Little Jing Kong burst into tears. Gu Xiaoshen was the reality of the world. In the end, Gu Jiao measured little Jing Kong's height and showed him his previous data. He was sure that he had really grown taller, but not as much as 2 inches. "You've grown 1 inch taller," Gu Jiao said. Little Jing Kong sat in Gu Jiao's arms and played with Gu Jiao's hair pitifully. "Is 1 inch taller?" Gu Jiao touched his little head. "Of course." Little Jing Kong lowered his head and played with his fingers. Then I have to reward you with a kiss." Gu Jiao kissed his head. Little Jing Kong jumped down, covered his head with his little hands and quickly ran back to the house. At night, when Gu Jiao went to change the emperor's medicine, she asked the emperor if he had seen the tassel. The emperor shook his head. "I haven't seen it." The next day, Gu Jiao went to the imperial palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang went to the court. Gu Jiao took the tassel and asked Eunuch Qin, "Eunuch Qin, have you seen this tassel?" Eunuch Qin shook his head. "I haven't seen it." "Eunuch Qin, is there a place to collect honey in the imperial palace?" she asked. Eunuch Qin said, "There's a bee garden in the southwest corner. Do you want fresh honey? I'll ask someone to collect it." "No, I'll go by myself." Gu Jiao paused. "Can I go?" Eunuch Qin smiled. "Of course." Eunuch Qin took a jar and gave it to Gu Jiao. "There are beekeepers there. If you are tired, you can give it to them." "Okay." Gu Jiao took the jar. Eunuch Qin was worried that she would get lost, so he asked the eunuchs of the Rensho Palace to send her there. Gu Jiao decided to wait here for the rabbit. She waited for a whole morning, but no one passed by except the gardeners and the beekeepers. When Gu Jiao was about to leave, several women came from the end of the path. The leader was Princess Ning. Princess Ning was followed by 2 eunuchs with flower baskets and 4 maids. Princess Ning had a miscarriage a few days ago, so her face was still a little swollen. It was hot in June, but she was still wrapped in a cloak. Princess Rui Wang said that this was the 3rd miscarriage of Princess Ning. Every miscarriage was harmful to a woman, not to mention that she had miscarried 3 times. In ancient times when medical conditions were not developed, it was really difficult for her to get pregnant again. She lived in Prince Ning's mansion outside the palace, so she didn't know why she came to such a remote corner in the southwest. Was she the person she was waiting for? Gu Jiao was in a small wooden house, but her eyes fell on Princess Ning through the window. "Princess, you can leave this to us. Why do you have to do it yourself?" a maid asked. Princess Ning said, "You don't understand. You wasted the good honey. Call the beekeeper here." "Yes." The maid answered, went to the bee garden and called the beekeeper on duty. The beekeeper bowed to Princess Ning respectfully. "Greetings, Princess Ning." Princess Ning asked, "What honey have you picked today?" The beekeeper replied, "Princess Ning, there is date honey, locust honey, and half a jar of flower honey." "Give it to me." Princess Ning said. "Yes." The beekeeper poured a small cup of each of the 3 kinds of honey. Princess Ning tasted them one by one with a spoon and said, "Date honey. How much does Princess Ning want?" The beekeeper asked respectfully. 2 jars. Princess Ning said. The beekeeper filled 2 jars of honey for Princess Ning, and the eunuch next to Princess Ning took them. Then they went to the garden to pick a few potted plants. Looking at Princess Ning's back, Gu Jiao came out and said to the beekeeper, I picked up a tassel on the ground. Is it Princess Ning's? The beekeeper took the tassel and caught up with Princess Ning. Gu Jiao saw the beekeeper give the tassel to Princess Ning, but Princess Ning shook her head. Her expression didn't seem to be fake. Miss Princess Ning said it wasn't hers. The beekeeper returned the tassel to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao wasn't dressed like a concubine or a maid, but she was from Rinshou Palace, so the beekeeper still didn't dare to neglect her. Gu Jiao took the tassel and asked, "Has anyone else been here?" The beekeeper smiled and said, "There are a lot of bees here, so it's easy to sting. Usually no one comes here." Was the courtesan of Immortal Music House teasing her? Gu Jiao pondered the words, Imperial Palace, southwest corner, in her mind. Aside from the beehive, there was only the garden in the southwest corner. She had been watching the garden, but there was no movement. Gu Jiao touched her chin. While she was puzzled, someone else came. This time it was the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess had been recuperating in the East Palace since she was beaten up by Gu Jiao. Her injuries had completely healed yesterday, and she walked out of the East Palace this morning. The beekeeper was frightened. It was fine if Princess Ning came, but why did the Crown Princess also come? The beekeeper hurried forward and bowed. "This servant greets the Crown Princess." The Crown Princess nodded lightly. Gu Jiao was standing at the entrance of the beehive. Before she could return to the wooden hut, the Crown Princess saw her. The Crown Princess recognized Gu Jiao. After all, she had seen Gu Jiao from afar. And Gu Jiao also recognized the Crown Princess. After all, she had beaten the Crown Princess deeply. However, in the impression of the two, the other party should not recognize them. This was their first official meeting. As a woman who could charm the Crown Prince, the Crown Princess's appearance was impeccable. It was not an exaggeration to say that she could cause the fall of a city at first sight. In comparison, Gu Jiao, who had a red birthmark on her cheek, paled in comparison. At least in the eyes of others. The Crown Princess was the moon in the sky. Even the beauties in the imperial harem were overshadowed by her, let alone this young girl with a disfigured face. "Who are you? Why don't you kneel when you see the Crown Princess?" The chief eunuch beside the Crown Princess asked. If it was the Crown Princess's female official, she would probably recognize Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, this chief eunuch had never seen Gu Jiao before. The bee craftsman hurriedly said in a small voice, "Gong Gong, this girl is from Rinshou Palace." The chief eunuch's expression changed, but it was only for a moment before he raised his voice. "The people of Rinshou Palace are the most disciplined. Even Miss Zhuang has to respectfully bow when she sees the Crown Princess." This flattery and trampling was clearly telling Gu Jiao that even Empress Dowager Zhuang's legitimate grandniece had to bow when she saw the Crown Princess. Regardless of her status, could she surpass Zhuang Yueshi? The Crown Princess looked at Gu Jiao. She suddenly wanted to see this woman bow in front of her. But Gu Jiao did not bow to her. As a member of the Eastern Palace, the chief eunuch naturally did not get along with Rinshou Palace. But he could not go up and punish Gu Jiao. He had to use the rules to suppress Gu Jiao. "Does the Empress Dowager know you are so rude? Is it any of your business whether the Empress Dowager knows or not?" It was Gong Gong Qin. The chief eunuch's expression changed and he lowered his head. They were both chief eunuchs of the master, but he could not be compared to Gong Gong Qin. Only Gong Gong Wei could be compared to Gong Gong Qin in terms of status. The Crown Princess also showed a trace of confusion when she saw Gong Gong Qin. Gong Gong Qin came to Gu Jiao and bowed respectfully. "Miss Gu, the Empress Dowager has left the court and asked why you have not returned to Rinshou Palace for dinner." After saying this, he turned around and bowed to the Crown Princess. This servant greets the Crown Princess. His smile and etiquette were flawless, but he greeted Gu Jiao first before greeting the Crown Princess. This was already embarrassing the Crown Princess. A subtle light flashed through the Crown Princess's eyes, but her expression was normal. "Gong Gong Qin, you are excused. Miss Gu, have you picked the honey you wanted?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. "It's in the room." Gong Gong Qin personally took out 2 jars of honey and said with a smile, "Miss Gu, is there anything else you want? There are many flowers in the garden. Miss Gu, do you have any flowers you like?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "I don't grow flowers." Gong Gong Qin smiled. "Okay. Then let's go back. If we don't go back, the Empress Dowager will be worried." The Crown Princess could hardly hide the surprise in her eyes. She had known Gong Gong Qin for so long, but she had never seen him so polite to anyone. Even in front of Empress Xiao and noble consort Zhuang, he was just polite. But his politeness to Gu Jiao seemed to be more than just politeness. There seemed to be a trace of love and affection in that respect. During the whole process, Gonggong Qin treated the crown princess as heir and only asked Gu Jiao questions. It seemed that he had endless worries. In the past, Gonggong Qin was not so talkative. The crown princess frowned. The two then left. The moment they brushed past each other, Gu Jiao suddenly pointed at the tassel on the ground and said, "Your tassel fell." The crown princess lowered her head to look. "It's not mine." Gu Jiao, "Oh." It was also not the crown princess's. The people that appeared in the southwest corner of the imperial palace today were unrelated to this tassel. Why was it like this? Gu Jiao left with confusion. The crown princess' confusion was no less than Gu Jiao's. She looked at Gu Jiao's back and felt that something was wrong. Isn't she the wife of the new top scholar? Why is she so close to Rinshou Palace? Crown princess. The young palace maid suddenly remembered something and said, "Do you still remember the matter of the fifth prince being pushed into the water 2 days ago? Noble consort Shu wanted to punish that person, but she was taken away by the Empress Dowager. That person even sat on the Empress Dowager's Phoenix sedan." This matter caused a stir in the imperial palace. Although the crown princess did not leave her room, she still heard about it. That person was noble consort Shu's niece, the true eldest miss of Marquis Ding and Fu. It was said that she had great medical skills and was treated as a guest of honor by the Empress Dowager. The crown princess's expression was slightly startled. It's her? Xiao Lulang didn't marry a normal peasant girl, but a true Marquis Fu's daughter? In this instant, the crown princess's heart didn't know what to feel. The young palace maid muttered, "Speaking of which, has this Marquis Fu's daughter gone crazy? Marquis Ding and Fu is His Majesty's trusted aide. Xiao Lulang is also His Majesty's new top scholar. Her father, brother and husband are all His Majesty's people, but she wants to be with Empress Dowager Zhuang. Is she not afraid of being rejected by her father and brother, not afraid of being abandoned by her husband?" That's right, wasn't she afraid? How could she live so fearlessly, so unscrupulous? Gu Jiao returned to Rinshou Palace and personally made a dish of honey crispy duck for her grandaunt. It was similar to the sweetness of the sugar-skinned duck, but it wasn't as sweet. It also had a trace of honey's natural sourness, making the taste richer. Without the emperor's annoying son fighting for food, Empress Dowager Zhuang ate happily. After eating, Gu Jiao took out the tassel. "Grandaunt, have you seen anyone wearing this tassel?" Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the tassel and frowned. "Such an ugly tassel, I've never seen it before." Not ugly, Gu Jiao felt. "Wait, it seems like I've seen it before." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked up at the sky and carefully tried to recall. She waved her hand. "I can't remember." Great, the clue she had just obtained was suddenly cut off. "Where did you get this tassel?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. "I picked it up." Gu Jiao said without a change in expression. "This tassel may be related to the assassin who tried to assassinate His Majesty." "Humph." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, her face full of disgust. "You can't even clean up after killing someone." Gu Jiao went to the bee garden in the afternoon again, but she still found nothing. At dusk, she left the imperial palace. She carried a small basket on her back and walked alone on the bustling street. She was still thinking about the murderer in her mind. Suddenly there was a sound of punching and kicking in the alley. She inadvertently glanced over. She saw a group of burly men were beating a thin and bony man. The man was holding something in his arms tightly and didn't let go even when he was beaten black and blue. Gu Jiao walked over, grabbed a burly man with each hand and knocked them down quickly. Several people saw that they were no match for Gu Jiao and ran away in fear. Gu Jiao squatted down beside the man. The man didn't know what happened and thought there would be a new round of attacks. He covered his head with one hand and held the bundle in his arms with the other. Gu Jiao stretched out her slender index finger and poked his shoulder. "It's me." Lu Yixing heard this and removed his hand from his head, looking at her in surprise. Gu Jiao sighed. "Why are you being bullied again?" Lu Yixing awkwardly got up from the ground and said indifferently, "Isn't this normal? It's not the first time you've seen it." There was no one else who could talk about getting beaten up in such a nonchalant manner. Gu Jiao looked at the bundle in his arms and said, "You've finally decided to study?" Lu Yixing said indifferently, "I'm just casually studying." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Lu Yixing's lips moved. "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." "Here." Gu Jiao threw him a bottle of medicine. Lu Yixing caught it and paused, then wanted to return it to her. "I don't have any money on me." Gu Jiao said, "It's a gift for you. It's free." Lu Yixing still didn't want to take her medicine for free. After thinking about it, he picked a book from a pile of treasured books and gave it to her. "It's money for the medicine." Gu Jiao said, "The medicine isn't that expensive." Lu Yixing said, "You can also count the previous one." This person's self-esteem was too strong. He didn't want to accept other people's kindness for free. If it weren't for this, he probably would have gone to the Qin state to seek refuge with his maternal grandfather's family. Gu Jiao accepted his book. The two parted ways. Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks and took out the tassel from her bosom. "Have you seen this before?" "My tassel?" Lu Yixing said as he lowered his head to touch the jade pendant in his bosom. When he took out the jade pendant, he saw an identical tassel hanging on it. He said apologetically, "I mistook it for someone else. It's not mine. Mine is still here." Gu Jiao pointed at his tassel. "Have you always had this tassel?" Lu Yixing nodded. "Yes, my mother gave it to me. It's always been hanging on this jade pendant." Chapter 311. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Gu Jiao went to the imperial palace again and came to the southwest corner again. The beekeeper saw her come so late and hurried forward to ask, "Miss Gu, do you need more honey?" At noon, he heard eunuch Qin of Rinshou Palace call her Miss Gu. He thought she was just a girl related to Rinshou Palace, but the favorite of the Empress Dowager treated her more respectfully than the crown princess, so the beekeeper didn't dare to slight her. At this time the sun was setting and the sky was gray and blue. Only the red light of the setting sun lit up the last bit of twilight. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on a pavilion shrouded by the setting sun. The pavilion was a bit far away. From her angle she could only see the cornices. "What's over there?" Gu Jiao pointed and asked. The beekeeper followed Gu Jiao's finger and looked at the roof tiles under the setting sun. He said, "That seems to be the residence of the hostages of the Qin kingdom." The Qin kingdom and the Zhao kingdom had been at odds for a long time. The hostages of the Qin kingdom naturally wouldn't live in a luxurious palace. Instead, they were given a secluded small courtyard, separated from the harem by a beekeeping path. There were guards at both ends. Gu Jiao looked at the cornices that were swallowed by the night and gradually understood the meaning of the imperial palace, the southwest corner. It wasn't that the other person lived in the southwest corner of the imperial palace, nor did the other person go in and out of the southwest corner of the imperial palace. It was that the other person could be seen from the southwest corner of the imperial palace. The summer in the Zhao kingdom was hotter than in the Qin kingdom. The cicadas in the trees kept croaking, which seemed to add a bit of dryness. There was a small lotus pond nearby and frogs croaked occasionally. It really wasn't a comfortable residence. The lanterns under the corridor were gradually lit by the palace servants. The patrolling guards held long swords and looked dignified. All of a sudden, a small figure flew into the sky. The little figure's movements were extremely light and did not alarm any of the guards. However, a gray shadow suddenly flashed out from the seemingly inconspicuous corner. It was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, a curved blade was placed on the little figure's neck. "All right, Song Yi, let her in. She is this prince's honored guest." A lazy voice with a hint of ridicule slowly came from inside the house. The gray-clothed man coldly put away the scimitar in his hand, but the vigilance in his eyes didn't decrease at all. He stared at Gu Jiao without blinking, as if as long as Gu Jiao did not behave in the slightest, his scimitar would be placed on Gu Jiao's neck again. Gu Jiao had no intention of hiding her identity. She wore her own clothes and did not even wear a mask. She calmly pushed open the door and entered. There were quite a few oil lamps in the house, but the brightness of the oil lamps was limited. Even when the whole house was lit, it was still a dim yellow. Yuan Tang was sitting on a chair while a palace servant changed his dressing. He seemed to have been injured in the waist and abdomen. The bandages that had been removed were covered in blood. The house was filled with the smell of wound medicine. His clothes were open, revealing a strong and sturdy chest, well-defined abdominal muscles, and two clearly defined mermaid lines. It was unknown whether it was because of the heat or the pain, but there were sparkling drops of sweat dripping down from his wheat-colored skin, dripping over each firm but not exaggerated muscle. This was a body full of masculine strength. The air was suddenly filled with the scent of male hormones. Yuan Tang did not expect Gu Jiao to come in so quickly. Fortunately, the palace servant moved quickly and quickly applied medicine and bandaged him. "You can leave." When the palace servant was about to tidy up his clothes, he raised his hand. "Yes." The palace servant tidied up and left. Yuan Tang closed his clothes and tied his belt. He was a man, so it was not a big deal to be seen, but why? Yuan Tang glanced at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's expression was magnanimous. She was even more magnanimous than the person who was being stared at. This woman was really interesting. All of you can leave as well. Yuan Tang ordered the palace servants in the room. Everyone left the room in silence. The gray-clothed man just now stood guard at the door with no intention of leaving. Gu Jiao felt a very powerful aura from the gray-clothed man. It was almost on par with the old marquis. She wondered who would be the stronger one if the two of them fought. Of course, if she was in her prime, she would have no problem cutting his throat. Don't worry about him, Yuan Tang said with a smile. Gu Jiao had met Yuan Tang once in Lu Yixing's courtyard. At that time, Gu Jiao only felt that Yuan Tang's appearance was handsome, but not absolutely beautiful. At least, compared to his cousin Lu Yixing, he was a bit less exquisite. But after seeing his figure today, she understood that this Qin Empire hostage was also the best among men. Gu Jiao looked at him magnanimously. Yuan Tang couldn't help but laugh. Should I call you Dr. Gu or Madame Xiao? Up to you, Gu Jiao said. That's good, Dr. Gu. Yuan Tang smiled and said, You came to see me so late. Is something the matter? This was a question he already knew the answer to. But between people, there was always a need for a few words of nonsense. Gu Jiao didn't like to talk nonsense. She glanced at his wounds and got straight to the point. You even personally went to assassinate the emperor? Yuan Tang was silent for a moment, then laughed lowly. How could I not personally go for such an important assassination? These words were undoubtedly an admission of everything. Gu Jiao said indifferently, You're quite straightforward in admitting it. Yuan Tang smiled bitterly. From the moment my Suezi disappeared, I was prepared to be exposed. But I didn't expect it to be so fast, and I definitely didn't expect it to be you. Yuan Tang didn't make any unnecessary excuses. Only a fool would treat someone else as a fool. Gu Jiao being able to investigate to this extent showed that she wasn't a fool at all. Since he couldn't fool her, why waste his breath? Why? Gu Jiao asked. It's my duty, Yuan Tang said. Gu Jiao asked, The Qin Empire's monarch's order? Yuan Tang turned his head to look at the night sky outside the window. I also have my own selfish motives. My aunt died at the hands of Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Zhao Empire's emperor. At that time they hadn't turned against each other yet. My aunt was forced to death by them. So the two of them are both my enemies. Your aunt was a spy. Killing your aunt was part of their duty. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on his face, not avoiding it at all. A person's strength wasn't necessarily reflected in their martial arts, status, or talent. The strength of their heart was the most undefeatable. This was a woman whose heart was filled with strength. Yuan Tang retracted his gaze and met her gaze. So how can there be right or wrong in this world? It's just that my status forced me to do it. I was born in the Qin Empire and am the Qin Empire's prince. As long as the two countries are at odds, I will continue to fight with the Zhao Empire. Even if my aunt didn't die, I would not let go of Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Zhao Empire's emperor. Gu Jiao asked, The matter of instigating discord between Marquis Ding and Manor and the Marshal's Manor was also done by you? Yes. Yuan Tang did not deny it. Gu Jiao continued, The person who went to the military camp to assassinate Gu Changqing was you? Yuan Tang, yes. Gu Jiao, the person who went to Thousand Sound Pavilion to find Fei Shuang was also you? Yuan Tang, that's right. Yuan Tang admitted to everything. Gu Jiao's expression was very calm from beginning to end. She was not shocked or confused by his straightforward admission. Instead, after a moment of silence, she opened her mouth to ask him, How do you know so many things? Tang Ming's hobbies, Fei Shuang's identity, and even the emperor's whereabouts. Yuan Tang smiled and said, Do you think the Qin Empire's ruler would send an incompetent hostage to the Zhao Empire? This was also true. It was just like when the Zhao Empire had sent the very talented Jun Wang to the Qin Empire as a hostage. A hostage without any ability would only die in a foreign land if they went to the enemy country. Yuan Tang reached out a hand, Can you return the Suezi to me? No. Gu Jiao flatly refused. Yuan Tang sighed helplessly, That was given to my mother by my maternal grandmother. It was hung on a jade pendant. There were only 2 pieces in total. One was given to my mother and the other was given to my maternal aunt. Playing the sympathy card did not work on Gu Jiao. If she did not return it, she would not return it. Yuan Tang saw that Gu Jiao was really determined. He knew that there was an 80% chance that he would not be able to get his Suezi back. His heart ached as he accepted this fact. "What do you plan to do?" he asked. "I'll report you," Gu Jiao said bluntly. "Yuan Tang. Was she that direct?" Yuan Tang said, "In any case, I helped you before. Have you forgotten?" Gu Jiao said, "You speak as if you didn't benefit from it." The corner of Yuan Tang's mouth twitched. "Why did my cousin tell you everything?" When the crown princess used the cat to test Xiao Lulang, it was Yuan Tang who had the cat taken away. However, that cat originally belonged to Yuan Tang. If Gu Jiao had not told him about this, he would have been implicated as well. This matter could not be considered as a debt. At most, Yuan Tang was being kind and helping others to benefit himself. After Gu Jiao left, the gray-clothed man stepped in. "Your Highness, this subordinate will kill her." Yuan Tang snorted coldly. "Do you think it's easy to kill her?" The gray-clothed man said, "She's still young. Her martial arts are not up to standard. In another 2 or 3 years, I'm afraid that we won't be able to kill her." With the gray-clothed man's ability, he should be able to detect any movement within 100 steps. However, that girl was only discovered when she was right under his nose. Yuan Tang smiled faintly. "You won't be the same person in another 2 or 3 years. What? Are you afraid of her?" "No," the gray-clothed man said. Yuan Tang covered his wound and finally showed a hint of pain. "All right, this girl is a useful talent. Our main goal is to recruit her. It's a pity to kill her." The gray-clothed man thought for a moment and nodded. "There's no one in this world that your highness can't win over. Except for my cousin." Yuan Tang snorted and said angrily, "I can easily win over people with my means. However, he can't feel it when I treat him with my heart." Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley. Xiao Lulang had already finished his duty at Hanlin Academy and was tutoring little Jing Kong in the study. Gu Jiao did not disturb the two. She first went next door to check on Eunuch Wei's injury and then went to her Grey Tant's room. The emperor suddenly wanted to eat sugar-coated duck. Gu Chongqing went to the kitchen to help the old chancellor pluck duck feathers. Only the emperor was in the room. Seeing her coming, the emperor's eyes lit up. However, thinking that she was Empress Dowager Zhuang's servant, his eyes dimmed again. He asked calmly, "Didn't you change the medicine today?" "I have something to tell your majesty," Gu Jiao said. "What's the matter?" the emperor asked. Gu Jiao said seriously, "I know who the assassin who tried to assassinate his majesty is." The emperor sneered, "Don't deliberately find someone to take the blame for your great-aunt in order to get rid of the crime. I'm not that bored." Gu Jiao took out the colorful tassel from her arms. "I pulled this from the assassin when I fought with him. I asked your majesty if you knew this tassel. Your majesty said you didn't know. Your majesty, do you know why you don't know? Because the assassin is not from the palace of Zhao Kingdom, but he knows your majesty's whereabouts like the back of his hand." The emperor frowned. "Who is he?" Gu Jiao stared at the emperor and said, "The hostage of Qin Kingdom." Gu Jiao's words were half true and half false. Other than the fact that the tassel was not pulled from the assassin's body, everything else was true. However, Gu Jiao only had this piece of tassel. There was no other evidence. Whether the emperor believed it or not depended on his trust in Gu Jiao. This was one of the reasons why Yuan Tang dared to be honest with Gu Jiao. So what if Gu Jiao knew the truth? It was too far-fetched to convict him based on a piece of tassel. Compared to him, the hostage of Qin Kingdom, the emperor was more willing to believe that Empress Dowager Zhuang was the mastermind. The emperor said coldly, "Do you think that by framing the hostage of Qin Kingdom, you can get rid of the crime for your great-aunt? If your majesty wants to make your loved ones suffer and your enemies happy, then let's just assume that for now." Gu Jiao finished speaking and turned to leave. The emperor was furious. He had thought that she had gone to the clinic after running around day after day, but it turned out that she had gone to find evidence for that vicious woman. That vicious woman was so nice. One after another, they all fell in line for her. Old concubine Jing Ning-en and the little miracle doctor had all been poisoned by that vicious woman. They would be fooled by her, but he would not. "I definitely won't." That night, the first thing Eunuch Wei did after regaining consciousness was to drag his heavily injured body to visit the emperor and beg for forgiveness. This old servant failed to protect the emperor. "Please punish me, your majesty." The emperor looked at Eunuch Wei, whose hands and neck were bandaged and couldn't bear to see him like this. "You're not a guard. Why do I need you to protect the emperor? Get up." This old servant doesn't dare. "I order you to get up." "Yes, your majesty." Eunuch Wei stood up shakily. The emperor told him to sit and talk. Eunuch Wei said awkwardly, "Your majesty, please don't make this servant feel unworthy." The emperor sighed. Why did he have to do this when he was alone? Your Majesty, Eunuch Wei said, I met Miss Gu in the courtyard just now. The emperor's eyes turned cold. Are you here to speak for the Empress Dowager as well? Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, Why would I speak for the Empress Dowager? This servant was only thinking that this servant was lying in a pool of blood and was about to die. Miss Gu was alone and this servant had completely forgotten that she was just a woman. This servant did not let her escape but instead asked her to save His Majesty. What kind of feelings did she have when she went without hesitation? She knew how dangerous it was ahead, and she knew that Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager were not on good terms. Gu Jiao had saved the emperor, but she didn't mention any details. The emperor thought that she had met him by chance, but he didn't know that she had risked her life to find him. The emperor's mood suddenly became complicated, and he didn't feel good about it. Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor with tears in his eyes and said earnestly, Your Majesty, you can choose not to trust the Empress Dowager, but can you not trust the little miracle doctor? The emperor fell silent. The next day Yuan Tang was recuperating in his room when several guards from the Dali Temple and the Honglu Temple came to his residence. The official from the Dali Temple said, Your Majesty was attacked by an assassin. The Dali Temple caught an assassin, and that assassin turned out to be one of the sixth prince's people. We also found the sixth prince's personal belongings at the scene. We asked the sixth prince to come with us to the Dali Temple. Yuan Tang frowned. He didn't expect that Gu Jiao had the ability to make the emperor believe her. That witness was naturally used by the emperor to frame Yuan Tang. After all, a single spike was not enough to hold Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang could say that his spike was lost or stolen. However, the sudden appearance of a witness was a pain in the ass. And that witness was one of Yuan Tang's bodyguards. Not a personal bodyguard but a third-class bodyguard. Yuan Tang's face became very ugly. He actually bribed the people around this highness. This highness really underestimated the imperial family of Zhao country. When he bribed him, Yuan Tang had no way to find out. Fortunately, the other party was only a third-class bodyguard. He didn't have many opportunities to see him, and it was unlikely that he would come in contact with his secrets. But no matter what, he was bitten by this person and the situation became a bit tricky. The man in gray said with a murderous look, I'll go kill him. Let's make it so they can't testify. Yuan Tang said coldly, It's useless. He already confessed and signed the confession. Even if he's dead, the evidence is still valid. Of course, Yuan Tang wouldn't obediently let himself be captured. But being forced to this point, it was impossible not to give an explanation to the Zhao country. In the end, Yuan Tang had no choice but to give up the rook to save the king. He handed over one of his trusted aides. The aide took all the blame on himself, saying that it was his own personal behavior and had nothing to do with Yuan Tang. When he was in the state of Qin, this advisor was a retainer of his residence. He was resourceful and loyal to him. He had given him advice on many occasions and helped him avert danger. When he handed over the aide, Yuan Tang's heart was bleeding. He wanted to hand over a random bodyguard as a scapegoat, but the Zhao country wouldn't buy it. It wasn't that he was greedy for life and afraid of death, but he couldn't die before his great cause was completed. The news of the emperor's assassination caused a huge uproar in the capital. The imperial court was also slightly shaken. However, the emperor didn't do anything. He completely became a hands-off shopkeeper in Bishui Alley. Of course, he didn't say that he lived in Bishui Alley. He announced to the public that he lived in the temporary imperial residence. Although the misunderstanding of the assassination was resolved, the relationship between the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang was still as cold as ice. The emperor still didn't like Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang still ignored the emperor. Empress Dowager Zhuang left after playing cards. At first, Empress Dowager Zhuang played cards secretly from the emperor. Later, when she saw that the emperor didn't leave, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't bother to hide it anymore. I just want to play cards. Do whatever you want. The emperor looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang's back as she went to play cards. He gritted his teeth and said, You don't abide by the virtue of a woman. You have no sense of shame. You violate the rules of the imperial palace. You don't listen to the teachings of the ancestors. You don't deserve to be. Gu Jiao stuffed a thermometer into the emperor's mouth. Keep it in your mouth. Don't talk, Dr. Gu said seriously. The emperor was speechless. The news of the emperor's assassination caused a stir in the capital. Although he didn't announce his identity to Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's family, little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshan were the only two people in the family who didn't guess his identity. Little Jing Kong had already accepted the fact that he was Chu Yu's biological father, Uncle Chu. Therefore it was difficult for the outside world to affect him. Gu Xiaoshen was pure naive. Even Gu Yen guessed the emperor's identity. After all, there was no one else in the world who had the guts to stare at his great-aunt. The weather was too hot these days. Gu Yen had a heat stroke in the Qinghe Academy. After that, Gu Jiao went to the academy to ask for leave for him so that he could rest at home. In the past he refused to go to school. Now that he was free he felt bored. Bored to death, he sat under the shade of a tree in the yard inside. Gu Jiao went to the medical center. Xiao Lulang went to the Hanlin Academy. Gu Xiaoshen and little Jing Kong went to school. He didn't have a playmate. He really wanted to go to school. While he was bored to death, a tall figure loomed over him, blocking the light above his head. Then an exquisite wooden bow appeared in front of him. Gu Yen was stunned. He looked at the bow and then looked up at the person holding the bow. "It's you?" Gu Yen turned his face away. Gu Changqing went in front of him and pulled the bow in his hand. He said to him, "Do you want to shoot an arrow?" Gu Yen said lightly, "I don't know how to shoot an arrow." Gu Changqing said softly, "I'll teach you." In fact, Gu Yen had always had a dream of being a Jianghu hero, riding the fastest horse and shooting the farthest arrow. Unfortunately, with his small body, he didn't even have the chance to ride a horse alone, let alone shoot an arrow. He couldn't even pull the bowstring. Gu Yen suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said with disgust, "I don't want to." Gu Changqing said softly, "Jiao Jiao said that your body is much better than before. You should be able to pull the bow. If you don't believe me, you can try." Of course, he couldn't say that he specially made the lightest bow to take care of his body. Even the 4-year-old little Jing Kong could pull it. Men always wanted to save face, even if it was the 15-year-old Gu Yen. Gu Yen secretly glanced at the bow that Gu Changqing handed over. It was really exquisite. Every curve and pattern was done in accordance with his aesthetic standards. Most importantly, the bow was inlaid with jade. He was quite moved. Gu Changqing saw through him but didn't say anything. He handed the bow to him and walked over to set up the target. "Try it." Gu Yen reluctantly pulled the bow. He was just casually trying. He didn't think that he would really pull it. He could pull a bow. Gu Yen couldn't believe it. Then, a wave of ecstasy surged from the bottom of his heart. Gu Changqing looked at his stunned little face and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up slightly. He also specially made a quiver and 10 command arrows, all of which were lighter in weight. He took the quiver and put it on the stone table next to Gu Yen. He took an arrow and handed it to him. It was Gu Yan's first time holding an arrow. He didn't know how to release it. Like this. Gu Changqing pressed his hand and knocked the arrow in the right place. Gu Yan's hand was white and tender, slender and delicate. Gu Changqing's hand was also slender with distinct joints. But because of years of practicing martial arts, there was a layer of calluses on his hand. He just gently pressed the back of Gu Yan's hand, but a red mark quickly appeared on the back of Gu Yan's hand. Gu Changqing was a little distressed. He hurriedly let go of his hand and said to Gu Yen, "Try shooting it." Gu Yen shot an arrow and successfully missed the target. "It's okay. It's already very good that you can shoot the first arrow." Gu Changqing took another arrow and gave it to him. In the end, Gu Yen missed the target again. Gu Yen was discouraged. "Your posture is wrong." Gu Changqing came behind Gu Yen and held his hands with both hands. He pulled him into his arms and gently pulled the bow with him. "You have to pull it here. Aim your eyes and look at the bull's eye. Release the arrow." Both of their hands let go at the same time. With a whoosh, the arrow left the bowstring and hit the bull's eye. "Gu Yen, wow." Gu Changqing looked at him deeply, his eyes full of affection. "Ah Yen, you're really good." Gu Yen snorted, "Of course I'm good. I don't need you to tell me that." The tuft of hair on the top of his head stood up again. Gu Changqing couldn't hold back and laughed softly. His laughter wasn't loud, like a warm string under the sun. His smile wasn't exaggerated either. His body trembled slightly as he tried to hold back his laughter. It was inexplicably infectious. Gu Yen wanted to put on a sour face but suddenly he couldn't. He felt that he was too disappointing. He turned his head and fiercely said, "Are you going to teach me archery or not?" Gu Changqing tried hard to stop laughing, but he couldn't stop the corners of his lips from rising. "Teach, teach." He hugged him from behind again and gently held his delicate hand. He suddenly regretted that the bow was too rough. It was touching Gu Yan's hand. Gu Changqing taught Gu Yen archery for the whole afternoon. Gu Yan and Gu Jiao were twins from the same mother, but they were worlds apart in terms of martial arts. Gu Changqing taught for the whole afternoon, but Gu Yan couldn't hit the target even once. Gu Yan was furious, but he refused to admit that it was his fault. He exploded, "It's all because of this bow. What kind of bow did you make?" Gu Changqing's lips curved slightly, "And it's the bow's fault. I didn't make it well. I'll make a new one for you tomorrow." Gu Yan turned his face away. "Humph." The emperor recuperated in by Shui Alley. He ignored the court and the affairs of the world. After a few days of living in a paradise, his complexion improved a lot. Even his hair seemed to have increased. The old chancellor's cooking skills were excellent. The emperor felt that it was unfair for him to be the chancellor of the imperial college. He should have invited him to the palace to be the imperial chef. The busiest time of the day was at night. The courtyard was in chaos. A few children were pushing and shoving each other. The smell of food floated out of the kitchen. The sound of playful and angry scolding came from the alley. After being the emperor for a long time, he sometimes felt numb. But these days his heart was always touched. He was in the middle of it all. This was the Zhao country under his rule. It was the light of the thousands of families that he tried his best to protect. The emperor decided to return to the palace. He couldn't let the power of the court fall into the hands of others. However, the night before he returned to the palace, he suddenly had a high fever and fell ill. No one expected that such a mishap would happen. Gu Jiao went out to see a patient. Xiao Lulang and the old chancellor worked overtime overnight at the Hanlin Academy and the Imperial College, and Eunuch Wei himself was still a patient, so he couldn't help much. Gu Changqing went to the Miracle Hall to invite a doctor. Empress Dowager Zhuang had just finished playing the leaf card and was about to return to the palace when she heard Yuya crying at the door. She walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Yuya cried until she was out of breath. Your master is sick. I didn't take good care of him." Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't want to care about the emperor's life or death, but this girl was crying so sadly. She frowned and went into the room to take a look. After all, she had sold Gu Jiao's medicine. Although she wasn't proficient in medicine, she could barely deal with the emergency. The emperor had a bad fever. His whole body was hot and his consciousness was blurred. "Go and get wine." Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered Yuya. Yes. Yuya hurried to the kitchen to get a jar of Huadiao wine. No one drank at home. It was a gift from the neighbors. Empress Dowager Zhuang dipped a cotton cloth in the wine and wiped the emperor's armpits and forehead. She had seen Jiao Jiao reduce little Jing Kong's fever in this way. However, Jiao Jiao didn't use strong wine, but the refined wine in her medicine box. Jiao Jiao called it alcohol. This method seemed to have some effect. After about half an hour, the emperor's fever gradually subsided. But after a while, it flared up again and the fever was even worse than before. No matter how Empress Dowager Zhuang wiped it, it was no longer effective. The doctor from the medical hall arrived. It was Dr. Liu. He used acupuncture to reduce the emperor's fever, but the effect was minimal. He wrote a prescription and asked Gu Changqing to go to the medical hall to get the herbs. Gu Changqing directly boiled the herbs in the medical hall and brought them over. The emperor refused to drink. "You can leave," Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly. Yes. The few of them left. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the medicine bowl on the table and then at the emperor who was in a mess. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, as if she had made a very difficult decision. Then she went to the bedside with a look of disgust. The emperor's fever was fierce and his whole body was uncomfortable. In a daze he seemed to hear someone calling him. Hong who was Hong Was it him? Who was calling him? Hong it's time to take your medicine. The voice was gentle and warm. It was a voice he hadn't heard since he grew up. The emperor was really confused by the fever. He didn't remember that he had ascended the throne and that there was Empress Dowager Zhuang who he hated the most in the world. He was the son of a palace maid. He was born lowly and was raised under concubine Jing's name. Concubine Jing gave birth to a beautiful sister for him. Her name was Ningyan. He liked his sister and also liked concubine Jing. Was that concubine Jing's voice? Was concubine Jing calling him? Concubine Jing was the best to him. Mother. What the emperor didn't know was that he was thinking of concubine Jing, but in the end, he called her mother. He grabbed Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand and held it for the whole night. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.